Thank you, and please be seated. Let the record reflect at this time we're going to take up any motions or matters prior to the jury coming back in the courtroom. They are not here at the present time. They're told to arrive at 9 a.m. Let me see counsel at the bench for a second, please. I was just going to address your motion. I didn't want any of this being public.
I understand. This is all under seal, so.
I'm going to deny your motion. I believe that the statements were made by your own client. I know there's some discrepancy as to who said what during that conversation, but there's certainly nothing there to indicate that both sides weren't in agreement with their conversation. So the court's going to show that that's a statement by a party. The one with Mr. Houck, it was the corroboration on the penal interest, and I struggled with that quite a bit. The Houck farm was the thing that threw me. I think a juror could believe that they moved the body, and could possibly believe it happened at the Houck farm. It'd probably been more likely at the Thompson farm. But I believe that ruling is separate, and I don't believe you have grounds to strike that.
Sure.
So I'm going to show that it's preserved for appellate review.
Sure.
Anything else when you take up? I just didn't want to talk about that.
No, I understand.
The media reporting that before the jury got the case. So.
Your Honor, and that was filed, I know, late last night, and I've got a few additional arguments this morning there simply to preserve the record.
Sure, go ahead.
This case is kind of moved.
If you want to come over closer to the microphone, I can hear you.
As the case has kind of shifted as we went along the way, some of these things just kind of came up over the weekend that were unforeseen necessarily beforehand or not seen. And so I have about 5 minutes just to preserve the record for a few different items.
I think what he's talking about is in relation to jury instructions. So
yeah. I mean,
that all publicly.
Yeah, of course.
But is there anything else we need to address?
No.
We'll go over the instructions and let you say whatever you wish on that. But I just, since we've been sealing all these orders, I didn't want the media reporting about that finding before the jury got the case.
I understand. Yeah, the order was under seal, and I asked for this to file under seal. I feel like we've all been filing things under seal. So.
And everybody's done a great job.
Yeah.
So, all right, anything else?
Thank you, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, we're going to start now, I guess, on the instructions. We've got two separate instructions, one for each defendant. Which one do you all want to start with first as far as the Commonwealth's concerned?
Mr. Houck.
Okay, then we'll start with the Houck instructions first, and I'll let Ms. Young address any objections she has to the tendered instructions by the court.
And Judge, as far as the instructions on defendant Houck, we have no objections to those instructions. I think they comply with the combination instruction that's been given in Futrell and in Halverson and Cottle and Goforth as far as principal and co-compliciter is concerned. And so I think they're appropriate.
Okay. We go to the defense and have any objections that they have. And I will note that both sides have tendered their own instructions that what they believe should be the instructions in this case. Those have been filed of record, and those will be preserved for appellate review. In any way, mine differ from those.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, briefly, first we would incorporate all of our oral and written arguments regarding the motion for a directed verdict. In this case, this phase of the proceedings. I believe we're required, in order to preserve the error, to object to the giving of any instructions, so we do that at this point. Secondly, we're required to object specifically to each instruction, so at this point we do that. The court has tendered proposed instructions which allow for conviction for murder, intentional murder, complicity, and then the combined instruction for complicity and or intentional. We would object to each of those specifically and object to the instruction for tampering with physical evidence. Our argument is that the evidence is not sufficient that's been presented in this case to support any of these. The evidence does not support either alternative. One of the big concerns we have is the arguments that have been made throughout the years on this alternative instruction in particular that is violative of the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to a unanimous verdict in a case. We're aware that that has been addressed in Futrell, Haverson, some of the other cases that have been cited. The Ramos case, Ramos versus Louisiana, I'm sure the court's aware of that, the 2020 Supreme Court case, addresses unanimity of verdicts. Obviously, the facts were different in that case. That Louisiana allowed 10-2 verdicts, and the issue was a little bit different. The Caudill case, where essentially the court's instruction that you've tendered to us is quoted in the concurring opinion in that case, was subsequent to Ramos, but that was in a concurring opinion. So we certainly want to preserve that. Our strong belief is that that violates the defendant's right to a unanimous verdict, to have that alternative given to a jury, particularly in this case where the Commonwealth's theory of the case has not been stated clearly to this point, as we see in most cases, because of the unique nature of the facts in this case. There is, excuse me, Judge, insufficient evidence that the defendant acted in complicity, but there's essentially, in the proof that's been given to the jury, if the jury believes this occurred, there's essentially no evidence that the defendant would have acted alone that would justify a standalone verdict. For that reason, our suggestion is, if the court is going to instruct the jury, which obviously you are, that it only be a standalone complicity instruction as Mr. Houck was indicted. The tampering with physical evidence instruction, we likewise object based on the sufficiency of the evidence. And the other fear that we have is the way these instructions, this combination instruction, the A, B, C, under 4, is that the jury may well have the impression that if they choose one of the B or C options in this case, that they are choosing a lesser included offense. They have no guidance as to, the real fact, which is they're all essentially the same, and that's confusing and misleading to the jury. So for all those reasons, Your Honor, we would object to the giving of any instructions at all, and specifically to each of the instructions tendered by the court.
I'll note that everything you said should be preserved for appellate review. These instructions on complicity, I think I have given those in every complicity case I've had with principal or accomplice for 22 years. So I believe they're appropriate in this case. I know on the first one on murder alone, certainly if the jury believed your client that it was just he and Eli there that night, that would leave he alone to be the suspect alone. So I believe there's sufficient evidence of each one of those to instruct. So I'll show the record's been preserved for appellate review. In regard to Mr. Lawson's motion, anything the Commonwealth wishes to address at this time on his instructions?
No, Judge, there's not. I think this instruction was one that the court gave in Steve Lawson's case, and we had sufficient argument about there, but I think it complies with all the evidence that's in this case, gives him the lesser included of the facilitation on that, and we believe that instruction is appropriate.
Anything, Mr. Boyd, that you wish to address at this time?
Your Honor.
Okay, so what I would like to do is address the difference between conspiracy and complicity. I know that we're charged with conspiracy in this case.
going back and doing some legal research on this, there's really no case law in relation to it after the 1940s, from what I could see. So I don't have any case law to cite to this. But I did want to bring it to the court's attention. Well, when you're talking about a conspiracy to commit murder, what I would believe is the model case would be the woman who goes to hire a hitman to kill her husband, says, I'm going to give you $20,000 to kill my husband. Well, the hitman turns out to be a government agent, and of course the husband never dies, and she's arrested and taken to jail for a conspiracy to commit murder. So therefore, the act of murder did not actually occur. In the alternative, the woman goes to the hitman, pays him $20,000 to kill her husband, and he is in fact a hitman, and he does in fact kill her husband. They are then charged with complicity. And I think that this is telling in especially with Mr. Steve Lawson's case. I know the jury the court has had some issues with crafting instructions, especially from Cooper's, and with the language, because it doesn't exactly fit in. And I think the reason it doesn't exactly fit in is because conspiracy after the change of the Model Penal Code has not been used in the manner that it has been in this case. And I think that is because the line between conspiracy and complicity is so thin, and the only delineation that I can make between the two is whether or not the act actually occurred. In this case, it's a murder. And the court has found that a murder did indeed occur here. And I find that troubling, because when we go into the lesser included of facilitation, which we certainly appreciate the court giving us, the language in the conspiracy instruction is to promote or facilitate. And when you go to the facilitation statute instruction, though it is entitled as facilitation, the word facilitation I don't believe falls in there unless I've seen the wrong draft. I know I've seen many different drafts over the last 24 hours, so I apologize if I'm incorrect on that. But it gets confusing with conspiracy, or between the two. And I know that was an issue, or I believe it was an issue with the Steve Lawson jury about the wording of that. I don't have an adequate solution for the court, but I'm saying this to preserve the record. Additionally, I believe that it would be our statement. We did submit our jury instructions, and we have the language that we requested for the conspiracy instruction. It would be our request that Mr. Lawson only be charged, or the jury only be given instructions on facilitation, as I think the two of those are confusing. I do believe there is no case law on it, so I don't have anything to support it with, but I think that it is an issue of the conspiracy and facilitation being confusing to the jury. And I'm going to tag team with Kevin. He's going to deal with the rest of the issues on that, but I did want to raise that to the court, as it was something that came to me honestly over the weekend as I was kind of breaking down the language.
So Judge, that actually segues quite well into one of my objections I wanted to point out about the court's proposed jury instructions. In the conspiracy to commit murder instruction, I believe that's instruction 4A, what I would propose, and I think this is similar to what Mr. Boyd was trying to say, conspiracy is under the chapter titled Inchoate Offenses, Incomplete Offenses. And I think if we're going to use conspiracy in this way, where the entire theory rests on that the offense was completed, not that it was incomplete, then I think it needs to be clear in those jury instructions. So one objection, but also suggestion to add, is on 4A to add, I think it would be, subsection E, which is that Brooke Houck intentionally caused the death of Crystal Rogers. And I think that's not just supported by making it clear that it's not an inchoate offense, but also if we look at the jury, or the indictment that was originally charge for Mr. Lawson, the last part of the paragraph, an element of the indictment says and/or a conspirator, let me start over, sorry. When he and/or a conspirator intentionally caused the death of another. So that is a element that was in the indictment. And generally speaking, the elements in the indictment should be reflected in the jury instructions, and that is a missing element from the proposed jury instructions of the Commonwealth. And I can keep going, Judge, if you want to just kind of finish off the rest of the objections. Okay. The other objection we had is with unanimous verdict, and that has to do with the language and or in multiple instructions. And or, so we talked about a little bit during directed verdict, the question of what is physical evidence, what is, I think in this situation, the overt acts, I think required for conspiracy. And it gives the jury the option, and I'm just looking at conspiracy to commit murder, jury instruction D, or 4D, I should say. Well, 4A subsection D, that the defendant relocated the vehicle, Christopher Rogers, and or helped move the body. So, and that's repeated type of language throughout. The problem, I think, with that is with unanimous verdict. So there's a case out there, it's called Little versus Commonwealth. The citation on that is 422 Southwest 3rd, 238. And it's a 2013 Kentucky case. And the instructions in that case fail to differentiate between two different acts of wanton endangerment. A direct citation from that case says these are two separate criminal acts, and any instruction combining them runs afoul of our unanimous verdict jurisprudence. And it goes on to cite a number of other cases that I also have citations for if the court is interested. The point is, though, is that these are two separate acts, and they are being combined in one single jury instruction, and obviously it casts a wider net for the prosecution for conviction. Even if they were to convict, we would be unclear as to what the factual scenario it was that existed that ultimately convicted him. So that's the unanimous verdict objection. Overall, though, the next objection is just the reference to defendant generically. And I think in particular for this case, this is important because the word defendant, especially in a co-defendant case, can mean different people. The jurors are going to have lots to juggle, lots of names to juggle around. The clarity and specificity of actually naming Joseph Lawson in the jury instructions, I think, is very important. And it's not even just because of its co-defendant case, but also because obviously there is a person referenced in this case many times with the exact same last name, Steve Lawson. There's been reference to Mr. Lawson. There's been reference to Lawson. And again, we without specificity as to whether or not they're talking about Steve or Joseph, we try to clear that up as much as we can. But at least as far as the jury instruction is concerned, excuse me, I would like, I request that it be made specific as to who the jury instructions are referring to rather than generically defendant. The next objection is with the definition on intentionally. So the definition of intentionally, it talks about conduct and result, crime. Here it is. The person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Given that the crime here that we're talking about is a homicide, which is a result-oriented crime, that conduct language in there is immaterial to that result crime. So I'd ask for that to be stricken. And obviously, we asked for a lesser included on attempted tamper with physical evidence. The court's proposed jury instructions obviously did not include those. We would ask for that. And this all, goes without saying, but on the front page of the proposed jury instruction by Mr. Lawson, we mentioned that this we renewed our motion for directed verdict, as, for insufficiency of the evidence, and these instructions are being asked for only, to the extent that the court is going to instruct at all. So those are all objections.
Ms. Young, any response you wish to make?
Well, I think the difference between the facilitation instruction and the conspiracy instruction is the agreement. That's obviously a difference that you have here. They have to have an agreement prior to. And the facilitation, the state of mind, is wholly indifferent to the commission of the offense. You don't care whether it's accomplished or not. And that is proper for the jury to understand that. That's proper. That's the law in Kentucky. And so if they believe he's in for a penny, he's in for a pound, and he's reached an agreement to do this stuff, that's a different crime than the facilitation crime. When we were talking about the tampering and that there were multiple ways that you can tamper, as long as either act is supported by the evidence that's been presented to the court, it's appropriate that it have a combination instruction. I don't think that there's anything, obviously there's been evidence of both acts that have occurred, and so the jury can consider one or the other or both in reaching their verdict. I don't object to changing the word defendant throughout to the appropriate defendant's name as it relates to that offense, Judge. If they believe that's causing confusion, then if the court wishes to substitute the defendant's names throughout there, I have no objection to that.
First, I will say, as I said in the last case, the conspiracy charge is certainly the most challenging part of the instructions for the court. And when you read Cooper's book on instructions, it starts off with, generally, once a crime has been committed, any pre-existing conspiracy to commit a crime is merged into it. So the form book is not compatible with the case. And I had the same issue in the last trial, and the court has done its best, spending a lot of time trying to craft the instruction as best the court can, because the instruction in the book talks about a substantial step that's related to attempt, and here we're not talking about attempt, so it is a very challenging process of this case. There is a case that I found on tampering which says that you can have more than one act. It was an unpublished decision here recently from the Supreme Court, so I saw that yesterday, and because I spent a lot of time thinking about whether or not you could have two acts mentioned, but based upon that decision, I can get you a cite here later today. The court believes the instructions as written are appropriate. I do not believe that it's confusing at all when you read these instructions. That the jury's going to see who the defendant is on each page, or it's at the top it says it's Commonwealth versus Joseph Lawson, and many times throughout the instructions, once it mentions the defendant, it also mentions the co-defendant. The defendant agreed to aid Brooks Houck. The defendant aided Brooks Houck. Defendant knew that Brooks Houck. So a lot of times the other defendant's name is mentioned right after that. So the court does not believe that it's confusing. The court believes that the instructions are in conformity with Cooper's instruction book. So the court will note that all of that is preserved for appellate review, and the court's going to instruct as it has provided the counsel with a copy of it. We'll bring the jury in, I guess at 9 o'clock they've been told to be here, and I will read the instructions to them. I'm assuming Mr. Coleman or Mr. Boyd, who's doing the closing? Mr. Boyd, so you'll go first, then Mr. Butler, and then we'll get to Mr. Young. So anything else we need to take up prior to the jury coming in? Okay, thank you all.
May I just take a second just to tell us to make sure the screens
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, may I take a second just to make sure the screens are working?
Yeah, I would appreciate if you got them working before we bring the jury in. That'd be great. Yes, that'd be great. Anything else? All right, I'll see everybody in about 20 minutes. At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel, waive the call.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, the bailiff is going to hand out the instructions. There's one for each case that will be handed out to you. Once everybody has a copy, we'll review them. I'll read those to you. Does everybody have an instruction for both defendants?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, briefly.
You may. Does everybody have an instruction?
Judge, I'm sorry. Does the court have written copies for counsel that we can
I
follow?
did not. I can get you all a copy if you want.
I hate to slow things up, but if we could have that, I
I
think
mean,
it's
we need
I would like one.
one, just three copies, three
three
copies.
for you.
No,
One for
one,
each.
One each.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back and make 3 quick copies of those? 3 copies of each.
Judge, thank you.
Thanks.
Why don't you just hang on 1 second? He'll bring it back and while everybody's up here instead of coming back to get it. Everybody will have it at that point. You all are sleeping better in these accommodations than I am.
I'm not sleeping. I got up at 4.
I'm thinking about going home tonight.
Sleep.
I went to bed at 11 o'clock and I couldn't fall asleep till 3.
Yeah, my room was so darn hot last night.
What's that?
My room was so darn hot. I couldn't. I felt like I was sweating all night.
I should only go about an hour and 20 minutes, so we should get out of here relatively.
I think I got more
Barring
sleep
the
over the weekend at my
computer
house than I did the entire week last week down here.
I think
But I slept good. I mean, I was out.
we all appreciate our bed a little more now.
I'll miss breakfast though. Continental breakfast.
That coffee is the worst coffee at the
It's,
hotel ever.
it's not very coffee.
Just, again, thank you, Your Honor, because we'd be at the Ramada Inn or something if you hadn't somewhat ordered it.
It's a nice hotel, just I can't sleep in it.
Those pillows are terrible.
It's like
I
humid.
brought my own.
Yeah, I had to get up
humid.
last night to try to turn it. I was like, it's not 67 in here. There's no
No.
way.
And they lock it. I think they lock it too. You can't adjust thermostat or something. Yeah.
Coffee machine that's not working real fast.
Yeah. Put it on the clockwork. On there, slow down.
When we get finished today, after everybody leaves, let's talk about our alternates and whether we're agreeing to strike anybody or not.
Yes, sir.
Judge, is that mic right there? Is that live? I feel like I heard you over here as well. Anyways.
I think we've all meant to do it, and I haven't ever actually done it. But did we ever check to see if anybody had July 9 on issues of the ones that made it on the jury? There were some people that had issues from July 9 on, and I didn't know if any of those were contained in the 15 we have there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any left.
You know, okay. I kept meaning to go back to the jury sheets, but I never did.
We'll double check it before the break. Well, before he draws, we'll have some time.
I think we could take this on that copies.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, my copy's all marked up. you know, with what it, you know, all the things that I
All the
crossed out.
objections you had.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin wrote 4 different versions down there too. I didn't know which one was which at the end of the moment.
Well, actually, I think originally the ones you guys submitted, I thought that was the court's proposal, and I was marking that thing up, and then I'm like, oh, okay, no, that's not it. Yeah, I'm like, that's why.
Well, it was 6 pages long.
I bet you, of course, it probably went back there, and the things like malfunctioning, ran out of paper.
Ate the copy.
Yep, because that's exactly what happens when you need a copy really quick. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you all. All right, does everybody have the instructions in front of you? We'll start first, since I've got it on top here, with Joseph L. Lawson's instructions. So it will be the one that says Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Joseph L. Lawson. Read along with me. The jury is instructed as follows. Instruction number 1, presumption of innocence. The law presumes a defendant to be innocent of a crime, and the indictment shall not be considered as evidence or as having any weight against him. You shall find the defendant not guilty unless you are satisfied from the evidence alone and beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If upon the whole case you have a reasonable doubt that he is guilty, you shall find him not guilty. Instruction number 2, right to remain silent. A defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice him in any way. Instruction number 3, definitions. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly with respect to conduct or to a circumstance when he is aware that his conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists. Physical evidence means any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official authorized to hear evidence under oath. Instruction number 4. Under this instruction, you may find the defendant not guilty, or you may find him guilty of 1, conspiracy to commit murder, or 2, facilitation to commit murder. Instruction number 4A, conspiracy to commit murder, Class B felony. You will find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Nelson County on or about July 3rd, 2015 and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, the defendant entered into an agreement with Brooks Houck that Crystal Rogers would be killed. And B, that in so doing, it was the defendant's intention that Crystal Rogers would be killed. And C, that the intent to promote or facilitate this, that with the intent to promote or facilitate this murder, the defendant agreed to aid Brooks Houck by relocating the vehicle of Crystal Rogers and or helping move her body. And D, that pursuant to, in furtherance of, and during the continued existence of such agreement, the defendant relocated the vehicle of Crystal Rogers and or helped move the body of Crystal Rogers. Instruction number 4B, facilitation to commit murder, a Class D felony. If you did not find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder under instruction number 4A, you will find the defendant guilty of facilitation to commit murder under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Nelson County on or about July 3rd, 2015 and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, the defendant knew that Brooks Houck intended to kill Crystal Rogers. And B, that the defendant agreed to aid Brooks Houck by moving the vehicle of Crystal Rogers and or moving the body of Crystal Rogers. And C, that the defendant aided Brooks Houck in killing Crystal Rogers by moving the vehicle of Crystal Rogers and or moving the body of Crystal Rogers. Instruction number 5, tampering with physical evidence, a Class D felony. You will find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Nelson County on or about July 3rd, 2015 and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he moved the vehicle and or body of Crystal Rogers. And B, that the defendant believed that the vehicle and or body was about to be produced or used in a criminal proceeding, and C, that he did so with the intent to impair its accuracy or availability in the criminal proceeding, and D, that the vehicle and or her body was physical evidence as defined under instruction number 3, and E, that the criminal proceeding was an official proceeding as defined under instruction number 3. Instruction number 6, unanimous verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous, it must be in writing, and it must be signed by one of you as foreperson. And I will date and sign the original. That's the one that will need to be returned. Attached is the verdict form. Instruction number 4, you have 3 choices. It says, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and facilitation to commit murder under instruction number 4. Or, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder under instruction number 4A, signature line for the foreperson. Or, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of facilitation to commit murder under instruction number 4B, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Then we have the verdict form for instruction number 5. Choice 1 is, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence under instruction number 5. There's a signature line for the foreperson. Or 2, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence under instruction number 5, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Next, we'll review the jury instructions in regard to Brooks William Houck. And at the top, it will have his name. And it says the jury is instructed as follows. Presumption of innocence, instruction number 1. The law presumes a defendant to be innocent of a crime, and the indictment shall not be considered as evidence or as having any weight against him. You shall find the defendant not guilty unless you are satisfied from the evidence alone and beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If upon the whole case you have a reasonable doubt that he is guilty, you shall find him not guilty. Instruction number 2, right to remain silent. A defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice him in any way. Instruction number 3, definitions. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or to engage in that conduct. Complicity means that a person is guilty of an offense committed by another person when, with the intention of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense, he solicits, commands, or engages in a conspiracy with such other person to commit the offense, or aids, counsels, or attempts to aid such person in planning or committing the offense. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official authorized to hear evidence under oath. Physical evidence means any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Instruction number 4, murder, Class A felony. Under this instruction, you will find the defendant not guilty, or you will find him guilty of one of the following. 1, murder, or 2, complicity to murder, or 3, murder, principal, or accomplice. Instruction number 4A, murder. You will find the defendant guilty of murder under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. That in Nelson County, on or about July 3rd, 2015, and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, the defendant intentionally killed Crystal Rogers. Instruction number 4B, complicity to murder. If you do not find the defendant guilty under instruction number 4A, you will find the defendant guilty of complicity to murder under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. That in Nelson County, on or about July 3rd, 2015, and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, an individual other than Brooks Houck killed Crystal Rogers. and B, that prior to the killing, the defendant acted in complicity with that individual to kill Crystal Rogers, and C, that in so doing, the defendant intended that Crystal Rogers would be killed. Instruction number 4C, murder, principal, or accomplice. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either murder under instruction number 4A or complicity to murder under instruction number 4B, but you are unable to determine from the evidence whether the defendant committed the crime as principal under instruction number 4A or as accomplice under instruction number 4B, then you will find him guilty of murder, principal, or accomplice under this instruction, and so state in your verdict. Instruction number 5, complicity to tampering with physical evidence, a Class D felony. You will find the defendant guilty of complicity to tampering with physical evidence under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following: that in Nelson County on or about July 3rd, 2015 and or July 4th, 2015, and before the finding of the indictment herein, a person other than the defendant moved Crystal Rogers' vehicle to make it appear that Crystal Rogers had left the defendant's property, and B, that the defendant believed that this vehicle was about to be produced or used in an official proceeding, and C, that the defendant acted in complicity with this other person to move the vehicle with the intent to impair its accuracy or availability at an official proceeding, and D, that the vehicle of Crystal Rogers was physical evidence as defined under instruction number 2. Instruction number 6, admonitions. And I just noticed the mistake there on D. That should be the definitions are under instruction number 3. So on D, that sentence should read that the vehicle of Crystal Rogers was physical evidence as defined under instruction number 3. So I'm making that change to say 3 instead of 2. Instruction number 6, admonitions. You shall not consider as evidence against this defendant any statements that were allegedly made to Heather Snellen by Joseph Lawson and or Stephen Lawson. You shall not consider as evidence against this defendant any statements that were allegedly made to Barbara Coulter by Joseph Lawson. Instruction number 7, unanimous verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous, it must be in writing, and it must be signed by one of you as foreperson. And I will sign and date the original. Then there's a verdict form for instruction number 4. There's 4 choices. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of murder under instruction number 4. There's a signature line for the foreperson. Or 2, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder under instruction number 4A, signature line for the foreperson. Or we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of complicity to murder under instruction number 4B, a signature line for the foreperson. Or we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder, principal, or accomplice under instruction number 4C, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Finally, there's a verdict form for instruction 5 on the last page. Choice 1, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence under instruction number 5, a signature line for the foreperson. Or 2, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence under instruction number 5. There's a signature line for the foreperson. At this time, Mr. Boyd, are you ready to do your closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed when you're ready.
Please, the court. Counsel for the Commonwealth. Counsel for Mr. Houck. Good morning. Can everybody hear me? I appreciate your time and attentiveness through the last 2.5 weeks. I urge you right now, during our closing statements, to please take notes. You've heard relatively little from counsel for Mr. Lawson during this trial, and I want to make sure that everything I convey today, you all understand. Time's important to all of us. It's important to me, and I'm sure it's important to each and every one of you. Counsel for Mr. Lawson has chosen not to waste your time during this trial. The Commonwealth has chosen to not waste your time during this trial either. That has become clear in their presentation of evidence. In fact, in opening statements, Steve Lawson's name was mentioned more times than Joey Lawson's name. Brooks Houck's name was mentioned more times than Joey Lawson's name. Nick Houck's name was mentioned more times than Joey Lawson's name. And Rosemary Houck's name was mentioned more times than Joey Lawson's name. In fact, his name didn't even come up until the 3rd day of trial. We did not get up and ask questions that were already covered by counsel for Mr. Houck. This was incredibly difficult for Mr. Coleman and myself. We met in 2011, U of L Law School. We both graduated in 2014. So while we don't have the same years of experience on our side that the Commonwealth does on their table, what we do have is our God-given common sense. And we've used that throughout this entire trial. And we completely agree with the Commonwealth that you should use your God-given common sense when you're evaluating the facts in this case. Going back to time, it's important. I've already made that clear that I will not waste your time. And the only reason I'm taking it now is because this is important. You've barely heard from us. You probably forgot we were on trial at some point in the last 2 weeks. We were literally name dropped in a handful of times throughout the trial, and here we are. I have to spend time breaking that down. Sticking with time, which again is important to all of us, time is more than important to this case. It is critical. Time will tell you what could have happened and what could not have happened. I honestly don't know how the prosecution is going to tie this case up. I don't. It's unusual. I've never been in this situation before at the closing argument stage. I'm not sure if they know where they're going to go with it. Whichever one it is, whichever path they choose, I assure you when you combine the timing of the events supported by either witness testimony or cell phone data and your God-given common sense, any theory that they propose will be contradicted by another fact in the case. None of this is possible, and Joey Lawson is 100% innocent. As previously mentioned, he is collateral damage in this case. And he's not alone in that. This case has dramatically affected every person that has been touched by it. I'm positive that each and every one of you will vividly remember serving on this jury for the rest of your life. Let's start at the top and while we're here. Crystal Rogers. Is it possible she's alive? I guess anything's possible. But I'm not going to sit here and hypothesize and make up crazy scenarios, try to land on something that even I don't believe. Whatever happened to that young lady was terrible. Whatever happened to that young lady, she didn't deserve. She was a loving mother of 5. She wasn't on drugs. She wasn't engaging in some crazy lifestyle that should lead her down a path like this. She should be here with us today. My heart aches for her family, and I mean that sincerely. And I know that may not sit well with some of her family, as I'm representing Joey Lawson, but I mean it. I believe, unfortunately, they still have so many questions left unanswered that they deserve answers to. However, I can't provide them. And unfortunately, all the weight of the government over the last 10 years has not been able to either. With doubt, it has upended and forever changed the lives of those family members. Let's go to the city of Bardstown. This has forever changed that community. What was an otherwise quiet, tranquil, beautiful town in the heart of urban country was transformed. People were uneasy. The rumor mill started swirling immediately. People didn't feel safe. There were concerns of corruption, police involvement. The entire community was on edge. And these are just the regular citizens of Bardstown that have nothing to do with the case. To those that did have something to do with the case, it upended and destroyed some of their lives. People were charged with perjury, subjected to phone searches, unending interrogations by every government agency you can think of. Nelson County Sheriff's Office, Kentucky State Police, Bardstown Police, Louisville Metro Police, local joint federal task forces, the FBI, the ATF, even the IRS. A lot of these people were interviewed by multiple agencies years apart, never going away. In 2023, it all peaked. Governor Matt Bevin at the time essentially directed an edict that these cases be resolved, leading then Attorney General Daniel Cameron to appoint a special prosecutor. Enter Shane Young, and KSP. With all the right and just intentions, that chain of events is what got us here. They just did it wrong. They bullied, coerced, and intimidated the handful of statements you've heard against Joey Lawson. These people were already on the margins of society. They were addicted drug users. They had pending court cases, pending legal issues, pending CPS cases. Not pleasing the cops when threatened was just simply not an option. Fixing your statement to avoid perjury all of a sudden became a reality for people. This was not just the witnesses you saw. This was every witness that KSP had any level of suspicion towards. Joey Lawson is the result of the only possible link between Brooks and anything nefarious in that 13-second, 15-second phone call from his dad, Steve Lawson, to Brooks' house early on July 4th, 2015. I don't know what was said on that phone call, and honestly, I don't care. Did he call and report that we're done, boss? No, that didn't happen. The job wasn't done. The car's on the parkway. That job's not done. Did he call and let them know that there was some sort of a foul-up? No. You can't convey this foul-up and resolve it in a 13 and 15-second call. Brooks Houck, he's a sophisticated businessman. He doesn't appear to leave much room for error. He's meticulous. It's required to be meticulous to be a successful home builder. Did Steve accidentally call Brooks or call for some other reason? That's more likely. Either way, the response was short, consistent with Brooks not wanting to talk to a drunk Steve Lawson at midnight. I don't think anybody would want to talk to a drunk Steve Lawson at midnight. I assure you the only time Brooks contacted Steve was when he needed some sort of work done on his properties. Following up on his sophistication to believe any of the Commonwealth's theory, you have to reasonably believe that he would trust this incredibly important task of getting rid of the car to a father-son duo, one severely alcoholic, the other severely alcoholic with major drug issues. They couldn't even really get along to accomplish this task. It doesn't make any sense. Excuse me. Done so little talking over the last 2 weeks. This is wearing me out already. I'm confident Brooks and Joey have spent more time together in the last 2 weeks in the same room than they have together ever in their entire lives. When you're using your God-given common sense, think about that. I'm not saying Brooks had anyone move a car, but if he did, that sophisticated businessman did not hire these fools to do that. So let's start discussing the evidence. While you all are deliberating, please always confirm whatever you believe could have happened against both the witness testimony and the cell phone history that we have. Again, we agree with the Commonwealth. Mr. Lasowski stated that the cell phone information in his opening is critical in this case, and we agree 100%. This cell phone information should be your North Star in the deliberation room. Always go back to it. It's the only witness in this case that doesn't forget things. It's not using meth. It's not drunk at a bar. Hasn't been awake for 5 or 6 days straight. Hasn't been coerced or threatened to provide you its information. It's just data, but it's critical data. I'm going to go through the cell phone evidence on the simplest level I can, and then remind you at the very end how simple it truly is. I'm also only going to use the government's report in my presentation. Call detail record, CDR, those are cell phone tower pings. Hopefully we can all understand. We got a little bit of an education on that during the trial. That's all I'm going to discuss. The NELOS data, all that does is provide additional support to the established call detail record. You don't need that NELOS data to reach the right conclusion. But if you do use it, all it does is support what's already present in the call detail record. So Bardstown has roughly 40 to 50,000 people. It's not huge, and it gets rural real quick when you get outside of the city. Here are basically the only tower choices you have. Now this is a zoomed out map. And this is the Bardstown area here. This is the Bluegrass Parkway. This is Boston Road. We've talked about that plenty over the last 2 weeks. If you're traveling down Boston Road, these are your options in the area. They're limited. We can use our God-given common sense to realize that if they were on Boston Road, they should be connecting to these towers. They're much closer than these towers here. We got some slides out of order somehow, but I'm gonna work through it. So counsel for Joey received this report in December of 2024. It's about 6 months ago. I'm not a cell phone expert, but my jaw dropped. What does it appear is happening there? It's hitting off the north of each one of these. The government's expert said it was somewhat possible that the phone could have been on the BG. Somewhat possible doesn't get you a conviction. And it's not somewhat possible. It's completely possible they were on Boston Road, like the rest of the evidence supports. Now, what I had expected to see, this thing's clicking ahead too quick on me, I don't know, we're going to get through it though. I would expect to see, when they start traveling this way, a couple hits this way, a couple hits this way when they get there. Kevin, can you do this one by one for me? Just go ahead and get me to the end. Get me to the end of all the arrows, the blue arrows. This is what should have happened, or this is what did happen. All consistent with points leading off Boston Road. Despite this, the prosecution proceeds full steam ahead against Joey, because they have to connect him to Brooks somewhat to get what they really want. And that's a conviction against Brooks Howard. At any cost, damn the facts, close enough. It's not. This is a perfect time to talk about tunnel vision. We're all susceptible to it. Just because a lawyer or a law enforcement officer says something to you does not make it more credible. We're all susceptible to the problems of memory, and we're even more susceptible when you add drugs and alcohol into the equation. But tunnel vision. Let me take you back to voir dire when the attorneys were speaking to you individually or directly. Shane discussed a red and a green car with you. I believe there was a wreck. I think it was a hit and run wreck. The mother had swore it was a red car, while the two children that were in the car had swore it was a green car. Now the mother would likely be more trustworthy. She's an adult. It was her car. She has no reason to lie. The children are just that, they're minors. They're also likely not running a million things through their head, like, do I have adequate insurance coverage? How's this going to affect my transportation for the next week? But nonetheless, they have no reason to lie either. If there was an Amber Alert in this situation that had to be sent out immediately, I have no doubt the officers would have sent that out on a red card, trusting the adult's memory over the children's memory every day of the week. So how did that story end? We found out, it turns out the car was a green car, and the children were right. Joey's been a red car to this prosecution the entire time, when in fact he's a green car. They fell victim to the same thing that they wanted you not to do in voir dire. And I'm asking you now to not fall victim to it as they have, and really look at and examine the facts and piece together how their theory can be true. You cannot. However, if you take the handful of name drops, cherry-picked evidence against Joey, turn a blind eye to the most critical part of the information, the cell phone data, and do not use your God-given common sense, you will fall victim to this tunnel vision as well. I'm imploring you not to let this happen. And if during deliberations you know something could not have happened a certain way because of another fact, you must stand up, stand your ground, and remind your other jurors of its existence and its relevance. Now, did the mom lie in that scenario that we were talking about a few minutes ago? No, she was just mistaken. She literally mistook what she saw, though she believed it 100%. Now, I've enjoyed working with the prosecution on a personal level over the past 2 years on this case. There are some fine people. On a professional level, knowing that they know the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, with the cell phone data evidence that we have, I question why we're here. Unfortunately, again, we are collateral damage in the quest to convict Brooks Houck, because they need Joey to somehow, some way, make some connection to something from a phone call that Joey's dad had with Brooks that lasted 13 or 15 seconds to assure their conviction against Brooks. I'm not representing Brooks. He has a team of top-notch lawyers that can and will speak on his behalf. I'm just here on behalf of Joey because he did not have anything to do with any of this mess and is just another unfortunate victim of this tragedy. Subset, perhaps, of tunnel vision is memory, forgetting, mistaking, omitting facts contrary to your belief can all fuel this tunnel vision. Remember back on, I believe it was Thursday, Mr. Young posed a question to Detective Denny Butler. I assume he's trying to make a point that you can get a conviction with a no-body homicide. I've never seen it, but that's not the point. Mr. Young asked him about the Ivan Kano case in 2007, almost 20 years ago. At some point in between 2007 and last week, Mr. Young mistakenly forgot that the body was in fact recovered in a garbage truck, leading to the prosecution of Cecil New. Now, how did I know that was true? One of my close friends, Misty Van Treese, was working at the Louisville Public Defender's Office, and she represented Cecil New. And that was the last criminal case that she ever tried because it was so sickening. She'll never forget the images of that child. And that stuck with me. And I knew that was false. I knew that the child had been located. Let's get back to the maps. Again, my jaw is dropping in December. This is 6 months ago, guys. I expected the towers to have switched. I'm so sorry. To have switched and be hitting here, 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 and over there. But they don't. I thought that first slide that I saw, and I showed you a few moments ago, I thought that was an anomaly. Cell phones can be tricky. Not that tricky, though. I thought surely the next slide of them returning has got them pinging off the bottom side, consistent with moving down the parkway. But it doesn't. Again, this is your North Star. Kevin, do you want to do the arrows going back? And I just did this. And this is the same thing you just saw. This is what should be happening as they're traveling back. This is what actually happened. All consistent with traveling down Boston Road. Now again, this is your North Star. Make sure to consult this cell phone information every time you think you have something determined. Make sure to see if it can be true. Before we go through the witnesses, let's go back to Bardstown towards the end of 2015. For whatever reason, the investigation was forever compromised after the video recordings of Brooks and Nick's statements made it on the internet. If you recall, there's that phone call with Brooks and Steve Lawson. Steve Lawson is now a known name in Bardstown because of that part of the interview. Everybody knows this. They gave the rumor mill a swirling voraciously. And now Joey knows everybody thinks his dad had something to do with it. He's an adult, or he's a young, immature kid at this point. I think he was 23 or 24 years old. But he was really an immature kid. He's an adult, but I can assure you from the evidence you've heard, he was an emotional, drug-addicted mess of a person. During this time period, he was known to lie, presumably to his advantage in whatever situation he was in. And I want you to keep that in mind as you listen to the statements against him, all occurring after this fact that should have remained unknown was made public in late 2015. Let's now go through the 5 witnesses that actually uttered Joey's name in some regard, starting first with Heather Snell. She was interviewed at least 5 times by different agencies to land on what she gave you. This poor girl comes in about a month after her last statement because she was told if she had any more information to share that may be relevant, to come in and bring it. And she did, and she got punished for it. She arrived at the Kentucky State Police Post on September 20th, 2023, trying to help. She wanted to tell them that she did recall Joey contacting her at some point, asking about his whereabouts during this time period. Now let's switch gears briefly to Robin Mills. You may not remember her. She was the city engineer for Nelson County that came up here and testified. She has nothing to do with this. The only reason I bring it up is she didn't initially know where she was when she was questioned by police. She had to go back and look at the items that she had and determine where she was. Where was she? She was in Morehead State with her daughter, Governor Scholar, on a parents' weekend. She even brought out the little pamphlet for the event. Now, there's no indication of any kind that this lady was on drugs, yet she still had to go back and find contemporaneous information to determine where she was. Francine Holt, I believe that is Brooks' aunt, I believe. She had to go back to her journal to determine what was going on, and she presented that as part of her evidence. The reason I say this is any reference that Shane attempts to make in closing regarding this reaching out about his location was nothing more than a legitimate effort by Joey to determine where he was that night. He didn't ask her to lie for him. Nothing of the sort. The only thing that came out in testimony was he was trying to find out where he was, which is a perfectly reasonable thing for a guy to do that's living out of his car, likely without a bank account and a track phone. He can't go back and pull his bank statements and see where he swiped his card. He can't see who would go back, and he doesn't get a monthly bill with a statement. He can go back and review his phone calls and his text messages. It was an impossible task, and mind you, it happened 5 years after the events of this case, before he was ever even on the radar. We're still talking about Heather Snell, so let's go back to that. What'd she actually say against Joey? Said that she was high on meth in another room while the washer and dryer were running and overheard them, not identifying the speaker, that they moved the body at the Houck farm. She acknowledged the washer dryer was loud. She only heard bits and pieces. She even questioned if she heard it right because she was so high on meth. She also added that Steve and Joey were always high and drunk and were complete bullshitters. Let me go a step further, and please pay attention here. The next thing she says is Joey and Steve killed Crystal Rogers. She had not said this when Shane got done with his direct examination of her. Mr. Butler brought it out in his cross. She didn't remember saying it, had to listen to the audio tape, and she did say it. Now, I'm representing Joey, so why would I want you to hear that? Because it didn't happen. She even said afterwards that Steve said she had misheard that with no more context or follow-up. She didn't mishear it. She never heard it. How do we know? None of the evidence supports them having anything to do with her actual murder. We have the testimony that the skid steer at Houck's farm was broke down. There was no evidence of any skid steer being brought out to the Houck farm that day. There's also no evidence of Joey or Steve being anywhere near the Houck's farm that day. It's essentially an admission by the Commonwealth that didn't happen. Joey, in the jury instructions, we'll get to that in a little bit. Tampering with physical evidence, it's and/or car and/or body. Well, both those things didn't happen. They couldn't have. Joey had nothing to do with her murder, nothing to do with the Houck farm, moving her body, and nothing to do with moving the car. Next, Charlie Girdley, holy cow. I mean, this guy, I'm not going to go into him too much. I believe counsel for Mr. Houck is going to go into him thoroughly. But don't trust a word that this guy says. He couldn't remember what he had agreed to an hour before while I was trying to cross him. He has no idea what happened that night. There's this statement about the hogs, feed her to the hogs. The media loves it. They're going to write it, print it. Shocking. It's disgusting. It's outrageous. It also didn't happen. This hog story was one of those rumors that have been swirling around Bardstown for years. And when Charlie dropped it in there, they grabbed it. Shane or Mr. Lisowski, they'll probably pound the table on that one. You cannot replace outrage for evidence. Do not fall victim to that. Next, with Girdley, towards the end of my cross on him, I asked him about the keys. He said there were 3 or 4 keys and a key ring. That was it, nothing else. This has already been introduced as an exhibit. We zoom in on it. We've got a key. We've got a fob. We've got a beer can opener. Another key, another key, another key, another key. Some sort of another fob type device. Some sort of a carabiner behind there perhaps. And a rewards card. I didn't expect Charlie to get it right because he lied about everything. That's not 3 or 4 keys. He said it wasn't a wad of keys. It was just 3 or 4 keys on a ring. Let's move on to Rebecca Greer. This was Joey's stepmom for a period of time. What did she have to say? She was not in the same room with them, of course. That's not going to happen. But she heard something about moving a car, $50,000, and not needing to be brought up. Get this, she doesn't confront the guy. I don't care what her relationship with Joey and her daughter were like at the time. This is the moment you bust in the door and say, what the hell are you talking about? What happened? She doesn't. She waits until some unknown time later to ask Joey if she told Elizabeth about $50,000 in moving the car. Joey responded with, "If you want to know anything about it, ask Steve." That's not an admission of anything. Then she tells a story about going over to Elizabeth and Joey's apartment when they got into it. Fight ensues between Joey and his father, Steve. They go rolling down the stairs. I'm sure you remember that. It says Joey yells out to Steve that if he keeps on, he's going to tell everybody about that car and Steve's involvement. Again, not an admission of any sort to anything of Joey. Rebecca goes on to add that Joey said untrue things to make himself look good and wanted to be a tough guy all the time. Wasn't truthful overall, and especially when he was high, which of course he was. Mind you, this allegedly happened in 2019, 4 years of continual drug use after the fact. Again, that's even if it happened. For such a dramatic declaration by Miss Greer, and she said she was 30 years sober, and I believe that. I feel like there should be a better recollection of what actually happened. That is such a huge moment in somebody's life if you're living in the house with somebody like that. Let's move on to Stacy Kramer. I've got a decent bit to say about her, despite her barely mentioning Joey's name and never implicating him in anything. Let's start with the timing of her statement. In October of 2015, she writes in a tip to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office that the conversation was a week before the weekend of her disappearance. In her testimony on direct, she states it was that week and a few days before. When crossed by Mr. Butler or Mr. Shoring, she admits that it was 3 weeks before, consistent with what she had told the FBI at a later date. When Shane attempts to rehabilitate her and get her back into that week, she fights him. She eventually lands on reading her statement and saying, yes, it was that week. But she also mentioned that they went on vacation together. Crystal and Brooks had went on vacation together, and she used that as a reference point. And that was not the week before. That was weeks before. Overanalyzing every detail to the nth degree will lead you to draw fantastical conclusions. Let's talk about Steve riding around with Brooks that evening. I'll listen to it just as you did. And I also have some background in construction. Her recount of that evening sounded a whole lot more like Brooks was showing Steve different houses at different stages of the build process, going from house to house in the development, looking at potential upcoming jobs that Steve could bid on or work on. It did not sound like the intense one-on-one brainstorm session to plan a murder that the Commonwealth wants to make it out to be. When he gets out of the truck, he says something along the lines of needing to take care of a woman with kids who's on meth. In her original statement to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, she states, woman with children, not woman with 5 children. Now, she can state she was mad or whatever because they didn't take her seriously because they said Steve was full of crap and don't listen to anything that guy says, which is true. But the most important fact was the 5 kids. There are plenty of other women in Bardstown that have 5 kids. But Crystal had 5 kids. That's the most important fact. And she leaves it out. She adds it in at some point later, after she's talked to investigators. Let me remind you, this witness wore a wire unbeknownst to Steve, trying to catch him for months to give something up. When Steve was asked directly about this statement, he says he doesn't know. He may have been talking about taking care of Red, one of Joey's girlfriends. This is just my thought. Brooks also had a number of rental houses. He built houses and he rented houses. He had a lot of tenants. It may have had to do something with an eviction of a random tenant who happened to be a woman with children. It also just may not have happened, period. I don't know. Last witness, and then I'm going to start trying to tie this thing up for y'all. Barbara Coulter is Joey's grandma. Let's talk about her for a moment. She has one line that can be used against Joey. And the words, again, are very important. She stated he came in on an unknown date, which she obviously got wrong. She said 2022. Joey was paralyzed in, I believe, September? August 21. Now, I'm not going to hold that against her. She just made a mistake on the date. She was not on drugs. I believe what she said. Grandma, I need to tell you something. Steve killed Crystal Rogers. And that's it. Not one additional fact, detail, specific. Again, like Rebecca Greer, there's no stop the record. What just happened? Joey, are you kidding me? What's going on? Not one detail, fact, or specific is listed other than that statement. Then he leaves high out of his mind on his motorcycle against her wishes. She goes on to state that Steve and Joey had a very toxic relationship with each other. They would say horrible, awful things about each other. They would lie about each other, especially when they were abusing drugs and or alcohol, which unfortunately was just all the time. She's not high. I believe what she said. You should also pay attention to her reaction. She tells him you better not say that to the wrong person unless you know it's true, or it will end up being a fact. It'll cause you and your dad a whole lot of problems. Now, whether Joey had a moment of clarity in that statement, I can't guarantee. But if you notice the timing of this in 2021, we didn't hear any statements after that where anything was uttered from Joey at any point. Perhaps Joey actually took that advice from his grandma and stopped running his mouth about things he didn't know anything about. So where does that leave us? Let's start by Xing out anything Heather Snell and her Gurley have to say. They are not credible witnesses. They're two of the most untrustworthy witnesses I've ever seen come before court. Ms. Snellen tried to help and was obviously coerced into saying whatever she had to do to escape that interview room. Mr. Gurley couldn't remember what he had testified to and agreed to an hour before when I tried to cross him. Stacy Kramer barely mentioned Joey's name and certainly didn't include him. Joey Lawson's on trial here, not Steve Lawson. Statements made by Joey to his stepmom, Rebecca Greer, or his grandmother, Miss Coulter, are the product of a lying drug addict who commonly bolstered himself, liked to act like he was bigger and badder than he was. That's immature, dumb, and obviously dangerous. But it's not evidence of the crime when you view it in context. It's the ramblings of a wannabe badass. Understood his dad was under suspicion of being involved in this matter, used it as an immature tool to gain self-importance. Again, I ask you to go back to that North Star, the cell phone data. If you do so, you can kick all these statements out because they didn't happen. It's not possible. Again, I have no idea what the Commonwealth is going to spin up over there in their closing. I really, truly don't. I legitimately don't know, and I can tell you I've just never been in this position. It's shocking to me. I can't go down every permutation of every fact and every which way that they might try to connect these dots. Which is why I yet again say, go back and cross-check anything you've got with that cell phone data. It's your most reliable witness. Steve's phone never goes near Brooks' Houck's house that night, nor Brooks' farm, nor the parkway. We just saw that on the maps. Any attempt the Commonwealth makes to manipulate these facts for the 1 in a million possible under the most amazing circumstances in no way achieves the standard required, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Using your God-given common sense, it is apparent that Steve and or Joey realized that Chrysler had been stolen. Took steps to figure out if it had been repossessed by calling Capital One. They weren't making payments on it. They knew this was a problem. Once they figured out, I don't know if they ever figured out if it had been repossessed or not, but the next step, the only other option was Heather Snellen had to have it because she had the other key fob. So what do? They search her boyfriend and locate 7645 Boston Road as a potential address where the car could be. You can't make this stuff up. You also can't track down a stolen car while you're moving cars for other people in the middle of a murder. It doesn't make sense. They had that car many months. Heather Snellen testified that they had had it since early 2015, and we're in July, so they'd had it 6 months. This wasn't expected. It wasn't like the car was getting stolen every week, and this was a common thing. They walk out of the bar that night, and they're like, "Where's our car? We got to get it back." And they took reasonable actions to retrieve it. By the way, that situation is crazy. Don't finance a vehicle with somebody you're dating, but given the facts, it's reasonable that they would go back and get the car. If you think there was this big meeting of the minds, these guys were able to pull off getting her car to the parkway, mind you, Crystal is at the farm till 9:30 when her phone goes off, that we know. Her phone. I'm sure she had her purse and her car keys. Somehow, they get the keys, purse, and cell phone, though having no contact with Brooks. No trip down to the farm. And still get back to the bar with the Chrysler, continue drinking, and then go seek the car out. These guys can't multitask and sort that much without leaving any DNA, no phone records, no trace evidence, and get this, putting some unknown fingerprint on her phone. Whose fingerprint is that? I don't know. I would love to know. It wasn't Joey's. Wasn't Steve's, wasn't Charles Girdley's, wasn't Brooks, wasn't Crystal's, wasn't anybody in her family. We have no idea whose fingerprint that is. Yet Joey's supposed to have moved her car. It's not possible. Any story Shane puts up here on closing is just that, a story. He's going to need a lot of yarn to tie together, too. Going back to the beginning, time is important. This is one part of the time where I may waste a little bit of your time. I swear I'm almost done. But I must. Given everything I've said, I see no realistic avenue for conviction against Joey. He's innocent. They have not proved any of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even close. I don't even think it would meet the lower burdens of clear and convincing evidence or even a preponderance of evidence. In fact, I think the preponderance of the evidence shows that there's no way Joey could have committed it because he was on Boston Road. With that, it should be very easy to go to pages 5 and 6 in your jury instructions and find Joey Lawson not guilty of complicity to commit murder, not guilty of facilitation to murder, and not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. But let's talk briefly about the language of the instructions so I can point you in the right direction. Conspiracy to commit murder. There are all kinds of problems here. Most importantly, the line with intent to promote or facilitate the murder of Crystal Rogers. I can't square that with the next instruction on facilitation, but we'll come back to it. If you have your jury instructions, please look at them, please glance. We're on conspiracy to commit murder, subsection B. Joey agreed to aid Brooks Houck in the planning of this murder. We have nothing in evidence that suggests Joey and Brooks agreed to anything. It's not there. There's not even a phone call or a text message between these two guys that's been presented as evidence. He must be found not guilty of this charge, if nothing more. There was never any agreement, and they certainly never proved there was an agreement. But wait, there's more. Subsection C, Joey relocated the car and or helped move Crystal Rogers' body. This one is beyond me, and what I've said, I have no idea what fantastical theory prosecution will come up with in their closing. He's only one person. He either helped move the car or move the body under the prosecution's theory. He could not have done both that night, but more importantly, he didn't do either. Facilitation to commit murder. How do we square promote and facilitate in the conspiracy statute that conspiracy instruction we just read with this one? You've got in this title facilitation, but then the word facilitate is not used anywhere else in there. These are the words you have, and I don't have any better guidance for you. Perhaps the court will. Subsection A. Joey acted with knowledge that Brooks intended to kill Crystal Rogers. They never had any communication. Again, what more can I say? These guys don't know each other. Subsection B. Joey agreed to assist in moving the vehicle and or body while knowingly providing Brooks with an opportunity to kill Crystal Rogers. Nothing about moving that vehicle provided an opportunity to kill Crystal Rogers. Moving it or not moving it. Subsection C, Joey participated in moving said car. He didn't. Go back to your North Star. Go back to the cell phone data, and it will again show you this did not happen. Finally, tampering with physical evidence. So I got this one at first, but I'm surprised again. He didn't do either. We're back here with the car and or body. I don't know. We'll see together in the Commonwealth's closing how they navigate that. I'm going to skip subsection A because if you get there, we're already off track, but assuming so, let's go to subsection B. Joey did so with the intent to impair its accuracy and availability. He didn't do it. He did not do so. But if he did, he left it on the busiest thoroughfare in Nelson County for a day and a half with no attempt to go back and change a tire, get a tow, do something. That car was accurate and availably sitting on the busiest road in Nelson County. In this country, we realized witch hunts were a bad idea a couple hundred years ago. But from time to time, we tend to indulge and revisit a bad idea. We just did so here again. It's still a bad idea. The Commonwealth not only does not have the evidence to convict Joey Lawson, they have the evidence we just got 6 months ago. It shows that Joey Lawson could not have committed these crimes. Go back to your North Star. Go back to your cell phone data. Send Joey home. Find him not guilty on all charges.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're going to do is take a short break. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to discuss this case with you, I need you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to finally make up your mind about the case until all the proof has been presented, the instructions provided to you, and you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 10:25. You may go with the bailiff. Court's in recess until 10:25. At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call?
Yes.
Mr. Butler, proceed when you're ready.
May it please the court. Counsel, Brooks.
Brooks Houck is not guilty. How many guesses do you get? How much speculation do you get? And let me give you one simple answer. In a criminal trial, the answer is none. As we talked about in jury selection, this isn't a case about money, where the burden of proof is a preponderance of evidence. It isn't a case where the government's trying to take your child away, where they have to prove it by clear and convincing evidence. This is a criminal case where the government has to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, because you can't take someone's freedom away, because you can't give that time back. Two things in the jury instructions. The first thing the judge talked to you about is presumption of innocence, and if the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you've watched this trial, and that's why I brought it up in jury selection, it's really been the inverse. And what do I mean by that? And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by that. It has been the government that throws out theories. It has been the government that guesses. It has been the government that speculates. It's like playing that kid's game whack-a-mole. And it's been us proving to you things are wrong. And I want to take you back through some of the clips to show exactly what I'm talking about. If you could play clip 26. This is part of the cross-examination of Danny Singleton.
The prosecutor asked you, what are you going to do to convince the grand jury that you didn't do it? Do you remember him asking you that question? Not really, no. And your answer, what can I do? I'm answering all the questions I can. Does that sound familiar? Yeah.
That's how a witch hunt starts. What can you do to prove you didn't do something? Play clip 20, C12.
Well, there's a lot of talk about looking for a body. They come up on cross-examination. Why were you all spending so much time looking for a body?
Well, obviously that's generally a large portion of your evidence in a homicide case.
That's a large portion of your evidence in a homicide case. Play clip C9.
Is it possible that the phone was traveling down the Bluegrass Parkway and hit off that side of the town? Yes, it is somewhat possible. Yeah.
It is somewhat possible. That's the linchpin of their case. And we're going to go through the timeline here, but that's what ultimately leads to Brooks Houck getting indicted. This theory, because he can't be at the farm doing something bad and somehow at the same time transport himself magically back to his house and move Crystal's car. He can't do that, right? So they have to come up with some theory about why that car gets moved. And let me tell you what happened, and we'll talk more about it. It's very simple. If you look at the towers, and Mr. Boyd put them up there, you see the towers are, one is right below the Bluegrass Parkway, one is right below the Bluegrass Parkway, and the next one's right above the Bluegrass Parkway. You've all seen that, right? Now, what they did is they just said, boom, 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 hit the towers, must be guilty. And then you look at the azimuths that we'll talk more about, that Mr. Boyd talked about. But that is exactly the type of reverse thinking of how you're going to prove yourself not guilty. It doesn't work like that. But I'm telling you, when you look at that stuff, it's not even close. No one in their right mind would think that Steve Lawson was on the Bluegrass Parkway when we walked through that. Not to speak of reasonable doubt. No one in their right mind would even think that's possible. Play the next clip. C22.
I'm going to be the first to admit to you that this is not an ideal situation. I'm going to move over there to go pay. I'm more comfortable being over there. That things could be done better. And I'm not here to agree with that 100%, okay?
Take you back. And we'll talk more about this. That's the testimony about this supposed dog alert. Even the prosecutor, to his credit, starts the cross-examination of Heath Farthing by saying, I agree with you, we didn't do it. We could have done it better. We didn't do it right. But they still want you to consider that. Play clip C20. Or C23, I'm sorry.
You're not saying it's impossible for this dog to have alerted on HRV.
At the site with the white vehicle?
Yes, sir.
We're talking about. No, I'm saying it's impossible.
Think about that answer in the context of proving a case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's really what this whole case has become. Is it possible? Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. Play clip C20.
Are there ways to kill somebody and not be bodily fluids?
I'm sure it's possible, but highly unlikely.
Well, it's possible, right?
I mean, it's possible.
You notice these aren't even questions that we're asking for the most part. These are questions the prosecutor's asking. If you were unfortunate enough to sit in on a bunch of trials, these are the questions that defense attorneys usually asking. Well, is it possible that maybe this didn't happen? Well, I guess it's not impossible. This is the prosecutor asking these questions. This is the prosecutor asking these questions, and I guarantee when I'm done and he's done, he's going to say, convict Brooks Houck on this garbage. That's what he's going to say. But you've got to go back and read the judge's jury instructions. You've got to go back and think about what this means. This is in our Constitution, and that's what they want you to convict on. I want to go back and illustrate one more point before we move on to the evidence, to the witnesses, and talk a little bit about them. And the last witness that we presented to you was Denny Butler. And Denny's job, what we asked him to do, was try to summarize in as coherent a fashion as we could 10 years of searches by law enforcement. And so we got to the part where the FBI searched a property on North Howard in 2021. Now, a lot of this was coming at you all pretty fast, so I'm trying to slow this down. North Howard is in the Woodlawn subdivision. So the FBI believed maybe Crystal and or evidence related to her disappearance may be buried in the ground at this property and around this property. So the FBI searched it. And you saw pictures, they dug deep in the ground around it. Now, this illustrates what this case is all about. The prosecutor, we introduced, if you could put up the exhibit, please. So what happens is, the FBI finds in the dirt, they find hair and women's underwear. They do hair analysis. They determine that they should send this stuff to their DNA lab, okay? They find hairs and underwear and from the shirt. One of the hairs from the underwear had a root, was processed for nuclear DNA, but it gave no results. The shaft of that hair, along with the other two hairs from the underwear and the hair from the shirt, were tested for mitochondrial DNA. All four hairs are excluded as coming from Crystal Rogers. Now, why do I bring that up? And I'm going to talk more about that later. Number one, what did the prosecutor do? Well, he got up and said, well, one of the one of the hairs that you found, you couldn't get a profile, right? That's what this trial's become. Well, maybe one of the 5 hairs could have been her because we couldn't get a profile, even though the other 4 were excluded. Number one, that's absurd. But number two, it is a complete inverse of the roles that we have here. All 4 excluded. What's the second point of that we'll talk more about? All of this questioning of Denny Butler about how come evidence, would you not find evidence if something happened? Here's the FBI looking 6 years later after a house is completed in the ground and finding DNA evidence. You know whose DNA it wasn't? It wasn't Crystal Rogers. This case began with the Nelson County Sheriff's Office with the assistance of the FBI and other federal partners. The case then became the FBI's case in 2019, you heard. And they had it until 2023, or 2022. And no one was charged. And then we introduced the Kentucky State Police. And then we introduced the politicians. And there was really one an overriding directive, and that was to get Brooks Houck. And if you don't believe me, I want you to listen to clip C40.
So we're doing this, okay? I don't care if you were as a trigger puller, you're not going to jail today. I don't give a shit if you were the one who killed her.
I don't give a shit if you were the one that killed her. I got my marching orders, and that's to get Brooks Houck. And that's how you got here. And that's how you got here. Now I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that were thrown at you by the Commonwealth, and I want to talk a little bit more about all the lack of evidence in this case. The first thing they talked about was, if you recall, Christina Holly. Miss Holly was a friend of Crystal Rogers, and she said, well, they had date night, and she was excited about it. And so the theory behind that is, well, they had date night, therefore they wouldn't have gone to the farm, and they wouldn't have had Eli, therefore Brooks must have done something awful. That's the theory, right? And all of these witnesses they're going to point to, you have to, in order to make it fit with the government's theory, you have to assume it's sinister. You can't presume the innocence of it. You have to assume it's sinister. How many guys out there's idea of date night is not the same as a woman's? What did you hear about Eli? That there was problems, that she got frustrated because she thought Brooks treated Eli, he was the favorite because he was his blood son. So they go out to the farm. It isn't the romantic night she wants. And what happens? And I'm going to show you, it's not just me saying it, I'm going to show you the text messages, the text message that she gets mad. She gets mad. Now, does Brooks pick up on it? Probably not. If you could show the text message from April, please. Now, this is April 25th of 2015. So this is 2.5 months before she disappears. And Crystal's mad at him. Now, this isn't about a date night. She's mad because she says, I can't deal with the way you treat me. I'm tired of you putting me on the back burner. I'm sick of you doing everything for everyone else and not helping me. You won't die if you do something for me. Now, I don't know what he's doing. It doesn't matter. I don't know if he's helping on rental properties. I don't know what he's doing. And what does he say 2.5 months before this? Please come back home. Leaving late at night with nowhere to go is not good. I'm sorry you're mad. And I don't help everyone else and not you. That's 2.5 months before this happens. It's telling you exactly what her pattern is when she gets upset with him. The next kind of thing they throw out there is, well, it was raining. So no one would have gone to the farm because it was raining. Well, number one, it was raining off and on. Number two, they have a skid steer house. They have tricycles, they have big wheels, they have other things at the farm. You heard that in Brooks' statement, you heard that from Rhonda. But this was interesting to me about trying to look at the truth of things. So they showed you pictures of Brooks' truck. Remember, it was leaving his house and it was going out to the farm. And when you showed those pictures, you couldn't really tell if it was raining or not. But then they wanted to make a point that it was raining. So they picked out some videos. It showed you, remember, the lady had the umbrella in the dog park and a couple other ones. Listen to what they said in their opening. Two of their witnesses said, and one witness that we called. If you could play those, C41.
It's raining. Off and on all night. It was raining like that day.
Maybe not raining like heck, but it was raining on and off.
Do you remember what the weather was that night?
It was a little rainy.
Okay. And was it, while you were out there, was it raining?
While I was out there, it was not raining. And it stopped raining.
We didn't ask a single one of those witnesses that question. That was all the prosecutor, either saying it themselves or asking the witnesses themselves. The next kind of thing they threw at you all is this whole thing with the Wi-Fi, right? And so the theory behind that is they're saying, well, he must have been out there doing something bad because the Wi-Fi is going back and forth between the Edlin house and his mother's house. You all recall that. Well, there's a couple things about the Wi-Fi that are important to remember. Number one, in order to really figure this out, you have to do a test. Number two, when you're out there, and I'm sure every one of you all has had this happen, if you walk into a building or walk down the street, you'll see multiple Wi-Fis. That you may not connect to them, you may not have the password, but you'll see them scrolling through your phone. So where his phone is in relation to those Wi-Fis, we don't know. What that does is, and I think, I'm not going to get it now, that's why I had that drawing done that Steve did when Professor Louth was testifying. With the Wi-Fi, the circle isn't where you're at. It's what your phone is seeing. That's why we had the arrow pointing toward the circle. So what it's telling you is, I'm seeing that Wi-Fi. And he told you in his testimony, that could literally change between putting it in your phone in your pocket, taking it out. It could change by moving here and there. It could change. It could stay in a single place because you put the phone down, whether in a truck, a gazebo, a backpack, the skid steer house. What else did you learn from that? The prosecutor called Miss Evelyn, I don't remember her first name, and she told you, we paid $1,500 to put a big pole in our yard. You all remember that? Because we didn't have good Wi-Fi. Miss Evelyn, I think, worked at home, I think. And she had that old dial-up stuff we all had that do the pings and you couldn't get on the internet. So she put a $1,500 pole up there. And then she didn't remember this because she's not an internet person, but the FBI was trying to figure this stuff out. And so they asked her if they could look at their stuff, and guess what was on? A booster. So again, take this stuff and you have to look at it closer. Next question is, next thing they threw out is, well, Crystal wasn't answering texts that night. Because what we found out and what we know is that 9:23, her phone dies. Now this is really important. The phone isn't, per Mr. Hickman, the Commonwealth's expert, the phone isn't turned off. Something bad happens, you turn that phone off, the battery dies. The battery dies. It doesn't have charging. That's why the phone's off. And it's not just Hickman saying it. And frankly, he seemed like a pretty credible guy, but it's not just him saying it. Sometimes you have to cross-check people. Detective Snow said the same thing. Hey, when I got a hold of that phone and we took it into evidence, it was dead as a doornail. It comes back on at 11:57, and I'm sure you all, and I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to give you. It comes back on 11:57. I remember back then, sometimes you'd have residual charge. You'd something go off, you could turn it back on briefly, and then that's it. I don't know if she plugged it back in at the farm. It was time to go, didn't charge it anymore. But what I do know is, if you believe the Commonwealth's expert, Josh Hickman, that battery powered was not turned off. The phone died of charge. Now, another huge point in this case was made by the Commonwealth to try to say that Brooks was lying about what Crystal was doing when he got back to the house that night. If you would play clip C31, please.
More often than not, usually at night time, she's usually playing, those, and it's not Tetris, it's one of them bubble games on the phone or something. One of them, she usually does that at night time before she goes to bed.
Now, this is interesting, and this is goes right into what Professor Neuschatz told you. So Brooks is given a statement on July 5th. That's July 5th. So to kind of orient us back, Crystal Rogers' car is found on the Bluegrass Parkway on the afternoon of July the 5th. So they call Brooks in for an interview. It's the first time he's spoken with law enforcement. He doesn't obviously have to go in there, but he does. And he gives a statement. The first thing he says is, that's usually what he does. That's usually what she does when she goes to bed. My wife usually watches movie on her iPad. I have no idea if that's what she did last night. But that's what he says. Now later, he gets more definitive about that. Just like Neuschatz says, how memory works. Now, we talked about tinting of the windows. And when he first heard that, oh man, he tinted those windows. That's kind of weird. And he thought, I wonder why he tinted the windows. In fact, I don't know which one of you, and it doesn't matter. One of the jurors asked Rhonda, well, because nobody brought it up, did Crystal's car have 10 on it? Because it would be weird, right? If Crystal's car didn't have 10 on it, and she was carrying Eli around. And then what did you find out? She had 10 on it. And I think the other question that one of you all ask is, well, Rhonda, do you have 10 on your car? Well, yeah, and then she described it about the strip and all of this stuff. But you're still like, I wonder about Brooks having this 10 on his car. You know, it's June 26th. That's, around a week before Crystal disappears, give or take a day or two. You can put the text up, please. The same day that Brooks calls about tent, June 26th, Crystal texts him July 6th at 2:45. Eli's got an eye appointment. And then Brooks asks where it's at. That's why he put the 10 on the car. But do you see how this works? You just throw this stuff out. You throw it against the wall, and it's whack-a-mole. We have to go and explain it to you. Nick Houck's phone was off on July 3rd. That was the next thing to throw out. Why was Nick Houck's phone off? Mind you, Nick Houck is not a defendant in this case. He's driving a truck and lives in Bardstown. You heard from the judge, you can indict somebody based on strong suspicion. He told you that at the very beginning of the case in a proceeding that we don't even get invited to. And we don't even get to question witnesses. So, they're accusing Nick Houck, but he ain't here and he's not charged. But the big, that was an entire day of talking about Nick Houck. So what's that? He turns his phone off. What do you then learn from Amber Bowman? Well, they were moving that weekend. Well, why would he turn his phone off? They're moving. And it comes out. They live in a nice middle-class house. It's all fixed up the way she likes. and they're moving to a dump because he's trying to make a couple of bucks flipping property. That's why he turned his phone off. And then let's look at the white Buick. Let's talk about that for a little bit, because that was a big portion of this case that was about Nick Houck. So, you have a white Buick, there's a logging road on a property, not the Houck property, but on another property near the Houck property. So, you've heard from 3 witnesses. Now, the first witness, a guy named Daniel Donahue. Donahue was friends with the Ballard family. And Donahue says, at some point in July, he calls the police. They don't interview him. 10 or 11 months later, Donahue's interviewed by the police, and he says, I see a white Buick on the logging road. Call that. It's unclear to me, but at some point, maybe 2 or 3 years later, they interview another guy, Ryan Cecil, who's friends with Donahue. If you could play clip C1.
And you said it was a white car. What size of car was it? Small ones. White car.
Okay. So now you've got one guy that's interviewed 10 or 11 months later that's friends with the family that says, I see a big white car. There's a white Buick, 2000, 2001 white Buicks. We used to call them when I was a kid sleds. Big old sled car. Now you got his buddy who's not interviewed till much later, and he says he sees a small white car. Now, there is a third person on this coon hunt. A retired military veteran who is not from Bardstown, who is not friends with Miss Rogers' family, who has never heard of Brooks Houck and doesn't know him, who we didn't find. He was found by the FBI, and he was interviewed about the same time as Ryan Cecil. And if you could play clip C29.
Do you remember that evening seeing any vehicles on that road?
Now, the one thing that was consistent between those 3 men was that they got out there 10:30 at night. That was one thing that was consistent. And before I move on to that point, I want to stop and talk a little bit about this. So the only way to explain Mr. Hendricks is to say he's just mistaken. He's a good guy, he's just mistaken. His memory's not very good. That's the only way you can possibly explain it, because he doesn't have any connection to Brooks. The problem with that is he remembered how they got there. He remembered driving up the logging road. He remembered that they weren't separated. And if you remember that, the prosecutor tried to throw out that, oh, well, they got separated sometime, and Steve had to get up and show the FBI 302, their summary of the report, that Mr. Hendricks said we never got separated. In fact, all 3 of them said we never got separated. Here's the other thing he remembered, that he won. Remember that? I won that night. I treed my coon in 20 minutes or so. So you have to just you just have to assume that he's wrong and everybody else is right. Let me tell you, that ain't the way this works here. They're the ones that have the burden of proof. But here's the other, just these timelines, this is so difficult because obviously we've all had this case for a long time. and trying to figure out. And as Mr. Boyd said, I truly don't know what the prosecutor's going to say when he gets up there, because it's just a convoluted mess. And the timelines are all different and they contradict each other, so I don't know what he's going to say. But let me just point out some of the problems here. So 10 to 10:30, I'm going to say 10:30, 10 to 10:30. There is so at 10 to 10:30, I'm going to put a big question mark. 2 of the 3 guys say see a white car. One says he sees a big white car, one says he sees a little white car on a logging road. Owen McKinney, he was the guy that was at worked at the Dollar General store. We'll talk more about him later, but he was the one that says, I'm driving home from Dollar General on July 3rd. I leave around 10:15 from my store, and I'm going, and it's dark, and I see a car, and I could kind of make out the color of it, and the next day, I'm driving back to work, remember, and he says, I see a car, and it's maroon. And then later, and we'll talk more about this, he says, oh, that's Crystal's car, after he sees all the news coverage and gets a bunch of flyers and things like that. The interesting thing he says, though, that they put into evidence is, he says anywhere from a half mile to a mile and a half up the Bluegrass Parkway from whenever he sees a broken down car, he says, I see a white car. Ooh, well, that's weird, huh? He saw a white car. I wonder if that's white car's got something to do with this. You see all this stuff, they're just making it up. If this magic white car is on a logging road, assuming there is a car on a logging road, well, it can't be on the Bluegrass Parkway at the exact same time. I mean, this isn't Star Trek where you can transport back and forth. It doesn't make sense, but what they're doing to you is they're just throwing everything against the wall, hoping that you'll go, boy, that sounds pretty good. I'll go with that theory. It contradicts itself, and you're going to see it come more. And then you hear, well, Nick Houck sold this white car. Oh, that doesn't look good. Why would he sell the white car? We're going to come back to there's nothing in the white car. And Nick probably shouldn't have sold the white car because it drew suspicion on him. But I'm going to tell you why he did it. Number one, there's 2 reasons. Number one, he sells that car because this is 10 months into this disaster for the Houck family. They have gone from a normal, middle-class family, police officer, former daycare owner, guys building properties, respectable people, to the villains of the entire community. So what happens when they see that white car? There it is. This stuff's starting to die down. There it is. Look at those Houcks. I knew they did something wrong. Not the best decision to sell it. That's why he sold it. Let me tell you the second thing that you learned in this trial. Let me tell you a little bit about, and I'm going to take you back to Jamie Brooks' testimony about how law enforcement works. If law enforcement thinks something is evidence of a crime, they seize it. They take it. This car, remember, when it's seized, this white Buick, it has been sold to an auto dealership. Now, everybody agrees an auto dealership didn't do anything wrong, right? We know that. They paid money for a car, and what happens to it? It's seized. And it's sitting on the Jefferson County property seizure lot. So not only is it going to raise suspicion, it's going to take his grandmama's car. That's why he sold it. But the most important point of all of this that you can't ignore in a criminal trial. Whether Nick should have sold the car or not. Who's right or who's wrong if the car on the logging road. There is nothing in that car. Nothing. That car was swabbed for DNA. And we're going to talk more about this later too, but if you spill blood on this carpet, you can't clean it. You can get down with a scrub brush. You've heard this in Denny's testimony. You can vacuum it up. You can get down with a scrub brush. You may even be able to get it where if people walk in, they don't see it. But as soon as they spray that blue luminol on it, it's going to ping. And there's no DNA in that car. There's not a drop of blood. There's not a skin cell. There's nothing. They found, and this kind of sums the whole case up, I think. There's multiple hairs in this car. Multiple hairs. That tells you a couple of things. One, the car's not clean. You can't clean blood up anyway. But there wasn't even an attempt to clean the car. If you thought you were selling a car, but you had hauled a dead body, what would you do? You'd clean it as good as you possibly could. Anyone would. They find in this car all kinds of hairs. They find pubic hairs in the trunk. They find animal hairs. They find mixed race hairs. All kinds of hairs. They find one hair that they deem similar in color and limited microscopic characteristics. Let me break that down, and I'm going to show you exactly what Denny told you about that. And we're going to go back to that North Howard search. So what's that mean? That means in limited characteristics, I can't say by looking at it under a microscope it's for sure not hers. We're going to spend the money, we're going to test it and see what we can find out. Exactly what they did on that North Howard search. Remember, they found hairs, they looked at them, they said, similar enough, we're going to spend the money, we're going to send it for mitochondrial DNA. And it was excluded. So, if you could play clip C19 for us, please. And multiple hairs found in the car, is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And that included animal hairs, pubic hairs, mixed race hairs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, one hair was deemed, I'm trying to quote from the report, similar in color and limited microscopic characteristics. You're familiar with that?
I am.
So as an investigator, at that point in time, what do you do if you have a dissimilar, similar limited characteristics or similar? Then if you're an investigator, what do you do if something is limited, similar limited characteristics?
You would talk with the crime scene techs and especially the lab and see what you could do to further identify that hair. And I think in this case they did do that.
And what did they do?
It's a process. I've talked on the phone dozens of times about it. I don't know how it's done, but it typically consumes the hair.
You said the DNA is what you're...
Yes.
And in this case, this was sent off the DNA as you would expect.
It was.
And were they able to get a profile?
They were not.
And it's not their fault that the hair was consumed, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the process.
you make identifications based on the initial screening process and hearing process? No. In fact, it's led to those full convictions, is it not?
It has.
So what you do, and that's what they did, they tried to do the right thing, they tried to send it for DNA test, correct?
That is correct.
And of course, they didn't even bother to look at, you could show Ginger Holt. That's Miss Whiteside's granddaughter with blonde hair. I mean, that's what you're getting here. Just throw this stuff out, you can take that down. And there's no evidence. And then we get to the dog alert. So Mr. Benjamin, you saw him on TV. He is a nice guy. I mean, he is a good person. He's started this. He's got this dog, and what he's using it for, he used to be a law enforcement officer, but that's not what he did. He gets the dog for his church, which is wonderful. And they cross-train the dog. Now that's important. We're going to talk more about that in a minute. So what a cross-trained dog means is that theoretically that you could identify live scent and you could identify a deceased person with the same dog. Now, if you're doing charitable work, if you're responding to a tornado or a flood or something like that, that makes complete sense, right? Because you're not using that dog to try to provide evidence to convict someone in a court of law. I mean, you're saving money, and you hopefully, what are you really trying to do? You're trying to find a live body and save somebody in a pile of rubble. Good for him. He's a good guy. This is a criminal case where you've heard that they had resources unlike any I have ever seen in 30 years as either a federal prosecutor, state prosecutor, as a defense attorney. I've never seen anything like it. Denny told you that. Denny said, I've been involved in 400 homicides. I have never seen anything like this. You have access to FBI dogs, KSP dogs that are well trained. You'll see, if you go back and look at just some of the search lists that I introduced into evidence, and I didn't introduce all of them, we'd still be talking about this, but I wanted you to get some sense of what these searches were like. You'll see FBI canines on there. I mean, these are used all the time, and they found nothing. So, Mr. Benjamin has a dog with no training records, and that's really important. Because what you do, it's like anything else, you have to evaluate the reliability of the dog. How many times do they do false positives? How many times did you go out and search? What did you find when you searched? If you looked and you alerted, did you find what you were supposed to be alerting for? So if I alert and say I find a live body, is there a live person there? If I alert and say I found a deceased person, was there actually a deceased person there? That's the only way you can evaluate this stuff. And it's not his fault. He's a nice man, but the movers lost it. So no one even knows if this dog's reliable. And then they make another, so they've got a dog that's not meant to do this. They've got a dog with no training records. And then they screw up that. So Detective Brooks, nice guy, he sees this guy at the fair or the NRA show or whatever. It's like, hey, the guy's got a dog, why don't you help me out? What happens then? He drives them to this dog search. Why does that matter? Because Detective Brooks was present and participated in the search of the car several days before. Why does that matter? Because his live scent is introduced to that car, and his live scent is introduced to that dog. If you could play clip C24, please.
There's also been evidence in this case that a detective picked up Mr. Benjamin at a show with his dog, put them both in his car, and transported them from the show about 10 or 15 minutes to the scene where the search was to be conducted. That detective who transported them had participated and been present in the earlier search. In your opinion, could that affect detected a potential alert by the dog during the subsequent search?
Absolutely.
Let me go back to another little bit of how dogs work in normal scenarios. Here's how police use dogs. So they run a dog. Let's talk about drugs. They'll run a dog. They think there's drugs in car A. So car A is in the parking lot, and we think John Doe has drugs in his car. What they do is they take a dog that's well trained with records, and they run the dog by the car. If the dog alerts on the car, then they will go to a judge and they will say, Judge, based upon the fact that we think John Doe is a drug dealer, we think John Doe's done X, Y, and Z, and we had a well-trained dog hit on the car, we think it's probable, meaning it's more likely than not, that there's going to be drugs in that car. Can we get in there? And then you get in the car and you find out if the dog was right or not. That's the way this is supposed to work. Never in my life seen it the other way around. We found nothing in the car. We're going to get a dog that's not well trained with no records, and we're going to have the dog try to disprove the forensic science. That's what this case is. They're offering the dog to try to disprove the fact they found nothing in the car. Exactly the opposite. Play clip C23.
You're not saying it's impossible for this dog to have alerted on HRV? At the scene with the white vehicle? Yes, that we're talking about. No, I'm not saying it's impossible.
Play clip C25.
Even though it's not recommended in your expert opinion, do you still think dogs can be successfully cross-trained? In my experience in the industry, no, I don't. We've seen one individual from Russia that comes over and visits in San Francisco and trains, that even after 13 years, she's still having extreme difficulties with reliability for dog in cross-training the dog. Well, it's performed as a cost-effective measure for handlers having one dog for 2 disciplines.
Play clip C22.
I'm going to be the first to admit to you that this is not an ideal situation. I'm going to leave over there. It's okay. I'm more comfortable being on the way. That things could have been done better. I'm not here to agree with 100% with that.
That's the case for the Commonwealth. Things could have been done better. Speculate, guess, fill in gaps. That's not your job. This evidence isn't there. Let's talk about this, back to this car on the Bluegrass Parkway at 10 o'clock. Now, if we can start with that, if you play clip C36.
Describe the tips.
They ranged anywhere from we spotted her at a Waffle House in Rhode Island to she's working at a nursing home in another state. Various tips about the vehicle being on the parkway at different times. Some of them were psychics calling in, wanting to get information. Just lots of different stuff.
So what happens is they get a multitude of tips. They reach into the tip drawer and they pull out 2 that they like. Okay, that's where this starts. You get, first of all, we talked about Owen McKinney. We're also going to talk about, I think his name was William Gunther. I'm not sure. That's the guy's first name. Mr. Gunther, if you remember, he says, I'm leaving Lowe's. I'm driving down the parkway. It's about 10:15. I'm going 70 miles an hour, so it's dark. I pass a car. It's got its hazards on. Best I remember, I can't really make out the color. Next day, or 2 days later, Sunday afternoon, he's driving down the parkway, going back the other way, and he sees a bunch of police cars around it, right? And then he says, I see the news, I see the car on the news, everybody's talking about it. 10 or so days later, he goes to the police and says, I think on Friday night I saw Crystal's car on the Bluegrass Parkway. That's what he says. Then you have Owen McKinney, same thing. You can play clip C8. Now he's leaving, before you start that please, he's leaving the Dollar General, as I told you, around 10 or 10:15. He's going around 70 miles an hour, give or take, driving home after his work shift. And this is what he says.
The questioner asked you when you saw it that night, talking about July the 3rd, first time you see this vehicle. Did you notice what kind of car it was that night? Do you remember this answer, word for word, that you gave him? I just noticed it was a dark car that night. And then I could kind of see the color when my headlights hit it. Do you remember that answer? Yes, sir.
He goes on in his testimony to talk about he sees the news. He sees the car on the news. He goes on in his testimony to say he has seen flyers. He has talked to the victim's family because they're coming in handing out flyers for Crystal. And he then contacts the police sometime not too long afterwards and then is interviewed 10 days later. If you could play clip C16.
How does the exposure to an event, time-wise, how does that potentially impact memory?
So if you think back to if you're asking me about exposure time,
Yes.
When you think back to when you were studying for exams, the longer time you spent with the material, the better you were able to retain it and hopefully do well. So the longer you have to see the information, when it's not occluded, when you're not stressed out, when you pay full attention to it, the better your memories are going to be, meaning you'll be less susceptible to this post-event suggestion.
How can elements such as whether it was light or dark out when you say something, how might that impact your memory?
So anything that makes it easier to see, right, more visual acuity, you're able to make out more features, which gives you more cues to memory and easier to get things out. When it's dark out, you can make out fewer features, so it's harder to decode, get into memory as many features, so you have less avenues to get it out of memory, and it's harder to get that information into memory. So the function when it's dark out in two ways. You don't see as many features, so there are less things in memory, and you have fewer cues to retrieve those things to get them out accurately.
And then he goes on to explain a little bit about what post-event suggestion is, which is a psychological term, which is common sense. You see something, doesn't mean anything to you then, and then you go back later, and you're like, I wonder if I saw that. Maybe I did see that. The phenomenon, and this is the one, I'm a big sports fan. I don't know if you are, but the phenomenon is big-time sporting events, whether you're if you're a Kentucky fan and you're my age, you probably remember Christian Laettner hitting that crazy shot and beating Kentucky in, I think, 91 or 92. But that event, where you're at, how you remember it, what you see, and then what you'll find out if you look at it, is people will say that they were at a game that they weren't at, that they were watching a game that they weren't watching, because they see it over and over and over again on the television afterwards. So it's really important when you evaluate these. I'm going to come back to all this inconsistency here in a second. As news shots, I remember I asked him, I was like, why would all these people call in? I mean, they're not all lying, of course. People don't just call the police and make stuff up. Some people do. And it's like people are well-meaning. They want to help, but they're wrong. And it's not just Professor News Shots, because that's the only thing the prosecutor's going to be able to get up. He's going to say, well, you know, they hired this guy, so he's just saying this stuff. This stuff's coming out of multiple studies for years and years and years, and they didn't ask one question of it, because it's just true. But on top of Jeff News Shots, if you could play clip C35, I'll let you hear what a seasoned police officer says about people's reliability.
Why would I get a dozen people telling me they saw the car on the parkway on Saturday and another dozen telling me they didn't? People are unreliable.
That's John Snow, the lead detective in this case. So, you also heard they come in. This is a prosecutor trick. There's nothing wrong with it, but are you sure? Are you 100% certain? Right? That's supposed to really mean something. Well, I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it was true. It doesn't mean it's true. And then you heard Professor Neuschatz say they talked about the lineup. You remember this study? This stuff I find is fascinating. It's probably the nerd in me. So they have this lineup. You have people pick out who the perpetrator is in the lineup. The perpetrator's not in the lineup. The people that pick a person, and if they're told, well, you picked the right person, even though it's a study, even though they know that's not the right person. That person wasn't there. They didn't have anything to do with it. But if you pick that person and they say, you got the right person, the correlation between how sure they are goes through the roof because they've told you got the right person. So the fact they say that means nothing. Now, let's go back to my little timeline thing. All right, so if the car was really on Bluegrass Parkway, I'm going to say at 10:30. Okay, so we're going to say 10:30. Car, BG. Okay. Let's pretend that's true for a second. Don't think it is, but let's pretend it's true. Now, the linchpin of the prosecutor's case, the reason that Brooks gets indicted is because of this cell phone data. Because all this other stuff exists way back and it's been there for years. And it all hinges on this 12:07 a.m. call that we're going to talk more about. So the theory, and Bobby talked about, the theory is 12:07, Brooks talks to Steve Lawson. Steve Lawson then leaves Bardstown and drives out to the Bluegrass Parkway. There is absolutely no phone data at all that shows that Steve Lawson left Bardstown and went down the Bluegrass Parkway between 9, 10, 10 to 11. None. Not even misinterpreted it. It doesn't exist. It's not there. He's in Bardstown. So it's inherently inconsistent. The whole case is garbage. They're just throwing stuff against the wall. Except you have the magic man. You have the magic man. And you know who the magic man is? The magic man is Joey Lawson. You know why he's the magic man? Because law enforcement doesn't get any of his cell phone data. None. So they can move him wherever they want. They can pretend he went here, and they can pretend he went there, and they can pretend he went everywhere, but they can't prove any of it because it didn't happen. If you could play clip C-37, please.
Now, you talked about, they were discussing Crystal's car on video. You all were not able to positively identify the vehicle, correct? On video, Crystal's vehicle. That's correct.
All right, that's another important point. So if this was all true, which it's not, you heard in the evidence that it gets pretty doggone dark, 9:30, 9:45 in July. They've got video all over the place, and you heard from Detective Snow. You've seen Brooks's truck different times, heading out to the farm, heading back. You didn't see that. You know why? Because if they move this car like they say, you see it on the video. If it's there by 10:15, it's dark. It's going to be light enough to see it. They're going to identify it. Most likely, unless they timed it perfect. But it isn't there. You know why? Because she moved the car herself in the middle of the night. That's why they don't have it on video. But they want you to ignore that too. The next thing they talk about, and they spend a great deal of time, and I'm just going to talk. Brooks' statement. On July the 5th, Brooks goes and he gives a statement I played the clip of about that's what she usually does on the phone. You saw that. What happens after that? July the 6th, he's back interacting with the police. Police are at his family farm. Searching. July the 6th, there is a press conference by Sheriff Mattingly. And that is talk about Ms. Rogers' disappearance. Brooks is told not to go because of all the accusations. Brooks is told not to search with all the accusations. So by July 6th, it's on. It's the world against the Houcks. But Brooks keeps cooperating. He not only submits to interviews, he gives DNA, he gives fingerprints. Doesn't have to do that. He gives Crystal's phone to them, gives his phone to them. Goes everywhere they ask him to go, lets him search his house, lets him search his truck. Miss Rosemary Houck, his mom, lets him search the farm. The first day you heard, she was going to let him do it, and they're like, now we want to get a warrant just to make sure it's all good. You heard his sister talk about what it was like. And obviously, Bobby said something, and I want to stop here. This is awful all the way around. This is awful all the way around. Crystal Rogers has been gone for 10 years. I'm not minimizing that. And I'm not equating the two things of what I'm getting ready to say. But at this point, they're getting threats. They're not safe. Accusations are flying. A good family, a middle-class good family that's done the right thing their whole lives is the villains in town. By the time, at this point, they circle the wagons. That's as plain and simple as it can be. These people circle the wagons. And if you ever want to understand why people, if you watch a television show and you watch lawyers on TV and they'll say, hey, don't talk to the police. And I hear people say all the time, and the police are good guys. I'm not disparaging them. But people will say, well, why wouldn't you talk to the police? Well, I didn't do anything. I'd talk to the police. All you need to do is go back and listen to this July 7th portion of the interview that the prosecutor played, where they asked Brooks, hey, what's the worst thing that ever happened to you? And he said, well, I try to be positive or something like that. Now, the reason they play that is that's supposed to be sinister, that this guy is just so bad that he doesn't even care that she's disappeared. Well, obviously, what he's telling him is, there's really nothing that stands out before this. Even if he didn't like Crystal Rogers, which I think you saw the text he did, but even if he didn't, having the police do this to him and his family, you guarantee that's the worst thing that ever happened to you. But that's how things get twisted. That's why you don't even say anything. So he goes in July 8th and he gives the statement that you heard so much about. And I want you to remember a couple of things about that. Number one, at this point in time, Brooks Houck has bought a recorder. These are statements are recorded by the police as well. He's auto recorded. Number two, he is so paranoid when he gives this statement. If you watched it, he is literally reading out his written statement into his own recording. Number three, I've never seen anyone do this in my life. When he's writing that statement, he is making X's in the margins to make sure no one writes on his statement. Now, the point of all that is, well, he didn't say where he was on July 3rd. First of all, when you go back and look at the statement, there's no humanly way possible that you could ever read this statement and conclude that he was writing, that everything he wrote down here was things that he was going to do on July 3rd. There's no humanly way possible you could. It talks about multiple vacant lots. It talks about preparing developments. These are things on him that he had to do, number one. Number two, he tells him he goes to the farm. Haul all high density to the farm, burn it, burn at farm. So he tells him he's going to the farm. All right. Now, what he does, what he shouldn't have done, is he doesn't tell him how long he spent at the farm. And why does he tell him that? He doesn't tell him that because they've already been at the farm twice. They've already searched twice. He's already been interviewed at this point 2 or 3 times, been to the police station every day. Oh man, if I'm at the farm all day, they're gonna even suspect me more. So he doesn't say it. He says he went out there, he gave him his phone, which tells him where he was, but he minimized it. Here's the key point to that you have to analyze all these things. If you're at the farm all day, and that's something you're up to no good, let's say you're digging a hole. You're gonna kill somebody, and you're digging a hole. It may take hours to dig this hole. That didn't happen. That farm has been searched over and over and over again. That didn't happen. I'll tell you a story about a criminal case, and then I may ask for a break and come back. That's all right, Your Honor. Just leave about 1 hour 15. I'll tell you a story about a criminal case, nothing unrelated to this, but I think it sheds a lot of light on this one. This guy was a marijuana trafficker. And you sell drugs, you make a lot of cash. And so the FBI comes in, they go into a barn, and they dig up every place in the barn that this man has cash. And I was like, well, how did they figure out where it was? You know what the FBI's answer was? Because we just went to every place that was disturbed. Because if they were actually, he was actually buried the cash, but it was really easy to figure out where because the dirt was different. So none of this is incriminating if you put it in the light of there's nothing at the farm. Your Honor, if you want to take a break.
Please see counsel at the bench.
I was just going to say, do you want to take a break? It's been 1 hour and 15 minutes. I got a ways to go.
How much longer do you think we're going to go?
At least that long.
At least another hour and 15 minutes?
At least, yes, sir.
Let's just keep going.
Why don't we just go to noon and we'll take a lunch break?
Okay, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Why don't we just finish with it? And then
I don't want to keep it. I mean,
I don't want the jury, if he's going to go another hour and a half, I don't want the jury having something bad.
yes, sir.
I just think it's a little much for lunch.
Okay.
okay.
Let's go to noon.
Yes, sir.
It's just gonna give him more time to talk more. I'm saying,
Oh,
he'll
it's
get more time.
I've got my notes. I'm gonna get through them.
We'll let you talk as long as you want to, too.
And when we talk about, was there a crime scene out there? It's not just me saying it. If you play clip C13,
I'm talking about a crime scene where you might find blood, tissue, body fluids at the farm, out by the car, any location that indicates something violent happened. You can prove. You didn't find that. We did not find proof of a crime scene. That's correct.
now I want to loop back into something he saw that we'll talk more about later. When people are under intense pressure, they make mistakes. Brooks should have been clear that he was out there longer than he was. Brian Luckett, you didn't meet him. You saw a lot of him on the video. He's the Kentucky State Police detective that did some of these interviews. Nice guy, typically. Well-trained. As you saw, he was given, as you heard from Professor Newshots, he was given the retraining in August of 2022. He conducted some of the most coercive, outrageous interviews that you'll ever see in your life. Not a bad person, but he was under intense pressure. And he made mistakes. That's the context of all of this. Another thing you heard is Nick Houck calls into Brooks's police interview. Now, Nick Houck's a police officer. He's a patrol officer. He's not a detective. He's the guy that responds to car wrecks and 911 calls and things like that. But he is a cop. And his brother's been down there 4 straight days. He's been down there for hours. And he's there voluntarily, and John Snow's he's a nice guy. He's not beating up on him or anything like that. But at some point, it's not about getting more information. At some point, it is, we're after you. And to Detective Snow's credit, he told him that. You're our guy until we figure something else out. Now, they never looked for anything else. That is his fault. But I don't care whether Nick Houck is a police officer or not. That's his brother. That's his brother. Enough's enough. Enough is enough. They're going to railroad you. Get out of there. And interestingly enough, Brooks didn't even leave at that point. He's like, Detective Snow says, well, you can leave if you want to. To his credit, I mean, he didn't treat Brooks like those state police guys treated all these other witnesses. He says, you can leave if you want to. He said, essentially what he say? He's like, he thinks y'all are trying to railroad me, or, and John says, well, you can leave if you want to. And Brooks says, no, just ask whatever questions. If you got questions, you just ask them. And Detective Snow said, well, really, that was kind of all the questions I had, and that's where it went. The Houcks taped the grand jury. Why do they do that? Because everyone at this point is out for them. Everyone. Everyone is out for them. And they want to know what they said, what's being asked. If you look at everything as sinister, if you presume someone guilty, that's what's wrong here. That's why there's no real evidence, because they start with the assumption that he's guilty. They presume him guilty, so they look for ways to interpret things to say he's guilty. And then they don't find anything, but they never stop and go, maybe we're wrong. The Houcks know they're presumed guilty. That's why they're taping the grand jury. This got so bad that they went to see a lawyer a month after this. That was silly. They should have seen a lawyer on July. He should have gone to see a lawyer on July 7th. Once they told him not to go to the press conference, he should have. But he didn't. He wanted to cooperate. He wanted to try to help. They go to see their own lawyer, not Steve, a month later or so. They taped the lawyer. Sinister or paranoid? Paranoid. That lawyer's not trying to do anything to them. He's there to try to help them. That's how paranoid they got. You heard the prosecutor play a clip about a blanket. Now let me put you in context. So this is July the 9th, all right? On July the 5th, Miss Rogers' car is found on the Bluegrass Parkway. On July the 8th, Brooks gives his third or fourth statement to law enforcement, the one we just talked about. That's the day that his brother Nick calls during the interview and says, they're trying to railroad you. Get out of there. You've told them time and time again, leave. The next day, because of that telephone call, Nick Houck's police cruiser is seized by law enforcement. In the trunk of that police cruiser is a moving blanket. Remember, going back, Nick was moving that weekend. Remember, he's moving from the house on Glenview to the house in Olympia that's a dump, right? His moving blanket is in Nick Houck's police trunk. Tape is, I think, 41 minutes long. The beginning of it, it's Nick Houck and his mother and his brother talking about the police processing his car. They leave. His mother says, "Is there anything on that blanket?" But first of all, what's his response? No. But again, you look at everything as sinister, and you think, oh, well, his mother, the daycare worker, the daycare owner, just for no reason, and we'll talk more about that, no reason at all, just she's in on some murder plot. Or you use your common sense. Both of her boys now, not just Brooks, but now Nick, everyone's pointing a finger at him. It's so bad, Nick's police car's been seized. If one hair, one drop of blood, one skin cell, anything of Crystal Rogers is on Brooks's blanket, moving blanket in that trunk, Nick Houck would have been locked up that day. That's the context. And you know what? Like everything else, what did you learn in this trial? There is not one piece of DNA, not hair, not skin cell, not blood, not anything of Crystal Rogers in Nick Houck's police car. Then you hear another clip. And this clip's about a tip. And so when it's played to you on direct, you think, wow, how would he know a tip's not good? So let me put you that one in context, right? July the 9th. You hear a tape between Miss Houck, and this is they don't know that. There's no way they're not taping themselves. This is an inadvertent taping. They're driving down the road, same tape, and they see people, I guess, on the side of the road on Highway 49 in Bardstown. And Brooks says something to the effect of, that tip's got them jacked up. And you stop and you think, wow, boy, that's That doesn't sound good. How would he know the tip's jacked up? Right? I mean, that's what they want you to believe. And then it comes out, right? Then it comes out that on July 5th or 6th, or 7th, it doesn't matter, Jon Snow tells Brooks about the tip. He says there's some guy saw Crystal, this timeline's important, walking down the road, not on the Bluegrass Parkway, mind you, but in a road in South Bardstown, 49, and she's walking down the road, and he sees her around 1:30 or 2 o'clock on July 5th on Sunday afternoon. So the time he's telling Brooks about this tip, it's a couple of days old since this man's sighting. Okay? Now, Jon Snow knows something that he, to his credit, you're going to hear him say, he tells Brooks the truth. And you heard it from Professor Newshots. People are unreliable. So if you could play clip C42.
And we kept this from everybody, essentially, until today because we were waiting on some people to get there. But we had someone who told us that they saw her on 49 on Sunday in her car, Sunday between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. And we don't know how reliable that is. You know, there's been a lot of people calling in saying they saw a car there, they saw a car there. So, but we've got people down there looking now just to say that we looked, you know.
Just to say that we looked, you know. And he told him, don't get your hopes up. This is 4 days later. But if you don't get that context from us, if you don't get the context, then you can spin it as sinister, right? This is 4 days later. Of course it's not a good. Was she still walking 4 days later down Highway 41? I mean, that's ridiculous. The other thing that is important to note, you've heard testimony of this tape, which is obviously an accidental recording. It ran for about 40, 41, 42 minutes. So if you believe the government, Brooks and his mother are in a car. They are involved in some conspiracy to kill someone. They don't know the recorder's running. Everybody is villainizing them. Everyone. If you believe the government, and I don't mean any disrespect to Joey Lawson, they've included a drunk idiot and a drug in his father, and they've included a druggie in his son. Can you imagine talking with someone knowing that you could go to prison for the rest of your life, that you've included, and again, I don't mean disrespect, but you've included Joey Lawson and Steve Lawson in your plot, and not one time does anybody say, hey, talk to Joey, is he good? What about Steve? Steve doing all right? You don't think he'll say anything, do you? You don't think Joe? You think Joe will keep his mouth shut, don't you? You don't think any of that will happen? Not one time. 41 minutes, not one time do you hear, hey, the gun that you used to kill her, you got rid of it, didn't you, Brooks? Or you know, they say Nick was involved. Nick got rid of it, didn't they? Or did you hide it good? Did you throw it in the Ohio River? Did you shoot it to the moon? Not one time. Not one time do you think, well, I hope they don't look for that body over on 1234 Mockingbird Lane or wherever. Not one time. Use your common sense. They're in on some conspiracy and they don't know they're being taped. They don't know they're actually taping themselves, and everybody's pointing the finger at them. This is right after Nick Houck's police car got seized from him. And nobody seems to be worried that old Joey over here is not just get caught with some methamphetamine and spilled beans. That's ridiculous. Next thing you heard They played you this tape of a car coming up Pascal Ballard Road about 3:30. Now, for your orientation, Pascal Ballard Road is the road that Rosemary Houck's farm is on. So it's 3 or 4 houses out that way, and then there's a road that keeps going back, but it goes into the Houck property. So you see that car coming, and it's there 10, 12 minutes, somewhere in there, and it leaves. Again, got to assume that's, if they want you to assume that's sinister. We don't know if that's kids going back there to drink. We don't know if that's kids going back there to have sex. We don't know what that is, and they don't either. They don't either. And you have to assume, if you think, oh, it's, if this is, Nick Houck's got to be involved in this somehow or another, because that's what they're saying. Now Nick isn't charged with anything, but that's what they say. Well, there's a camera on the house next to him. So why on earth would he creep up there, or he didn't even creep, they just drive up there with lights on with the camera? If it's Nick Houck and that's what they think, why does he turn the lights on? They just want you to guess. They want you to take their speculation and their guesses, and they want you to try to fill in gaps that they can't fill in because there's no evidence. We're going to spend a lot more time after our break talking about this phone data. But the next thing that really I want to talk about their assumptions is this 1207 call from Steve Lawson to Brooks Houck. And the misinterpretation of this call is why you're sitting in this box. It is why you're sitting in this box. Because Steve Lawson calls Brooks Houck at 12:07 a.m. And if you recall, in Brooks' interview on July the 8th, John Snow has got Brooks' phone records. And he's trying to figure out who's called at certain times. And so I can't remember Steve Lawson's number, it's 492 something or another. John Snow says, hey, who's that? Brooks says, I don't know. He goes, let's get my phone. Okay. Now, first of all, they posited to you that this is staged. At the point in time, if you go back and recall this interview, Brooks has left his phone in his truck. So he doesn't even know he's going to have his phone when this interview is taking place. At some point during the interview, John Snow says, hey, we'd like to copy your phone. And Brooks says, okay. And then he says, but I want you to go out to the truck with me, if you remember. I don't want anybody to say I deleted anything or did anything off of it, right? Going right back to that whole paranoia thing. So Brooks doesn't even know he's going to have his phone in this interview. And he certainly doesn't know that John Snow is going to have phone records. So what's he do? He says, well, we'll call him. Same thing he did with Danny Singleton on another interview. He calls him, and Steve Lawson says, hey, man, I was calling you the other day, or something to this effect, I was calling you the other day about a rental. So law enforcement says, well, that's sure suspicious because he started to answer the question before it was asked of him. How many times in your life have you called somebody, they call you back and say, hey man, I was calling you about, see if you wanted to go grab a beer. Hey, I was calling you to see if you saw the Cats play. Hey, did you see we picked up a new recruit? So that's literally how bad this gets. That's how bad it gets. That's from that point, that call becomes the absolute linchpin of this case. You heard from Danny Singleton. Danny Singleton says, in sum or substance, Rosemary Houck asked me if I knew someone that could get rid of Crystal Rogers. Now, Danny Singleton had been interviewed in the grand jury, and he was asked if Rosemary Houck ever said anything to him. The answer was no. Danny Singleton was asked by the FBI, Rosemary Houck ever say anything bad to you about getting rid of Crystal? No. He's been asked that twice. What Danny Singleton did do is lie in the grand jury because he didn't tell him where he was on July 3rd. Not because he had anything to do with Crystal Rogers' disappearance. He just didn't want him to know that he was up smoking crack at his house. Because of that, if you really want to understand what this case has become, because of that, he gets indicted for perjury. And he gets a $200,000 cash bond for perjury, a Class D felony. And he doesn't have $200,000. So he sits, and he sits, and he sits, and he sits until they come back. And they say, Danny, did Rosemary Houck ever say anything about getting rid of Crystal Rogers? Well, Danny may not be the smartest guy in the world, but he's smart enough to know this one. Well, golly gee, she did. She asked me at a work site in the middle of the day with a bunch of people around, hey, can you get rid of Crystal Rogers? And that was the last thing we ever talked about. And then Danny, charges get dropped to a misdemeanor a couple of months later, and he gets out of jail. See how it works? And this is who they want you to believe. Play clip 20, C27, please.
And you told them some kind of a story on tape about Crystal Rogers' brother had threatened to kill her. Do you remember telling them that on tape? Yes, I do. And that's true also, is what you're saying, right? That's probably brother love discharge. I can't understand that. That's probably brother discharge. Well, that wasn't what you told them. Okay. And if you need to play out well, I'd rather not. I'm good. But what you indicated to them was they've been fighting like cats and dogs, and he said someone should take her down with the damn books and blow her brains out. You remember telling them that on the tape?
That's who they want you to believe and send Brooks House to prison? Danny Singleton? That is nonsense. That never happened. Her brother didn't threaten to take her in the woods and shoot her in the head. That never happened. It's ridiculous. But that's their witness. That's what their case is. They have so many problems with their case. I mean, these are really smart. These are some of the best prosecutors in the state of Kentucky. They know that's nonsense. They know he's full of garbage. But they don't have anything else. So you get Danny Singleton saying that Crystal Rogers' brother was going to take her in the woods and shoot her. That's the garbage that was presented. That never happened. Stacey Cram.
Mr. Butler, let me go ahead and interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's my understanding Mr. Butler's going to go on a little longer, so I'm going to go ahead and give you all a lunch break at this time. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, I need you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to finally make up your mind about the case. We've got the proof in now and the instructions, but we've got to wait till you go to the jury room to deliberate what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. There should be no research, no outside research, no reading of media reports. We'll start back at 1:10. Now, we didn't want to get out of the courthouse. We're back at 1:10 in the jury room. Court is in recess until 1:10. At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call. Yes. Mr. Butler, proceed when you're ready.
The other witnesses you heard from in this case was Stacy Cranmer. If you recall, just a little bit about how memory works in associations. So Ms. Cranmer, if you remember, she worked at the job site. She called the police not a day or two after Ms. Rogers was found on the Bluegrass Parkway, and they didn't call her back. She comes in October, and she says, this is when Steve gets out of the truck, according to her, and he's in Brooks's truck. And she says, she asked Steve Lawson why he was in Brooks Houck's truck. Steve replied, I was talking to him about a girl I have to take care of that's on meth, and there are children involved. And that's what she tells him. Now, we've got to break that one down too. So, first of all, Ms. Cranmer says, at this point in time, I didn't really know Steve Lawson or Joey Lawson. I've met him on a job site, known him for a couple of weeks. So, everyone, as Professor Newshot said, and as John Snow said, everyone's trying to help. So she sees this, she's like, I don't usually see Steve Lawson in Brooks Houck's truck. Now, a couple important points. What really makes this problematic, or the Commonwealth wants it to be problematic for us, is the statement that there's 5 kids. They want you to draw the conclusion. He said he's got to take care of a woman with 5 kids, and that must be Crystal Rogers because she had 5 kids. Well, that's not what she says to the police. She doesn't say anything about the number of children. Next thing she says is the person's on methamphetamine. Well, Crystal Rogers wasn't on methamphetamine. She wasn't a drug user. She wasn't a drug abuser. You've heard no evidence of that because it's not true. In fact, when Detective Snow was interviewing Brooks, and I think this is an important point, detectives sometimes will throw out things to people to see if they'll latch on. And he says, was Crystal Rogers, was she a drunk? No. Was she a drug addict or a drug user? No. Was she suicidal? No. Was she cheating on you? I don't think so. Guilty people would throw one, oh man, yeah, she was a drunk. Maybe that's what happened. That's not what he did. But let's go back to Cranmer. So Cranmer says that. Look in the context. She gets out of the truck. She's known Steve Lawson for, I think she said, 2 weeks, a month. That's what he's going to do. He's going to get out of the truck and he's going to say, I'm going to go kill somebody. That's ridiculous. He's going to get out of the truck and he's going to confide this thing that could get him in all kinds of trouble into someone he's known for 2 weeks. It makes no sense. Stacy Cranmer, is she come in here and lied? I don't think she lied at all. I think she saw Steve Lawson get out of Brooks Houck's truck because I think they were driving around looking at lawns that need to be mowed or whatever other job needed to be done. But she's trying to help. And just like Newshot says, when you're trying to help and then you get that validation, it becomes something else. So what does it become? It becomes 5 kids, and all of a sudden it's incriminating. But what else did you hear? Play clip C43, please. One of the things that you inquired about was this conversation, correct? This thing that you had heard Steve say. And he told on the wire to you, I didn't say I'd take care of her, but I'd take care of business. Do you recall him saying that?
Yes.
And he said, I was probably talking about Red, meaning Joey's girlfriend. Do you recall him saying that?
Yes.
So the context of that is the FBI says, hey, will you agree to help us out? Because she wanted to help out, and that's okay. Will you wear a wire on you and go talk to Steve Lawson? Obviously, Steve Lawson doesn't know she's got a wire on. And she's trying to clarify that conversation for the FBI. And what does she say? Well, what does Lawson tell her? No, I wasn't talking about taking care of Crystal Rogers. I was probably talking about one of Joey's girlfriends read. And guess who's on meth back then? And guess who was a drug addict back then? Not Crystal Rogers, but Joey sure was. And then you heard from Rebecca Greer. Now, she's the one that says she overheard a conversation between Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson about moving a car or something to that effect. I think she said she talked to Joey. Your memory may be better than that because it all changes so much. And Joey said he moved a car. If you could play clip C7.
He told the grand jury on April the 13th of 2023 that Joey said things sometimes just to make himself look good. And you thought it made him look like an idiot. You recall that?
Yes.
I think one of the other witnesses described that he was to be a tough guy, right?
That's correct.
And not particularly truthful when he was on drugs either, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And then if you could play clip C4.
Our Cooper, you say Joey's not fighting that show. Hour 33, you say, again, go to school. 3 hours and 10 minutes, if Joey's lips are moving on the sideline. I don't have a timestamp on this one. You made a reference to him. Or to think he was some sort of alcoholic or something like that. He wasn't, was he?
Play clip C17.
I may be aging myself, but you guys remember the joke with the name Ramsey abduction? Several people came forward and said they did it just because they wanted to be the notoriety. So people say that thing.
You know, when you look at the instructions, one of the witnesses that testified that the judges instructed you can't be considered against Brooks is Joey's grandmother. And this really sums Joey Lawson up at the time. And what she said is really, really powerful to me. Joey goes there, he's high on meth, riding a motorcycle. He sits down, according to Miss Coulter, and says, I got to tell you something, Grandma. Steve killed Crystal Rogers. And she looks at him and she says, you can't just say things like that. How do you know that, or what are you going to say? And once he just gets up and leaves, and she says, Joey, you can't go around saying stuff like that about people. The wrong person hears it, they might believe it. That's Joey Lawson. That's Joey Lawson. And that's his grandmother telling you. But what I just went through from the beginning when I said I was going to talk to you about things the Commonwealth threw out of witnesses, everything we talked about, most of the things we talked about now, were in the possession of the Commonwealth in 2016. Everything that we've talked about thus far was in the possession of the Commonwealth by 2020. Everything. Remember when we started, we talked about the timeline. The Nelson County Sheriff's Office has the case. It hands it off to the FBI. And the FBI does not charge. The FBI hands it off to the Kentucky State Police. And that happens in 2022. Play clip S3, please.
The most high-profile case in Kentucky's history that's garnered national media attention.
Why does that matter? It matters because now you have political pressure on these state police to make a charging decision. And what you've gone from is, you've gone from the FBI conducting searches and conducting interviews to the coercion tactics that you saw with Girdley and Sneller. It's a whole different ballgame now. We're going to charge Brooks, and we're going to, one way or another, So what happens? You're going to see bits and pieces, and you did in this, of what Professor Newshot says are some of the most coercive interviews he's ever seen. I think he said this is the second worst he's ever seen. It's awful what they did. If you look, and then you have the other component of this, which is the cell phone data, which is to take the cell phone data and simplistically look at it west to east, east to west, west to east, without doing any analysis. And that's how you land in this courtroom. The linchpin is this 1207 call. The 1207 call, according to Steve Lawson on that police interview, is to Brooks Houck. And it's about renting a property for his daughter, or his stepdaughter at the time. Now, the first thing you have to think about is, and then law enforcement says, well, why would someone call at 1207 about a rental property? Well, Steve Lawson is a drunken idiot. Number two, and this is way more important, you have to put these things in the context that they happen. What's going on in Steve Lawson's life at 12:07 a.m. on July 4th? He is with his wife, Tammy Lawson. His son has a car that he owned with Tammy Lawson. He owned with Heather Snellen. Who was Heather Snellen? Heather Snellen was his girlfriend. Right? So his wife is getting to hear about his car being taken by his ex-girlfriend, and all this is happening at the same time. And I absolutely guarantee she's saying, Stevie, you never called about that rental property. You did. I told you to call Brooks about that rental property. And now that you know what, it stole your car. And that's why he makes the call. That's exactly why he makes the call. We're going to go through a little bit more of that, but let's go to these coercive interviews. And you've seen a lot of Charles Gurley. I'm not going to play all of this. You've seen how those things developed. But I want to put some of it in context. Play GA for us, please.
Let me tell you, you cannot be a witness for us in any single way. Okay, we lose you if we don't have that credibility.
Well, that certainly didn't stick, now did it? He told lie after lie after lie after lie, and they know he did, but they called him anyway, even though the first thing they said, that's within 3 minutes of his interview with Detective Luckett, if you lie, we lose you as a witness. Well, we got to have you as a witness because our case has all kinds of holes in it, so you're in, Charlie, go on in. That's what happened. What is he told? What is Snellen told? You got two choices here. This is the rest of your life. What happens to Charlie? We got a prosecutor here. We can give you immunity. We can help you out. Or Charlie goes to prison. You know, you hear from news shots and you think, oh, this guy's some academic just blowing, saying whatever because he got hired. You can actually see in real time what he testified to about how these lies happen. Play clip C5 for us, please.
And you tell them that Brooks Houck asked you to move Crystal Rogers' car, correct? That's what I think I did do. Yes. And no question that you know that these detectives are investigating the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. You know that they suspect him, and everything that you said in your first response is not true. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And you did that under the circumstance you were under, you were under a lot of pressure, right? And you want to tell them what they want to hear, right?
I mean, that's textbook of what Professor Newshot's told you. That's what happens. And after he admits that he lied and said that Brooks said anything to him about moving the car, then he proceeds to give you 4 or 5 separate stories. He previously tells everyone, tells the grand jury, everyone, nobody ever said anything, or I never saw anything about Crystal Rogers' keys be given to Brooks or Joey Lawson or anybody else. And then he switches it to, it happens at Tucker Drive. Well, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit the prosecutor's theory of the case. So they don't accept that. And then they go to the next one. And then he goes to, he says it happens at a Copperfield subdivision. Well, that doesn't work either because the time can't possibly work because Brooks is at the farm and everyone knows he's at the farm. So it can't possibly happen at 10:30. So that can't work either. So then it flips to Woodlawn. It's 7 to 7:30. Well, that doesn't seem to be working because he's going out to the farm about 7:20. That doesn't work very well. They don't accept that. So then, finally, we get to, well, maybe it was Creek Chase, which is Brooks's house, or it's at Woodlawn. Well, there's a problem with that too. And that's why you remember when the detectives are there, the prosecutor comes in, and the prosecutor says, well, I think you're right. I think maybe you're right about the time, but not the location. The problem with that one, now the 5th lie is, well, Brooks is at the farm. He can't possibly be at his house, or he can't possibly be at Woodlawn. You see how these things develop? You keep throwing it until you get something that sticks. It never sticks here. Girdley is trying to do what he told Steve in that question. He's trying to tell them what they want to hear, but you know what? He doesn't know. He just doesn't know. And so he did the best he could. And none of it's accurate. And if you want to see, one of the questions that was asked in this case, at the very end of redirect of Heather Snellen and Charles Girdley, the prosecutor said, hey, there's no, detectives aren't here, you don't have any charges pending, I just want the truth, tell them the truth. As if you're supposed to believe them after all these lies. These people went to a grand jury. They gave testimony under oath to this nonsense. What do you think happens to them if they give a different story? And it's not a rhetorical question because you saw it in real life. You saw what happened to Danny Singleton. He didn't say what they liked. Different prosecutor, same case. And he got thrown in jail with a $200,000 bond for a perjury charge. And listen to C-45.
Mr. Young says, I'm going to help you, but you got to help them, okay? I'm going to take care of you, Charlie, but help them, okay? And you say, yes, sir. Remember that? Yes, sir. At one point, Mr. Young comes back a little bit later, comes in the interview room. We were asked, am I going home tonight? And Mr. Young says, you know, you got a probation issue, right? I can't deal with that. I'm just dealing with this. And then Luckett says, we can ask for help with that. No question they're talking about your probation issue now, right?
Just a very shoot. So you heard all these talk about helping. Police officer saying help with probation violation. Everyone's saying we'll help you with this situation that you found yourself in. Not that he did anything wrong. He just happened to work for Brooks Houck. A couple, 3, 4, 5 days later, I don't know what it is, shortly thereafter, he goes to the grand jury. You could play the next one, C-33.
You were asked by the prosecutor at the grand jury on July 3rd, 2023, and that was Mr. Young, correct? Yes, sir. All right, and you've been made no promises here, correct? Yes, sir. And you said no, right? Right. Okay, Mr. Young said, okay, I told you I'm not your prosecutor here in jail on a probation violation. You said, yes, sir. Mr. Young said, I'm not your prosecutor, correct? You said, yes. Mr. Young said, I can't do anything to help you, correct? And you said, right. You've made me no promises or told me you were going to help me or anything. You remember that? Yes, sir.
So they want you to rely on Charlie Girdley's testimony and in real time lied to the grand jury. In real time. There it is. That's what you got. It's just another one of these things. You heard from Heather Snellen. Now, in the jury instructions, nothing Heather Snellen said about any sort of alleged incriminating statements that she supposedly heard Joey make could be used against Brooks. But this is really important to really think about how this case developed, and that's why we spent so much time on Heather Snellen. That was maybe the worst interview I've ever seen in my life. That was awful. And there's not many times in a trial where you can watch a witness testify in real time, and if you, I don't know, you guys are further away than I am from her at that time, she had tears in her eyes. Because it was the first time that anyone really brought out what they did to her and how they treated her. She was on, in my opinion, she was on the cusp of telling you she made it up. Do you remember when she was testifying? You think about this. This wasn't brought out in direct examination. She told the state police at some point 3.5 hours into this interview that she overheard Joey and Steve say they murdered Crystal Rogers. She didn't even remember saying it. They didn't even bring it out on direct examination because it's not true. And the poor thing just said whatever she needed to say to go home to her son. And, you know, it's awful for Brooks. It's awful for Joey Lawson. But it's hard to blame her. It's hard to blame that poor woman and what they did to her. But you can't put any value in that at all. And to her credit, she's different than Charlie Girdley. She went home and wrote him a letter. I don't know anything about this. I felt pressured. She tried to do the right thing. That's not the kind of evidence you will rely on to make any decision in your life, much less one of the most important decisions you can make in your life. As we talked about, if you could put up clip C2.
Now, up to this point, in this 3 hours of the recorded portions of this interview, Thompson Hill Road hasn't been mentioned. Remember that? And there have been several unrecorded smoke breaks where you all go outside and you say they're still talking, right? So after the second time you say that place you were talking about, Harden says, went down where that we were talking about. And you say down to the Thompson Hill Road. Pardon says Thompson Hill Farm, and you say yeah, right? Then Detective Luckett says, explain to me, did you see Crystal Rogers' car when you all picked up Steve out there? And you say no, because it was dark. It was dark when we picked up Steve out there. Do you remember that? I'm sorry, baby, got to walk up.
Yes, it was dusk.
It was dusk?
Yes, it wasn't dark, George.
Okay, do you hear what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so just to make it clear, Luckett asked you to explain to me, did you see Crystal Rogers' car when you all picked up Steve out there, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
In any of the previous, none of the previous interviews and none of the subsequent interviews, none of your police interviews ever do you testify to seeing Crystal Rogers' car out there, correct? The first time that you testified to that ever, or gave that in any kind of statement, was last month in a previous proceeding under oath, correct? And in that proceeding, you testified to these questions and answers. Where did Joey pick you up at? At New Brock's house, pre-party I was at. Where did you go after that? Went and got some dope from the dope man. And after that, where'd you go? After that, I went to Brooks to get my check, and you don't give any location or time. Okay, did Joey get anything? Yeah, Brooks threw Joey a set of keys. Brooks threw Joey a set of keys, yeah. Joey said he had to work on Crystal's car, put brakes and rotors all the way around it. Okay, and after you all left there, was that when you went to get a shower? Yeah. And then we went and picked Steve up. Where did you all pick Steve up? Down on a trailer on Thompson Hill Road. You remember all that? Where is that? At Thompson Hill Road. It's in Elson County, 523. It's kind of northwest. And did you see anything when we picked Steve up? Crystal's car was in the driveway.
Okay, let's break all that down. And it's going to lead us into talking about this phone evidence. All right, what's the first thing that happens? We've now given a fifth statement because now we're saying we got keys from Joey got keys from Brooks, but we don't give a time or a place because we don't know. We're making it up. Second, for the first time after all these interviews over years and years and years, we say we see Crystal Rogers' car at the Thompson Hill Road farm. Third thing, and I had to go back and think about this. If you believe that story, Brooks pitches Joey these keys to work on the brakes, right? So Joey is with Girdley, if you believe that. And that Joey and Girdley go to his house to shower. And then they pick Steve up. You with me? So they're all together. They go, they get a shower, and then they go to Thompson Farm. How could that possibly the car be there? He's just making this up. He's got the keys and he's with them, but he miraculously says the car's out there. This is ridiculous, but this is the case for the Commonwealth. Can you put the map up? So here's Thompson Hill Road. So somewhere unknown, they take this car to Thompson Hill, if you believe Charlie Girdley's latest rendition, and then somehow or another the car ends up on the Bluegrass Parkway. So this becomes important if you believe anything this guy says, which I don't. Number one, why would anybody, if they were going to get rid of someone's car that you think something bad's going to happen to them, would, if they drove it all the way to Thompson Hill where you have their illegal dumping, you wouldn't just bury the car there? Or why wouldn't you just drive it on up a little further and dump it in Louisville and say somebody got carjacked? Of course that's what any reasonable person would do, but that's, if you believe him, they turn around and go all the way back down and get a flat tire on the Bluegrass Parkway. That doesn't make sense. Other things that don't make sense. Why would Brooks Houck, on the one hand, the prosecutor is trying to say, one of the questions he's saying, how would you plan a perfect murder? I don't know how you plan a perfect murder. I don't. But I know one thing, I don't include that guy over there in it, and I don't include Steve Lawson in it, but you have to believe that they're included if you believe this case. So everyone has talked about common sense, and I'm gonna lay this out for you right now, where there is literally absolutely no way a reasonable person is going to believe their theory. If you would play clip C39.
So you then take your Chrysler, or the Chrysler that's financed the Capital One, from the 62 South Bar, sent to Mr. Jent's grandparents' house. Right? You told the FBI, because you said you didn't remember the exact address, you told the FBI back on October 20th that the address was 7645 Boston Road. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Okay, that's important. So Heather Snellen, if you recall her testimony, and this is something that she said consistently to the FBI and to KSP before they started beating on her. Look, I'm at work. If you could put the work record up, please, while we're talking about this. I'm at work on July 3rd, 2015. She leaves at 10:07 p.m. because she's sick. She tells you, and so that's how you know things are truthful. I mean, you can verify that. It's the right day. She leaves Orbis where she works. She's driving back. She goes by the 62 South Bar, and she sees the car that she's got with Steve Lawson, because they had stolen it from her back in April. She and her boyfriend then, later husband, Thomas Jent, she said, go to McDonald's. They go to McDonald's, they come back, and they're like, let's take the car back. She says she clicks on the thing, beep, beep, that's my car. She gets in the car and she drives it to 7645 Boston Road. Okay. So, at 11:50, please, if you could put that up for us. Steve Lawson is calling Capital One Finance. Now, why is Steve Lawson calling Capital One Finance? He's trying to figure out if the car is being repossessed. To believe their theory of the case, you have to believe that while Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson are involved in a murder plot, he's like, hey, time out. Let me call Capital One. I mean, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. But that's what happens. And so, then, if you could put the next one up there, at 11:59, while he's supposedly involved in a murder plot, he's Googling CapitalOne.com. If you put the next one up, please. And then he's searching. He's doing a people search. Redarius is a people search engine because he's looking to try to figure out where Thomas Jent lives. That's what's going on. And they come in here and tell you he's involved in a murder plot during this time when he's doing it for Brooks Houck, and he's doing a people search while he's listening to I Was Country when country wasn't cool. And then if you'd show, yeah. So then what happens is, here's where they find Crystal Rogers' car on July 5th. 7645 Boston Road is up about right here. And this is Detective O'Daniel's report. I'm going to think it's very important because he fills in some gaps on those last two, because if what you recall, you have these call detail records, and they tell you what tower you hit on, and they tell you the direction of the sector that you hit on. And then on some of them, Detective O'Daniel said, hey, the call detail records didn't have all the information that I wanted. So I called, I have access to something we don't have access to. I have access to this AT&T global positioning. And I called them and I asked what direction were this calls and the data hitting the towers. And they're all coming from the north. All of them. And that's their expert. You can click the next one. And then, this is 1225 to 1231. They're all going back. And that one hit on Boston Road. Every single one of them. That's their detective. That's AT&T's global positioning information. Would any reasonable person in their right mind look at their detective's map and look at Steve Lawson's call history and Steve Lawson's search history and conclude anything other than he was going down Boston Road to look for that car? Now, this is a case where they have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, and I submit to you, it is not that we'd have to prove anything, it is beyond a reasonable doubt, if any doubt, he's on Boston Road. To argue otherwise is really, it's crazy. If you can play clip C9.
Is it possible that the phone was traveling down Bluegrass Parkway and hit off that side of the tower? Yes, it is somewhat possible. Yeah.
The best they could do, and obviously, you know, I like Tim. He's a nice guy, but I mean, he's here to testify on behalf of the Commonwealth. The best he could do is say it was somewhat possible. And you know, they didn't ask him anything about Steve Lawson's search histories. This is incredible. And, you know, one thing that Mr. Boyd said when he addressed you, which is absolutely true, and I you know, when he had the lines going, where he had the lines going down, those are either calls or data, and they're all coming. It's not just 1, 2, 3. It's multiple times that phone is pinging those towers, and every time it's coming from the north. But one of the things that Mr. Boyd said, which is absolutely true, you can coerce a witness, you can put them in jail, threaten to put them in jail, threaten it's the rest of their life, threaten to take their children away, and you can get them to say what you want them to say. That's their expert. That's their expert. And then if you could put up afterwards, and it shows Tammy Lawson's text. Well, this is after Steve gets back looking from the car. She's texting him, Stevie, come in here. You need to call and see if it's stolen, Stevie. I swear you do. That doesn't matter. I'm texting that bitch, Heather Snellen. You need your tools because they're in that car. That bitch is cop happy. This is all in the middle of the murder plot? They're talking about the car. Put her phone records up, please. And in the middle of all this, Tammy Lawson's calling Capital One. That's 2:31 a.m. 2:36 a.m. She's either calling the Bardstown Police Department. 2:38 a.m. She's calling the Nelson County Sheriff's Department. Either or. I can't remember which one's which. In the middle of the murder plot. Steve Lawson didn't get that car back that night, but he absolutely went to look for it. And there is no rational, reasonable person that could conclude otherwise. Let's talk about this the Nello stuff. So, Nellos, everything we just talked about here is from their expert and it's from the call detail records, which everyone agrees to. The Nellos information is, and I'm going to quote the question the prosecutor asked Adrian Lauf, our expert. Nellis is AT&T's best estimate as to where the phone is. You have to use caution. It's not perfect. Professor Lauf said that in the past they typically said it was 90% accurate, and there was a bunch of questions about that. Professor Lauf, in explaining it to you, said, look, I'm not sure I agree it's all that accurate when you get big radiuses, big bunch of meters. But I found when it's 600 meters or less that that's reliable. It's not perfect, but it's reliable. And so I look at it closely if I see it's 600 meters or less. If you could play clip C38.
No, you didn't read anything about 90% there, is that correct? That is located in past Nellis records at Houck. Sir, that's the disclaimer on the records in this case, is that correct? That's correct. It says nothing about 90%, correct? If it's not on there, then it's not on there. And I called AT&T and they've never heard of that, and they're going to testify later. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I have records that indicate it. Okay. Do you have them with you? No, I have to take about 15 minutes to make it out.
Did anybody hear anybody from AT&T come in here and say that wasn't accurate? Show the Nellis map for 1233. Now remember from the other map, from Detective O'Daniel's map, the azimuths of the triangles are all going north. Look where this is. Is it perfect? No? Is it AT&T's best estimate as to where Steve Lawson is at 1233? It is. And where is it at? Boston Road. Now, I always give credit where credit's due. And this will tell you how reliable this stuff is and why it's the best estimate. The prosecutor did a really good job. He went through all the records for at least a month, maybe two, and he found one slight deviation on July 3rd that he pointed out. I think it was around 12:07. There was 3 or 4 pings right here, and then one that pinged someplace different. You all may remember that. And then he found on July 17th and July 29th that there was inconsistencies in the Nellos. I'll give him his due. He did his homework. He found exactly what Adrian said. It's not perfect. Now here's the point. Do you think for a second, if there had been any more between July 3rd and July 29th, that you wouldn't have seen them? Time and time again, it was right. He proved the point. It's not perfect. And if you were a prosecutor, if I were a prosecutor and I was standing here and I was telling you to believe this beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the question you would ask. Well, there's a mistake here, there's a mistake there. Maybe there's a reasonable doubt, and maybe there is a reasonable doubt. But that's exactly consistent with what their expert found in the call detail records. Exactly. So now, we've talked a lot about confusion and timelines. One of the things, prosecutors got a bunch of problems in this case. He's got the witnesses that are not reliable and didn't see it. It says the car's on the parkway at 10:30. I submit to you, as I explained, I don't think that's reliable. Problem with this is, somebody's got to put the car on the parkway at 10:30, and there's absolutely no phone data to support that. So what they did was, they kind of threw it all against the wall, and they misread that phone data and tried to say that supports the proposition that Steve Lawson went to the car. They got another problem that they're trying to fix. So we know Crystal's phone is at the farm. You assume her purse goes to the farm when she goes out there with Brooks. Okay? And she went home with Brooks. But if she didn't go home with Brooks, like they want you to believe, how does the person on the phone get from the farm to the car? Well, that's a something. I mean, you can't just teleport it. It's got to get there somehow. And Brooks couldn't have possibly done that. They know exactly where Brooks is at all the time. He gave them their phone. He's got geolocation data. So they invented this handoff theory. And so what that is while Brooks is driving home, the theory is that he drives by my old Kentucky home park, and somehow gets in here and I guess drops, I don't know what the prosecutor's going to say. I guess the theory would be he somehow drops the purse and the phone at my old Kentucky home park. Now there's nobody there that they could put there. Remember, we got Magic Man Joey, who can be anywhere. Magic Man can be anywhere because they didn't find any location data. But if you look closely, you can see that he's here, and he's here, and he's here. These are Wi-Fis. So it doesn't mean he's at the Wi-Fi. Remember we talked about that earlier. What that means is he's seeing the Wi-Fi. He's traveling down the road. It takes 3 minutes to get there. It took him 3 minutes. They're just making things up because the case has hole after hole and it's inconsistent. Look at the Nellos information. The Nellos information, Brooks is here. There's 3 pings on Boston Road. Again, you can throw the Nellos information out, you can throw the Wi-Fi information out, but it's all consistent. This is nonsense. And then in order to even believe any of this, so throw all of it out. What that means is that Joey Lawson, if you buy this, you have to believe that Joey Lawson drives that car out there instead of from 12 to 1 or whatever on their phone data, with no phone data, because Magic Man can go anywhere, remember, that he drives it out there at between 10 and 11, car gets a flat tire, and he sits there. It doesn't call anybody on the side of the road until 11:53 or so when he calls his dad. So he just sits there. I wonder if anybody will stop by. I'm in a car of someone that's, I'm pretty sure is deceased now. I wonder if this is a good idea. Maybe I'll smoke a cigarette and shoot some meth up. That is ridiculous. But to believe any of this handoff nonsense, that's what you got to believe. None of this makes sense. If you actually look at the science of it, it's ridiculous. Now let's look what they don't have. The most obvious thing, obviously, is body. Crystal Rogers, sadly, is likely deceased. And, I think that there's really no reasonable conclusion that it would be otherwise. But that being said, there are always cases where someone comes back after being gone forever. This is the only one I've ever been involved in. It's the only homicide case I've ever been involved in, prosecutor, defense attorney, where there was literally a question about the death. But that's one part of it. Here's the other part of it. If you can play clip C12.
Why? There's been a lot of talk about looking for a body to come up with cross-examination. Why are y'all spending so much time looking for a body?
Well, obviously, that's generally a large portion of your evidence in a homicide case.
Now, that's an interesting question. So when lawyers are going to question witnesses, they generally know kind of what they're going to ask a witness that you call. After the other side cross-examines them, you get to get up, as you've seen again, and we call it redirect. That's where, let me ask you some questions about what the other people ask. The reason the prosecutor asks that question is because it's a huge problem in his case. It is an absolutely huge problem that they don't have any forensic evidence. So what he was hoping that Detective Snow would say is, well, we were just looking to the body for the body to bring closure to the family. That's what he was hoping he was going to say. The problem with redirect is sometimes the truth slips out. And you got the truth. That's where most of the evidence in a homicide case comes from. It tells you that, number one, not just the person's dead, it tells you how they died, the manner, the means of the death. It tells you forensic evidence that comes from it. It tells you the time of death. It tells you all sorts of things that go into these. That's why they were looking. That's why it's so important. It's not that, of course, law enforcement wants to, of course they want to bring closure to a victim's family, but that's not why they're doing all this. And he slipped up and told the truth. You don't have a crime scene here. Typically, if you would have, not if you didn't find a body, which is incredibly rare, you would have a crime scene where someone from a medical examiner's office could come in and say, there's blood on the walls, there's blood on the floor, there's tissue here, there's tissue there. In my medical opinion, in my forensic opinion, this person couldn't have survived that attack. That doesn't exist here. There's no crime scene. Play clip C13.
I'm talking about a crime scene where you might find blood, tissue, body fluids at the farm, out by the car, any location that indicates something violent happened, you can prove. You didn't find that. We did not find proof of a crime scene, that's correct.
Other things that you find in a crime scene, it's not just simply, oh, we find blood or we find tissue or things like that. I'm sure if you watch crime shows, you're talking about blood splatter. That's where, like, high velocity, if someone were to shoot you, experts can look at the blood and tell you, okay, that was a gunshot, how they bleed, where they bled, did they move the body, how they moved the body, there's a blood trail, there's not a blood trail, where did this go? None of that exists here. None of it. And so to try to fix it, the prosecutor started asking Denny Butler questions. Well, maybe she was strangled. You know what the first thing you look at if you find a body in a strangulation case, you know what the first thing they look for after they look for the ligature? You see the ligature marks? They look for what's called defensive wounds, because what does a human being do if you're trying to strangle them? They try to pull the ligature off their neck, and that leads to cuts and scratches and DNA under fingernails. Guess who didn't have any defensive wounds? If you try to smother somebody, remember you asked that question, what if you smother somebody? What happens? Defensive wounds. No defensive wounds. This stuff matters. This is a case they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Look at the searches. How many times did they search the Houck farm? And this isn't just a couple of us walking around. Hundreds. One of these searches had hundreds of FBI agents. They're using not just canines, they're using drones, they're using ground-piercing technology. If something bad happened to her out there, they would have found it. They're searching ponds. They're sending dive teams in from Miami. And I'm not criticizing them. They were doing it. The FBI did everything they could possibly do here. But they didn't find anything. That's why you have those coercive interviews. You have to. Because there's no evidence. You could play clip C18.
I think for the most part, when you're looking for evidence of a crime, DNA is the most powerful, and I think you would expect a reasonable person would expect to find it.
And so, if you shoot somebody, what happens? There's a projectile. Now, if 2 or 3 people are looking one time, maybe you overlook it. They're looking multiple times with hundreds of people. Nothing. The person, you stab the person, they bleed. Yes, it's raining. There's rocks. There's soil. Everything. Over and over and over again, they're looking. Denny's telling you that, having investigated 400 some homicides, I would expect to find evidence of a homicide if one happened. But it's not just what Denny said. Because each and every time the FBI or KSP went to search, they have to do a search warrant affidavit. What that means is I go to a judge and I write down why I think I'm going to find evidence. And I had him read one. I didn't want to do this forever. But I had him do one in the KSP and the Thompson Hill search. They're looking not just for a body. They're looking for DNA. They're looking for blood. They're looking for tissue. They're looking for forensic evidence in the ground and the soil everywhere. Why are they doing it? Is the FBI lying to the judge? No, they're not lying. They're asking to look. They're wrong. They should have at some point stopped because they got the wrong thing. But they're telling them that because they reasonably believed at the time, Judge, I think we're going to find this blood evidence if you just let us look this time. And they're doing that all the way through 2024. So it's not just Denny saying because we called him as a witness, the FBI is telling you the same thing. Play clip C46.
Is it difficult to clean up crime scenes at night?
Yes.
Why?
It just adds another layer, especially being outside and dark, and it just makes it extremely difficult to clean a crime scene.
And the FBI and the KSP are telling you the exact same thing because they went back to these places and they searched time and time again, and their theory is this happened at night. They searched the Whiteside property. Nothing. They searched Brooks's house and truck. Nothing. They searched Nick's house. Nothing. They went to Thompson Ridge with a map. They went out there, 2023, 3 months after Brooks is indicted. They're looking for, as you heard, if you could play this, C47.
At Thompson Ridge.
I want to know what they're looking for.
Yes, sir.
They're looking for the outline of scrap personal property, 1 human remains and or partial human remains, biological and serological evidence, including but not limited to blood and or blood stains, DNA, bones, and bone fragments and teeth. 2, any and all personal effects that may belong to Crystal Rogers, including but not limited to clothing, jewelry, photographs, and notes.
And they found nothing. This is over 8.5 years after she disappeared. If it was there, if he did it, they would have found it. They went to another property associated with the Houck family in September of 2024. They dug into wells. They dug under basements. They did all of this. They searched for DNA. They searched for bodies. They searched for personal effects. A year after he was indicted, they found nothing. They found nothing. If that isn't reasonable doubt, I don't know what it could be. They looked for 10 years for a murder weapon. They found nothing. Reasonable doubt. They don't even, one of the things in your instructions is it in this county? They don't even know what happened. One of the things you see typically in a murder case is motive. The prosecutor does not have to prove motive. It's not in your jury instructions. But if you're going to kill someone, there's got to be a doggone good reason for it. They have given you nothing with motive. Nothing. The only thing we heard was Christina Hawley testified that 2.5 years before Crystal disappeared, right before Eli was born, Brooks said that he had enough money that he would make sure he got to be in Eli's life, meaning he would have joint custody. 2.5 years before she disappeared. And we heard that his mother didn't like her hair. That's it. So, a very successful, well-off property developer, a retired daycare owner, a police officer, all get together, risk everything to kill somebody because they don't like her hair? I mean, that is absurd. You would expect me, people kill people for reasons. Life insurance money, that wasn't it. Oh, you're whatever. There's some sort of, do you think for a second with all those text messages that they got, we showed you bits and pieces, both sides. Do you think for a second if there was a text message anywhere where Brooks Houck threatened her, you wouldn't have seen it? Do you think for a second if there was a text message from Crystal Rogers saying something awful about Brooks other than he works too much and he's helping other people out, do you think for a second you wouldn't have seen it? It isn't there. That's reasonable doubt. You know what else you didn't hear? That they ever investigated anything else. She had children by other men. You heard nothing about looking at any of them. Nothing. Her car breaks down on the side of the road. Nothing about looking at a kidnapping or an abduction. Nothing. And they thought about it. If you could play clip C-48.
I have to believe at this point, without any further information, that she left of her own free will. And she left in her vehicle, and she got on the Bluegrass Parkway going toward Egypt. So, I don't know if she stopped along the, obviously she stopped because of the flat tire. I don't know if someone stopped and offered her a ride and she got in with them, or, I don't know.
It's not me standing up here 10 some years later saying it. They thought about it on July 5th and did nothing. Nothing. They myopically and tunnel vision focused on one person and one person only. And then, and it's not Jon Snow's fault, it's not the prosecutor sitting at this table's fault. Then they did one of the dumbest things I have ever seen, the government. They released the evidence in the case to the media. Nobody does that. But the government there did it. And so every witness, no matter how hard the FBI tries to interview people, they're all polluted with this stuff on the internet. You have, whether the car, under whatever theory of this mess that you've been given, whether that car supposedly went out to Thompson Ridge and came back, whether it was in Bardstown and it went down to Bluegrass Parkway, wherever it went, they've alleged to you that either Joey or Steve Lawson drove that car. What have you heard about these two people? One of them is a drunk. One of them is a drug addict. I mean, I think when they found his Chrysler, he's got needles in there. You don't have a single fingerprint in that car from Joey Lawson or Steve Lawson. Maybe if you were some crazy hitman and you wiped the whole car down and they didn't find any DNA or nothing, but they did. Crystal's DNA was on the steering wheel. No DNA. That is reasonable doubt. That is it impossible? Like Denny said, no, it's not impossible. Is it likely that you're going to leave DNA? Particularly if you're a drunk or a druggie? Of course it is. Imagine when you took a shower this morning and you looked at the drain. I bet you saw hair there. I bet you did. Imagine driving ever how many miles you drive, blacked out on meth or drunk or whoever supposedly in the, and you don't leave one hair in there? Not one? That's something. And then they find unidentified print on the cell phone. There's 2 hairs in the car that they don't think are Joey's or Steve's or anybody in the house, and nobody tests them. Why would you test them? You've already decided what you think happened, despite all of the problems with what you think happened. You just don't bother. Even though there's 23 million people in CODIS, just didn't bother. The whole case is full of reasonable doubt. You search this white Buick. I guess the theory is you move the body in the white. I don't know what the theory is. I don't know if the theory is you move the body in the white Buick. I don't know what they're going to say. But play clip C50, please.
While it's spilled on a carpet, in your experience, is it easy to clean?
It's easy to clean the carpet, but it's extremely difficult to remove all the DNA.
We talked about the phones. I'm not going to go through it again. But there is, all of those triangles are pointed north. Steve's calls are consistent with looking for that car. Tammy's calls are consistent looking for that car. The text messages are consistent looking for that car. And this is what they were wedded to from the beginning. Play clip C51.
It's 12:07. Just a few minutes after midnight. He gets a call. 13-second call. 13 seconds. He has a conversation with Steve Lawson. 13 seconds that call. I emphasize that to you. You're going to be hearing about that. Dr. Stoll is going to talk to you about that when he testifies. And he's going to tell you that call was 14 seconds. And we're going to put evidence on. I'm going to talk about some of this location evidence in a moment. We're going to put evidence on that after that phone call, Steve Lawson drives out the Bluegrass Parkway to a 14-mile marker.
They are absolutely wrong. And that's why we're here. You know why that call lasted 13 seconds? Because he's a drunk idiot and no one wants to call and talk at 12 o'clock at night about some rental. I give my cell phone out sometimes to clients. Somebody calls me at 12 o'clock. Either I don't answer, I'm like, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. That's exactly what Brooks Houck did. So what are we left with? We've got no videos. They got tons showing that car leaving because it left, like Brooks said, in the middle of the night. And it was dark. You've got no motive, no crime scene, no murder weapon. You can't excuse the fact that there's no evidence because they looked beyond any case that you'll ever see in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Just a few more points and I'm done. You heard about Steve Carrot. He was the lead FBI agent in this case. Countless search warrants, countless interviews. Did you hear from him? You didn't. You know why you didn't? Because it would have been hours after hours talking about how hard he worked, how good a job he tried to do, and how he didn't find anything. You heard about Detective Brian Luckett. You heard about Detective Tony Harden. You saw Detective Charlie Miller. You didn't hear from any of them. You know why? Because each and every one of them coerced witnesses, violated their training, and there was nothing they were going to be able to say that was helpful to the government. Because they know they did what they did was not right. So you didn't hear from any of them. The truth is, Brooks Houck is not guilty of this offense. The truth is, they know it. Play clip C-52.
It surprised you that there was no trace evidence of it? No, what surprises me is the theory that she was murdered there. In my experience with homicides, it is class has lead trace evidence. Okay, where did you get the theory that she was murdered there? From the search warrants. Okay. And what if that's wrong? On all of them? Yeah. That she wasn't murdered there? I don't know. I don't know where she was murdered.
That's the case for the Commonwealth. I couldn't possibly sum it up any better than that. All the search warrants have to be wrong, and I don't know. We think he did it. That's good enough for us. But you know what? Thinking, speculating somebody did something isn't good enough. It particularly isn't good enough when you've been doing it for 10 years saying he must have done it, and you keep looking and you are always wrong. You are always wrong. It's time to move on. It is time to end this. It is time to find him not guilty. It is not time for him to be another chapter in Professor Neuschatz's books about wrongful conviction. It is not time when someone is in law school right now, becomes the Commonwealth attorney in 20 or 30 years and comes out like they did to John Bonet's parents and say, we're sorry. We're sorry we did this. We're sorry we accused you. You didn't do it. We figured out who it was. It's time to send him home to his son. It is time to find him not guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, what we're going to do is take another break here. Again, do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, I need you to immediately report that to me. And you're not to finally make up your mind about the case until you've got the jury room to deliberate and we conclude here. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 2:40. You may go with the vote. Court is in recess until 2:40. At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Young, whenever you're ready.
May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll spend a little bit of time talking to you, and then we're going to go through some slides, because it's been a while since you heard evidence from our side. Matter of fact, I think we started putting on evidence the 25th. Sorry about that. The 25th, and you haven't heard evidence from us for a while. But I want to talk about a few things real quick. Defense counsel is polished. I've worked with defense counsel for a really long time. They're good, and they can flat out sell it. All right. I'm not that polished. I'm a little rough around the edges, but I'm going to tell you our theory of the case and why this man's guilty of murder. If you look at defense counsel, what they put on, they show you stuff. They show you little bits of stuff, try to poke holes. And that's their job. I'm not getting on them. That's their job. But if you look at the text. He goes, this happens all the time. They show you one text. One text where Crystal has left. One. That's it. If there was more, they would show it to you. And what happened in that text? Brooks texted her. This is important. What was her response? She texted back. He knew she was alive. She responds. They never mention that they talk about the phone being the battery running down, and the phone did battery run down. It run down about 9:27 that July 3rd night. What they don't tell you is when it powered back up, Josh Hickman testified it wasn't the battery after it powered back up. Somebody physically turned that phone off. Physically turned it off. It happens about the same time Brooks is leaving the farm. What I'll submit to you is, and I think it's happened to everybody here, if your phone goes dead and you plug it up to a power source, after a few seconds, what happens? It comes on, right? If it's plugged into your charger in your car, you start the truck, phone goes to the power goes to the phone. It comes on, and then it gets powered off. What I'm going to tell you is, if Crystal Rogers did not come home late July 3rd, early morning of July 4th, if she does not come home, this man is guilty of murder. And that's what we're going to show you. They talked about our linchpin of the case is cell phone data, and it is part of our case. It's not the linchpin of the case. The linchpin of our case, and we're going to show you, is the defendant Brooks Houck's statement. We'll get to Joseph Lawson here in a minute, but right now, Brooks Houck. He had a chance to come in and give his version of events on July 5th, July 7th, and July 8th. And that's the story we're operating off of. That's his version of events and his version only. He's the only one that was there. He's the only one that can tell you what happened. And he told them. And you know what? It's a lie. It's all a lie. Teresa? I'm going to tell you real quick before we get started. When we get to playing videos, you'll probably need to put those headphones on, okay? And I think the bailiff will help you. Huh?
Ready?
Let's see. Hang on, Trace. Here.
find out.
This was a text sent by Tori on Saturday. Hey, this is Tori. Are you with Mom? This text goes unanswered. This is Crystal's daughter asking, are you with Mom? It goes unanswered. This is the defendant buying himself time. Leading up to Crystal's disappearance. You heard from Kylie, who came in and testified, who talked about everything was great in the house, and then Eli came along. Not Eli's fault, but just things changed.
So what you're saying, Kylie, is that after Eli was born, you're not saying it's Eli's fault.
No.
That things deteriorated around the house. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
And things deteriorated. Crystal, you heard from Christina Holly, she was not popular, especially with Rosemary Houck. Rosemary Houck did not like the fact she had 4 kids, that she got pregnant, and for some reason she didn't like her hair.
There was comments about Crystal's hair, and how she's a mother of 4, and Mama don't like that.
Who said that?
Brooks did.
Mama don't like that. And what's also important, what Christina testified to, was that they had made plans. Her and Crystal had made plans to go to Chuck E. Cheese that Sunday. Crystal wasn't leaving. She wasn't going anywhere. You heard from Richie Riggs. You heard from Amanda Greenwell about planning her daughter's birthday party. And Sunday with Christina. How bad did Rosemary want to get rid of Crystal?
Singleton.
It was over, Crystal, and wanting to find someone to help get rid of her. And
She asked you to do that?
now, she didn't ask me to, but she asked me if I know any way of getting it done.
All right. What'd you say to her?
I told her around this town, you got that kind of money, you could probably get anything done.
Now, Danny made this statement to IRS agents and then spent another 4 months in jail. He didn't get no deal. He didn't get out because he said that. He sat there another 4 months on a Class D felony. What else happened? That was within a couple of months of Crystal disappearing. What else happened? If you look at the phone records, May 12th, first phone call between Brooks Houck and Steve Lawson. First phone call. Right at the same time, Rosemary's looking for somebody to get rid of Crystal. Look at the last phone call. The very last phone contact between Brooks Houck and Steve Lawson. It was July 8th, 2025. And what's also interesting is when Steve Lawson's cell phone was seized, he had deleted every call with Brooks Houck and Joey Lawson. Why? If there's nothing nefarious going on, if you're simply looking for your car, going down 62 looking for your car, why do you need to delete their contacts? Because you don't want to be associated with them. Why? Because it is nefarious. It is sinister. Think about it. Rosemary's looking to get rid of Crystal. Steve shows up. Job's done. Phone calls made. Alibis given. There's no longer a need for Steve Lawson. Steve Lawson's off the scene, and he wipes his phone clear of any evidence of Brooks Houck or Joey Lawson. What's even funny is he even deleted the call on July 8th. The one from the police department. Did Crystal have any concerns? We heard from Richie Riggs, who she had plans with, as he testified that following Monday.
Mr. Riggs, I want to ask you a question, a very specific question. This is yes or no. All right. And was Crystal worried that Brooks might move her out?
Yes.
All right.
She was worried he was going to move her out. He may have been moving her out. But the one thing Brooks said was, and he told Christina Holly this, he had enough money that he wouldn't lose Eli. He has enough money, just like Danny Singleton told Rosemary Houck, if you got enough money, you can make anything happen. And then Detective Snow asked him, did you see anybody else Saturday night? When he's giving his statement, did you see anybody else Saturday night? Yeah, Richie Riggs come over. Richie Riggs was like, I was at the lake. I didn't get home till Sunday morning. It's because he's having to fill in details. He's winging it. He's at the sheriff's office winging it. He's making up stuff. That's where this document comes in. 8 pages. 8 pages. And we'll get to this here in just a little bit. You also heard from Ashley Nally. Ashley come up here, and Ashley, as you heard, Ashley was not a fan of Crystal's. Didn't like her. Thought she was snooty. But they grew up together. And she said, you all fight all the time. Why don't you just leave? And Brooks's response was, I won't lose Eli. A week or two, you've heard testimony from Brooks Wicker. You've also heard plenty of testimony from Richie Riggs, the defendant himself, that Crystal run the entire rental operation. She collected the payments. She done the books. That was her job. A week or two before she went missing, what's the defendant doing? He meets with Brooks Wicker to talk about taking over the rental business. He's not planning on missing a beat. And you heard from Stacy Cranmer. What the defense hasn't told you is or let you listen to is how he was acting. She said he was acting cocky. She said she asked him follow-up questions. She asked him, was it a relative? No. He said, it's somebody on meth. Were they going to go, are you going to get them some help in a rehab? I wish. Now this is after she's testified to, nobody rides with Brooks except Danny. And Danny can't drive. So Brooks does take Danny around, but nobody else rides with him. He shows up on job sites. He drops off equipment. That week, what she noticed was that the defendant and Lawson were riding around together, and riding around together a lot. So she questions him about it.
Yeah, so after they was riding around, Steve Lawson got out. His car was somewhere close to the house we were at. And I was sitting in the car. And I asked if I was in trouble.
What would you be in trouble for?
Because there was a crack in one of the ceilings. And of course I didn't do it, but I got scolded for it.
Okay.
It was a house we insulated.
Okay.
So that's why I was paying attention. I was worried about if I was going to get yelled at again.
Okay. All right. And so did you have a conversation with Steve?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
He said...
What did you ask him?
The first thing I said was, am I going to get in trouble? And he said, no, don't worry about that. That's not even what we were doing. That's not what we were talking about.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I didn't. He said, he said they were talking about a girl that he had to take care of.
Okay. And was that the whole conversation?
Well, I kept asking questions.
What did you ask?
I asked him how you got to take care of her. And he said, she wasn't doing very well. She's got kids. She's got 5 kids.
Do you know how many kids Crystal had?
5.
Okay, go ahead.
And then He was just kept repeating himself about why, every question I asked. Just adding stuff of why he had to take care of her.
Like what?
I think he said one time she was on drugs, meth, and I said, so you were gonna put her in rehab? And he said, I wish that was the case.
Now, she also testified, as the witnesses you've heard before her, we've just played there, that Eli was with Crystal all the time. That she had him and other kids, and that he was with her all the time. Kylie testified that if her mom had to work, because she worked at a convenient mart, if her mom had to work, then she would take care of Eli. There's also other coincidences, and I understand that the defendant's son has an eye condition, and I think the defendant's sister testified that he's had this since birth or close to birth, some optic condition. I got it. I completely understand that. What's ironic is Crystal had her windows tinted. What's ironic is that the week she goes missing, the defendant decides he's going to get his windows tinted. And not just tinted, but tinted with limo tint, which only allows 5% of light to come through it. And that by itself, I agree with you, okay, may not be earth-shattering, all right? But when you look at this, look what Lawson's doing at the same time. The defendant originally had an appointment on July 2nd that got moved up to June 26th. Steve Lawson is calling the exact same tent place, trying to get tent on July 2nd, the day of Brooks Houck's original appointment. There may have been an opening. Eli's 2.5 years old, and it's this week we decide to get our windows tinted. July 3rd, the last day Crystal Rogers was seen. And I'm going to submit to you right now, Nick Houck is a police officer. If you're planning on murdering someone and not getting caught, having a trained police officer with you who has taken DOJCT training in crime scenes, in evidence collection, and police procedures, that's who you want to take with you. Their expert up here really wouldn't answer the question. I don't expect him to, based on his track record. But Nick Houck's cell phone goes dark at 11 p.m. on July 2nd. It's not able to connect with the network. It's either turned off or put in a Faraday bag, I think somebody said, and that's a bag you can put something in so something can't get a signal. But it's dark on July 2nd, and it stays that way until 1:47 p.m. on July 4th. Over 36 hours, his phone's dark. You heard from Amber Bowman. Amber come in. When he left that morning on the 3rd, she asked him where he was going. He told her he was going to help Brooks, his brother. Now, she got upset, but she told you he's never not come home. She went to the house where they were moving over on Olympia, the place she didn't want to go to. She went over there 2 or 3 times looking for him, just driving by. No Nick vehicle. He's not there. She called him 15 times in 24 hours looking for him. Remember that number, because I'm not allowed to ask you to put yourself in the victim's shoes, okay? And I'm not allowed to do that by law. I can ask you to put yourself in the defendant's shoes. You think about it. You think about it. You wake up. I don't know how many of you all are married or how many of you have a significant other. But you think about it. Waking up, your wife or your significant other or your husband is not there. And what's your reaction? You think about it. She finds his phone turned off. Either that or the battery's dead. She didn't know. It was dark. It was either off or the phone was dead. And this is a police officer. Nick Houck's a police officer with the Bardstown Police Department who is supposed to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's off. He can't be tracked. Now Brooks, on July 3rd, he does go to the family farm. Now, when he's asked, and we'll get to that here in a minute, he writes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pages of where he had been and what he had done on Friday. One line is dedicated to the farm. One line. He drives to the farm and arrives at 9:29 a.m. and stays to 4. What he's doing, I don't know. But it's not working at these other places. Now, he's asked this on July 8th to write this statement. July 8th. It's 5 days later. Think about it. You don't remember that you were at the farm all day long? It would have been real simple. He wouldn't have had to waste 5 pages on this to write this. He could have simply went to the farm all day. But no, it's just part of the deception. He writes, and he writes, and he writes, and he writes, hoping the detectives will either not mess with it, or throw them off and buy yourself some more time. He's on Google locations that day, the whole day at the farm. And he's getting calls and he's making calls, which makes you know that he has his phone with him. It's active. It ain't like he left it there. It ain't like he left it in the truck. He's using it. Now, Crystal's at Walmart that afternoon with Trenton and Eli in a conversation with Amanda Greenwell around 3:46 to 4:39, and she is excited. Brooks has planned a surprise date. What a surprise date that was. She didn't know any of the details. He had planned it. She's excited. Her and Amanda are making plans for her daughter's birthday in August, and she's going to make clothes for her. She's not going anywhere. She has plans Monday, Sunday, and she's making plans in August. And she's excited. They don't go out much. Christina Holly testified to that. The Brooks didn't take her out much in public. And she's excited.
I'd asked her what her weekend plans were because it was a holiday weekend. She had told her that night her and Brooks was going on a surprise date night. She didn't know what it was or where they was going, but she was, surprised, but she was excited about it.
Now Brooks arrives back home, actually goes to Busick's about 4 o'clock. Busick's is a lumber yard there in Bardstown. And then after that, he goes home. What's odd about this is he gets home sometime in the neighborhood of 5 o'clock. What's strange is that at 5:36, his phone's still at home. His truck's seen driving off. He's left his phone at home. Where he goes, I don't know. I don't know if he's gone to pay people, pay Charlie. I don't know. But I can't tell you where he went. But he's gone and he comes back. This isn't mentioned in his statement. He mentions taking the tractor, the old belly mower tractor, up to the gas station and getting gas, and he can remember that detail, but he does not remember the detail of leaving his house without his phone at 5:36. At 5:24 to 7:06, Crystal's engaged in the conversation with Christina Holly. And it's even going on that fatal trip down to the farm. Crystal's last text was with Christina Holly. (7:06), 1906, military time, 7:06. Crystal tells her, after Christina is like wanting to go to Chuck E. Cheese, she goes, "We can't go tonight." She goes, "Sorry, we have no kids. They're kid-free." And Christina's like, "Well, have some sexy time." She goes, "We have not been kids-free in forever." And remember, it's this man that set this date up that she was so excited about, and they weren't going to have any kids. But she goes, "We can go Sunday." Now from 7:02 to 7:24, they do travel to the farm. It's raining. I think everybody who has testified, with the exception of maybe Porter Hendricks, said it was raining, and it had rained a lot that day. They get there at 7:24. 7:51, the truck leaves. You can watch this on video, and it leaves for about 2 minutes. Defendant states that they checked in the barn, and they were going to feed the cows in the rain. They were going to take it out there, shake a bucket, and see the calves, which that's fine. I live on a farm. They had feed, but he was worried they wouldn't have feed if they used it all. So he was going to go get some more and make sure there's some more in the barn. That's fine. I don't know what's going on during this 2 minutes. But he leaves for 2 minutes and comes back, and his explanation for coming back so quick to Detective Snow is that they thought Tractor Supply would be closed when they got there. The problem is Tractor Supply does not close till 9 o'clock in July, and they're only 15 minutes, as Detective Snow testified, from the farm. Crystal Rogers' phone battery dies at 9:23. It's just the battery's depleted. Someone's playing games on her phone. I don't know who. I don't know if it's Crystal, and I don't know if it's Eli. Because Christina had also testified that when she was over there earlier in the day, Eli was playing on Crystal's phone. But it dies. It briefly powers back on at 11:57, about the time the defendant's leaving the farm. And when it does, when it powers up and the light comes on, someone reaches over and powers it off. They don't want it on. That phone does not get turned back on until Monday, July 6, 2015, at the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. Completely contrary, and I don't care how you want to pitch it, we'll talk about that here in a minute. Was she usually, I would submit to you, when he is asked that question on July 5th, while he's sitting there at the Sheriff's Office, what was she doing when you went to bed? He wasn't expecting that. You know why he said she usually? It's because she wasn't there. It's called a Freudian slip. She wasn't there. So he was saying, well, she usually plays on her phone. Every interview thereafter, every one of them, he's asked over and over and over again. He has a chance to correct the statement. Let me ask you, if your spouse has been missing now for 3 days, or your significant other, Would you go through every possible freaking detail trying to think of everything you could? This man runs a business. This man has 200 rental houses and owns a successful building business. He was a detail guy. He has a good memory. This is not somebody that's forgetful. He got caught. He answered a question wrong. It happens. She's on her phone. He was not counting on us getting her phone, sending it to these experts at Celebrite who turned around and I asked them the question. Is there any way in the world Crystal Rogers is on her phone at 12:20 when the defendant said he went to bed and watched her playing games on her phone? And they're like, absolutely not. Ladies and gentlemen, if Crystal Rogers did not come home, this man's guilty of murder. She left with him and she never reappeared. Never. It's been 10 years last Friday. She's not been seen. She's not been heard of. There's no electronic footprint. There's nothing. She left with him. She didn't come home, and he committed murder. Am I saying he's the one who killed her? No. I don't know who killed her. I can tell you who's involved. (11:06). The defense points out that if Joey Lawson moved the car, he's been sitting out there for an hour and a half or whatever, just waiting on somebody to come get him. That's not true. The defendant, Lawson, started calling his father at 11:06. There's no answer. And he's talked about, the defense talked about Owen McKinney, okay? And they want to talk about Owen McKinney, about how Owen McKinney wants to be involved in this. What you heard Owen McKinney say is he was not planning on getting involved in this at all. But once he heard the defendant on Nancy Grace talking about how they got home at midnight, that was on July 9th, the Nancy Grace interview. He's like, that can't be right. I saw her car at 10:15, 10:30. And he called. He called the police and go, hey, something's wrong here. I saw her car. And it wasn't just that night that he's driving by doing 70 miles an hour in the dark and rain and saw the car. No, what he told you is he come back to work the next day, saw the car. He went back home that day, saw the car. And then William Gunther. These two people are credible, okay? And there were a lot of tips, but these two people are credible because they had a distinct time that they could give. They both worked in Bardstown, lived in Elizabethtown. Owen worked at Dollar General as a manager. Mr. Gunther was a manager at Lowe's, so he knew what time he got off that night. He called the sheriff's office on July 15th. He saw the same thing, heard the same thing. Her car was sitting on the Bluegrass Parkway sometime between 10:15 and 10:45. They get home at midnight. Her car is not there. Think about it. Her car is on the Bluegrass Parkway. They talk about, somebody brought up the fact that, about how would they have her keys, or the keys weren't flowery. Everybody in here has a spare set of keys to your car that doesn't have much on them. Those are the keys that was thrown to Joey Lawson. But think about it. If you were to believe that she come home, if you were to believe this bunk, what he's pitching, how would she know, get up, and we're going to get to that too, because the defendant made a statement about Eli won't go to bed. Remember that? Eli won't go to bed if somebody's up or if there's lights on. Well, he woke up in bed next to the defendant, and Crystal was gone. Do you honestly think this child who's joined at the hip with this woman, joined at the hip, is going to let her walk out that door and not throw a fit? No. He's the one who said he throws a fit if somebody's still up and they want him to go to bed. He's the one who made that statement. Use your common sense. You parents sitting down here, use your common sense. That lady, Crystal didn't come home that night. That child wouldn't let her walk out that door and not throw a fit. But think about this. If that car, which that car was, go back and watch their testimony and you judge their credibility. These are people who have no dog in this fight at all. If her car's sitting on that Bluegrass Parkway, when he gets back home, her car's gone. I imagine if she's with him, she's going to say, hey, where's my car? She's not. She's not. And then take it a step further. How would she know if she just got up and left Eli there in the living room, got up and left? How in the world would she know where to take her purse, keys, and the cell phone and put them in the car before she left? In the car, I remind you, they had a cell phone charger laying next to the dead phone. And the car worked. The only mechanical problem with it was it had a flat tire. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, what happened was there was another plan. I don't know what that plan is. Okay? I'm not in their heads. I don't know what they had going on. That car getting a flat tire was a problem. That was not planned. That precipitated the phone call. The 1207 phone call. Now Brooks leaves the farm that night at 11:58. Her phone's powered down manually. You observe him leave. 12:03. Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson finally connect on the phone after several phone calls where they miss each other. They talk for 2 minutes and 57 seconds. They're obviously not together at this point, okay? They're not. I know there's a lot of talk about them driving down 62, looking for the car, but they're not together at 12:03, from 12:03 to 12:06. 12:07, immediately hanging up with Joey Lawson. Steve Lawson calls Brooks Houck for 13 seconds. And no, it wasn't about an apartment. And it wasn't, thinking all this going on about the Chrysler 300, calling Capital One. That was going on. Heather Snellen took their car that night. I don't think they were anticipating this. And I don't think Tammy Lawson was aware they were in the middle of helping move a car. The car was not supposed to be an issue at this point, okay? The car was gone. The car was well on its way at 10:30, and it got a flat. That's something that was not counted on. Tammy Lawson doesn't know any of this is going on. All of a sudden, her car's gone. She's upset because it's his ex-girlfriend who he was dating while he's married to Tammy. Yes, she's upset. They're calling Capital One. Here are the calls during that sequence. Steve Lawson, Joseph Lawson goes to voicemail at 23:06. Tammy Lawson, Joseph Lawson. Steve Lawson, Joseph Lawson. None of the calls connect until you get to the blue one. Oh, I'm sorry. The one with Steve Lawson and Joseph Lawson does connect for 3 minutes above it. And for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, I'm sorry, it does connect. Hangs up with that, immediately calls Brooks Houck. That says 15 seconds. That's a capture time. It's usually off a couple of seconds. The phone call itself on Steve Lawson's phone says 13 seconds. July 4th. Steve Lawson's phone pings south of the Bluegrass Parkway at 12:18. That's the tower, the first tower you see that's south of the Bluegrass. 12:19. Brooks Houck arrives home. This is where he tells the statement about she's usually playing on her phone. And then Eli's up with her, and Eli won't go to bed if somebody's up. At 12:25, Steve Lawson is in the area of the Bluegrass Parkway. And I know you can spin stuff however you want to. Detective Tim O'Daniel is one of the most professional people I've ever dealt with. And here's what he's going to tell you. He's going to tell you, I believe he was on the Bluegrass Parkway. And you heard him tell you from the witness stand here. He told you, based on my review of the cell phone records and other things in the file, is what he told you. Because we couldn't bring that in yet because it hadn't been introduced. But what he had looked at was the admission of Joey Lawson. The admission to Rebecca Greer moving the car, and her overhearing the conversation where they had been paid $50,000 to move the car. This wasn't the car they're working on. They were paid $50,000 to move the car. That's why he placed Steve at mile marker 14. Professor Louth obviously didn't take that into consideration. That wasn't a forced or coerced statement. Nobody said that about Rebecca Greer or Miss Coulter. That's his stepmom coming in. That's his grandma coming in. You're telling the truth. You're not going to come in and drop a dime on somebody you care about? No. They're here telling the truth. She reported it to us. That's how we know. She did consider it to be real. That's why she told us. Do you know how hard that must have been for her to come do that on her own grandson? Steve's at mile marker 14 at 12:25. He's back in Bardstown at 12:43, and Joey Lawson calls him. So they're obviously not together anymore at 12:43. I don't know where Joey is. We do not have phone data on Joey. He is Magic Man, I guess. I don't know. I can't tell you where he is. All I know is he is in constant communication with Steve Lawson. So whatever Steve Lawson is doing, Joey Lawson is a part of it. Now think about what time this is 1 o'clock in the morning. My mom used to tell me nothing good happens after midnight. And she's right. And there wasn't anything good going on after midnight here. Tammy Lawson calls at 1:08. No answer. Steve's not at home. I don't know where Steve is. Steve's somewhere in Bardstown according to the cell towers, but I don't know where. 3:24 a.m. He left the house at 3:12. He got to Thompson Hill Road at 3:24. Thompson Hill Road. It's the place, you've heard a lot about it, 400 Thompson Hill Road. It's the illegal dump. He's there to 5:24. Now, whether Steve is there or not, I don't know, because there's no activity on his phone during that time. I don't know if he's there and the phone's just not ringing. It is 3:24 in the morning. Or if he's left his phone there and he's going somewhere else. But I do know this. There was some unusual activity going on, so much that the neighbor noticed and remembered.
The digging and burying and burning of discarded household items had gone on for quite some time. But that weekend, it had changed. All that had gone on across the road from me.
On the David Thompson.
On the David Thompson side. The weekend that you're referring to, it happened on my side of the road, just across from my property line. And I thought that was very strange. I was like, you know, you've already got a mess over there. Why would you bring it over to your own backyard?
Okay. And was this during the daytime or nighttime hours?
Nighttime.
Okay. Was it in the early morning hours or late in the evening?
Early morning would be what I think it was. Of course,
And did you see what were they doing?
Just digging a hole and just burning, the items that we talked about,
Right. How big, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You see a lot of junk around there. It's usually beds and discarded furniture, stuff like that.
And how big a hole were they digging?
I would say maybe a 10-foot square-ish type circle.
And what were they digging it with?
This particular weekend, it was a high lift.
Okay.
There was a high lift that was on the David Thompson side of the road, and they had brought it over to my property line and dug with the high lift.
Okay, and I know what a high lift is, but somebody on the jury may not know. Can you describe a high lift for them?
Similar to a bulldozer, but it would have a large bucket that lifts up where you could lift high enough to load a dump truck. But it looks very similar to a bulldozer.
And this is somebody that we had not talked to until somewhat recently. And if you remember, I know Charlie's been beat up on, Charlie Girdley, and Charlie's got his issues, okay? Charlie's a recovering drug addict. Charlie's a felon. But he's very consistent about certain things. And Joey, and this statement wasn't even talked about during closings, Joey told him, he goes, I'll just get a bulldozer or a backhoe and I'll just bury the MFer and they'll never find it. Now, that weekend it would have been awful hard to do that, to be honest with the amount of rain they got. Especially if you're trying to use something like a skid loader and they don't have tracks. If you know what a skid loader is, it's a bobcat. But early morning hours, they're doing weird stuff out there, digging and burning. It's a dump. It's a junkyard. You can't really see it on the surface, but if you dig down about 6 inches, you start digging up mattresses and washing machines. There's just stuff everywhere. And it's just awful coincidental that Steve Lawson, the man who's on the phone with the defendant, and Joseph Lawson, goes up to Thompson Hill Road, and just so happened in the early morning hours, they're running heavy machinery, digging and burning. We move on to July 4th. This is where you need to start watching the defendant's behavior. He wakes up between 6 and 7 in the morning. Says he noticed Crystal wasn't there. Her car was gone. The detective's like, what'd you do? He goes, well, I just went on about my normal routine. Got dressed. And then he eventually asked about Eli. And he goes, oh yeah, Eli was in the bed too. I give Eli like some yogurt stick that has those vitamins and minerals in them. And we go to the farm. Now, they get to the farm at 7:24 a.m. Not near a phone call or anything to Crystal yet. She's gone. And remember, this is not characteristic of her. All right? Remember what the defendant said in his statement. Is that she's a late sleeper. Eli and her, late sleepers. And he talks about how Eli, he tells one story with Eli, because the detective asked him, was Eli asleep in the truck? And he goes, well, no, that's like his 8 o'clock, because they stay up, late hours of the night. So like midnight's like his 8 o'clock. So this is somebody who normally sleeps in. It's a Saturday morning, and she's gone sometime between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, and her car's gone. And you go to the farm. And finally, at 9:06 a.m., he places a call to Crystal that goes straight to voicemail. No text, just one call that goes to voicemail. He calls her one other time that day at 12:18 p.m. It goes to voicemail. Nothing the rest of the day. Crystal is getting phone. They're not receiving it because her phone's off, but she's getting inundated by text messages and calls from her friends and family that day. 2. He knows. He knows. There's no sense in calling her. He called twice to make it look good. You can't come in and say he didn't call at all. But think about it, the one time she's done this, the one time, he texts her and she immediately texts him back. Nothing. Nick Houck reappears at 1:47 on July 4th. He was supposed to be helping Amber and her father-in-law move. They were a little irked. I don't blame them. They were moving an entire house. But he finally reappears. He's been helping Brooks. Helping Brooks? How's he helping Brooks? Brooks has been on this special date on July 3rd. I don't think Nick was invited to the party. It's because there wasn't a date. The surprise date was her surprise ending. Now, not to be disturbed by the fact that the mother of your child is gone, the defendant goes on to the 4th of July celebration at the Houck farm from 5:24 to 8:02. I don't think they stay for the fireworks, but they go to a family gathering and stay. At 6:14 p.m., Kylie is calling and texting him. She calls once and she texts 4 times. She gets no answer, no response. Kylie's the one that testified up here, little girl. Kathy, her grandma, calls him twice. No answer. What they're really wanting to do is, Kylie's wanting to go stay at a friend's house. She can't get a hold of either her mom, and she can't get a hold of him to ask permission to do it, so she just decides to stay with her grandma and go to church. But she needs a dress. Oh, the defendant's phone's working, because at 8:13 p.m., he takes a call from Mama. "45 minutes later, Tori texts him. Have you seen Mom? No response. He's buying time, because he knows as soon as he tells them no, the gig is up. It's up. They're going to go to the police because they know something's wrong. They know something wrong because he has Eli, and her mom didn't take Eli. 9:25 to 9:26, Ashley, Crystal's oldest daughter, calls him twice. No answer. These are the calls from Crystal's family, the ones shaded in, I don't know if that's purple or whatever it is. They go unanswered. The texts go unanswered. The calls unanswered. And the one white one down at the bottom, the only call that was accepted in the middle there was from Rosemary Houck. Kylie needing a dress. She can't get a hold of him, so she goes to the house to get a dress. She's going to use, her and her mom wear the same size clothes. So she's going to go borrow a dress from her mom. And she gets there and the house is dark. The door's unopened. The door's unlocked, which you're obviously not worried about a kidnapper at that point, okay? The house is unlocked. Your 2.5-year-old's in there. And he goes to the bedroom. Or she goes to the bedroom, opens the door, startles the defendant, who immediately comes out, and they go in the kitchen area. And she goes, "Where's Mom?" His response is not, "I don't know." It's, "She's out with Sabrina." It's a lie. He's lying to her daughter. For what purpose? Okay, for what purpose? If she's literally got up and has been kidnapped or just left on her own, why would you lie to her daughter? Because the truth will put you right here. That's why. He's buying time. He's buying time. July 5th. Still no sign of Crystal. Brooks gets up at 6:41 a.m. He knows now at this point that there's problems. That Kylie's been home. He's told her she's out with somebody. They know Sabrina. They're going to call Sabrina. Brooks calls. Brooks calls Crystal's phone. Last phone call made to her phone that weekend by Brooks is at 6:41 a.m. and it goes straight to voicemail. Everybody here knows what happens if your phone goes straight to voicemail, right? Either somebody's ignoring you, correct, and hitting the FU button or whatever they call it, or your phone's off. Usually if it's the FU button or whatever, you at least get one ring in. These are going straight to voicemail. Her phone's off. 9:31 a.m. This is when he knows it's up. If you buy what he's saying, that he thought she just run off in the middle of the night and left Eli in the living room, well, at this point right here, he should know she's in trouble. Because he texts Sabrina, the person that he told Kylie she was out with. Is Crystal with you? Sabrina responds at 10:11. No, I haven't seen her. You would think at this point, you would be going to report her missing or something's wrong, something's amiss. Even if you buy what he's selling, something's amiss. What's he do? Goes to the farm. Stays there from 12:27 to 2:49 in the afternoon. $2:49, about 3 o'clock, the defendant, Sherry Ballard, finds the defendant at Murphy Old gas station. And as the defendant said, she come up, she was frantic. Nobody heard from Crystal. She wanted to see Eli. She knows there's something wrong when she saw Eli. She tells him, I'm going to go file a missing person report. He goes, that's probably a good idea. And then he goes home. He doesn't go with her. He just goes home. He knows there's no sense in filing a missing person report because she's not missing. She's gone. She's no longer with us. Think about this. This July 8th interview with Detective Snow.
Since I talked to her mother at Walmart, up there at that Murphy gas station. I had Eli with me then, of course, had him with me all the time. And she wanted to look at Eli. She said, "Where's Eli?" I said, "Right there." And then she spoke to him and she looked at him and said hi. And he said hi, and that was it.
So she just asked you where, if you'd seen Cherry and you told her no?
No, she asked me if I saw.
Crystal, sorry.
Crystal.
My name's confused. So Sherry asked you if you'd seen Crystal.
She was the only one, everybody else stayed in her vehicle, and then she walked over to my truck.
And when you told her, what, I haven't seen her, don't know where she is, and she just said okay and asked her?
No, she thought that the wisest thing for us to do was, she said she was going to go to the police station.
Okay, so
and I told her that, I think at that point I've already talked to Barbara, I believe, I'm not sure, Barbara Lane, and I'm not sure how to tell the time periods. I don't know. I just don't know.
That's fine. That's fine. So
then I went home.
And he went on home. And he got home at 3:42 p.m. Now,
Did y'all talk?
at 4:30, he texts Crystal for the first time. Texts her, which is what he did before that precipitated a response back in April. We get to that Sunday afternoon. He texts her. Everybody's worried sick about you. No response. The Ballard family finds Crystal's car on the side of the bluegrass with a flat tire on the back passenger side. It has her purse, cell phone, and keys in it. He meets with Detective Snow at 9:07. Now, I'm going to talk about this for a minute. So from 10:11, when Sabrina texts him she's not seen her, to 9:07 p.m., he's done absolutely nothing to help find this woman. Nothing. And why? Because he knows there's no sense in it. So the first time on July 5th, he is asked by Detective Snow, what happened when you get home? When you got home on July 3rd?
So, you get home, she takes care of him? You said he sleeps in the bed with you guys?
No, she goes to bed later than what I do.
Right.
Because I get up earlier than her. More often than not, usually at nighttime, she's usually playing one of those, and it's not Tetris, it's one of them bubble games on her phone or something. One of them, she usually does that at nighttime before she goes to bed.
So, did she go to bed with you, or did she stay up at night?
She was playing games on her phone.
Okay. And, was it in your bedroom where you sleep, or?
No, she was out in the living room.
Out in the living room? Bed, last you saw her, she was playing on her phone in the living room, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's the last time you saw her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Okay. So you go to bed, she stays up, what's she doing?
She's just on her phone, playing, I don't know what game, but she normally plays a game.
Right.
Some kind. She's got several of them on there, but I don't know which one.
So she's on her phone, messing around, doing whatever, and you go to bed. Do you know what time Eli came to bed, or she put him into bed?
I don't know.
Don't have any idea.
Now, what time did you go to bed, and was she still up playing games on her phone?
She was still up playing games on her phone, and it was really close to midnight.
Okay.
Just can we approach?
You may.
I just want to take a break if that's okay.
Whatever the court wants. How much longer do you think you're going to have?
Probably about, I'm over halfway through.
At least a half an hour more, you think?
Probably 40 minutes.
And I'll give him a quick bathroom break.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're going to give you all an opportunity to take a bathroom break here. So the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, I need for you to immediately report that to me, and you're not to finally make up your mind about the case. So all the proof's been presented, the instructions provided to you, you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 3:58 when we go with the baby. Court's in recess till 3:58. At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call. Yes. Mr. Young, please proceed.
Before we move on to the next slide, there's something I forgot to talk about, and I think it's important. And I actually left it out of my outline, and it's not going to really add any more time because I took something out of the outline. Okay. So you heard from Mary Beth Mattingly, and nobody in here today has talked about Mary Beth Mattingly. If you remember, she lived across the street from Crystal. She had just had hernia surgery or something, and her mom was over there helping her. And she's the first person who really noticed that Crystal was gone. Their mom had come in and goes, "Where's Crystal?" And she goes, "I don't know," because they both knew she slept in, and their car was gone. But the interesting stuff that went on at the Houck household that week is I think we need to talk about. That Wednesday, that July 8th day that he went in, the defendant went in for his interview, she said she didn't even know Nick Houck was related to the defendant. Never seen him over there. Never seen any of his family over there. But they were over there all week. And this one particular thing, Nick Houck showed up in his police cruiser. Pulled in, front end. Mom pulled in. I think she had a white Navigator or something like that. Pulled in, front end. Then they both come out, pulled the cars out of the driveway, and then backed the cars in the driveway and popped the trunks. And then they proceeded to carry bags, 2 handle bags. She goes, they weren't really grocery bags, but they were 2 handle bags. And they were carrying them from Rosemary's car to the police cruiser and putting them in there. And then they left. And then she also saw something else that I think is very intuitive and shows some knowledge on behalf of the Houck family. Crystal had planted these flowers down the basement wall, these purple flowers. And the week that she come up missing, she had been gone now for, well, she got reported that Sunday. Rosemary Houck is out there digging up the flowers and throwing them in the trash can. Wow. They're Crystal's flowers. I'll tell you why. It's because they know she's not coming back. There's not going to be anybody complaining about Rosemary out there digging up her flowers. They are moving on. Brooks asked about this date night. Because if you remember, Crystal's like excited about this. She's telling people, she told Christina that. We're going to be kids free. We're going to have date night. She's telling Amanda Greenwell. And they're asking Brooks about this special date night.
Did you all have plans for Friday night?
Yeah, I knew that we were going to. Whenever I told her I was going to be there by about 5 or so, I get home. That's earlier than most of the time. And she said we'll take Eli out there and show him we're going to feed the cows. He's got 2 new baby calves on the farm.
Yeah.
Did she cook that night, Brooks?
She did not. We just ate here at the house. It wasn't any big fancy special meal or anything like that. We knew that we had plans. We wasn't going to kill a lot of time, and then we proceeded out there to the family farm.
Are you familiar with a woman named Christina Holly?
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
There are some text messages between her and Crystal on Friday. And she's asking Crystal if she wants to go to Chuck E. Cheese, I think it was. Something to do with the kids. And she tells her the same thing. Well, we've got to sit her for the evening. It's our first time being kid-free for a while, so we don't want to, we're kid-free. We're going to enjoy ourselves. Why would she lie to her about that?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Are her and Christina close?
Yeah, they've always been good friends. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Do they, close enough that they see each other on a regular basis every few days, or
no, they talk on the phone, but I don't know if they see each other that often. But I think we were also supposed to maybe go to the zoo or something too. She was going to take. She's got a little girl that's really close to this, born in the same month apart.
As Eli?
Yeah, as Eli.
I mean, it's just curious to me, these are the things that make me wonder, and in any other situation, they might not amount to nothing, but.
Did you ever talk to the girl, the Amanda? All right, so.
And she says there was no plans for her to babysit.
All right.
So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Crystal hadn't planned for someone else to watch him. I don't know that. I mean, you know that, because you and Crystal have them together, but I don't know that because I don't know you guys.
I don't know, maybe sometimes she might use Crystal some, I don't know, I can't answer that.
Right.
I do not know the answer.
Okay.
Crystal, the defendant was not planning on Crystal telling people they had a special date night. He had no answer there. She's not making this up. She's telling these people. She's excited about it. They're going to be kids free. Then you hear him, special date night. He said it was her idea to go to the farm. That's not date night. I live on the farm. If I was to tell her we're going on date night to the farm, it'd be all for cold evening at the Young household. All right? They ain't going to the farm. Crystal's not. You heard Ashley and Allie. I know they come up with 3 pictures, and I want you to look at those 3 pictures, because I'm sure if there was more, they'd have brought them. But all those 3 pictures of them playing in the snow is on a single day. One day. Look at the clothes. Crystal wasn't a farm girl. That's not what she does. That's not date night for her. Who thinks, and they're supposed to be kid-free. She thinks all this is set up. Who, in their right mind, would want to take a 2.5-year-old out to a farm in the rain and stay for 4.5 hours? That's miserable. So let's talk about the night of July 3rd. Remember Google locations. Detective O'Daniel told you that Google locations were extremely accurate. That he's found dead babies next to a river using Google locations. That he's watched an individual walk from one side of the house to the other using Google locations. This isn't CDRs where it's just kind of guessing. This is specific location. And not only does it give you a specific location, it gives you an error rate, okay? Like how it'll say 37 meters. So somewhere in that 37 meters is where you're located. If you need to watch Detective O'Daniel's testimony again, feel free to do it because he explains it very well.
7:30 or so we left, and then we went straight out there to the farm.
I know you got there about 20 minutes after, and you left there about 11:55, thereabouts. So during that time, from reading your statement, you left once and went down almost to Loretta Road and then turned around and came back because you decided the Tractor Supply might be closed, right?
Yes.
So that, a little bit of time there. How long were you at the farm before you went to get feed and then came back, decided that it was too late? Do you remember roundabout?
It couldn't have been long.
Because you were going to feed the cows, right?
Yeah, it could have been probably more than, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. So you all fed the cows with the buckets and watched them eat. And then you walked, now when you said you walked the road to the grab, you're talking about not just to the turnaround that goes right to the barn.
We walked to the back.
To where the old county road goes through.
Where I put, yes, exactly. Where the road gets a little harder. I mean, you can still drive a car on it, but there's a little bit of grass in the middle.
Right. And how long would you say that road goes back into there, do you know? If you had to guess?
I bet it's a good mile.
From the barn to the end of that road and back. So a couple mile walk.
All right. Here's the Google location data.
So,
Maybe. Good night. The night of the 3rd, when they win.
So, three.
The night of the 3rd, when they win. Here's the turnaround Detective Snow talked about right here. This is the turnaround. There's the farmhouse. That's out past where the camera was, and then there's a neighbor over there. This is the area, the complete area they were in for that 4.5 hours. This road here goes down about a mile. They never left this red circle that night.
So, three, that puts you 3.5 hours. That puts you leaving the farm about, I guess around 11:30, something like that.
That's what I was good at, 11:30.
Did y'all have flashlights with you and stuff while you're out there on the trails? I mean, in the barn, or is there electricity out there?
There is electricity out there, but it really wasn't all that dark. You know, now this time of year, it's lighter, longer.
Yeah, it gets dark about 9:30, 10,
something like that.
Yeah. So was it a clear night? I mean, I guess then you could see pretty well out in the field.
Yeah, have any issue.
Okay. So what about?
So this is a video that we showed you during trial of different times during the day and night. That's when they'd be going out to the farm. Well, actually, they're out at the farm at that point, 8 o'clock, 1958, 7:58 p.m. It's at 9:15. You can see the people with the umbrella walking across the parking lot. That's at night. All of this is on the evening of the 3rd. The defendant tells the Kentucky State Police.
But one of the things that I really have, and you know, I've got kids, so we do things together, and sometimes we lose track of time. But it was kind of, Friday was a rainy day. It was kind of muddy. You know, when I asked you what you did at the farm, you said you guys went out there and you were tending to the cows and whatnot, which is fine. You know, you got cows out there. But you're there from roughly 7:30 until almost midnight. So it's pretty close to 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours is a long time to be outside in the rain, in the mud with a 2.5-year-old. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
All right, so you guys, you've taken your walk, the fire is down, maybe not out, but it's down, and you're leaving, and it looks, again, looking at the video, looks like it's about 5 minutes till midnight.
All right.
That's, to me, and I've got a couple of kids, you know, but everybody parents a little differently. To me, it seems a little late to be out on the farm with a 2.5-year-old. Where is he at midnight? Has he been asleep in the car for a while? Is he still
he's still wide open, and he'll any night he's so used to sleeping so later in the morning. His normal dad's his 7, 8 o'clock in the evening.
Now, he had already told the detective at Kentucky State Police that it was a clear night that night. Didn't need any flashlights, it wasn't bad. Now he's acknowledging it's raining to Detective Snow. And he talks about how Eli's up, they stay up, it's like his 8 o'clock. The question is if this phone call, which the defense tried to put on proof of, was about renting an apartment. Crystal runs that business. She's up. Why not just give her the phone? because she's not there. There's nobody to give the phone to. What did you do the morning of July 4th?
You're in bed midnight Friday night, you get up what time Saturday morning?
About 6:45, 7 o'clock.
And how long is it before you realize that she's not there? I mean, you all sleep at the same
Yeah,
time.
whenever I woke up, I obviously knew that she wasn't.
Eli is there, but she's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday morning. So then what?
I immediately thought, I wondered where she was. I've called her phone, I've sent her a text message, but I still haven't got any reply back.
Crystal was not in the bed, and whenever I got up, I noticed the car was gone.
When do you think you got up on Saturday morning?
I probably woke up around, in between that time, like 6 or 7 o'clock, and then I left, did my normal thing, changed my clothes, put my clothes on, and headed out, shortly after that,
So you get up between 6 and 7, and where's Eli at when you wake up?
He's next to me.
He's in the bed with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you get up, does he get up with you?
He's still asleep whenever I get up, but I go to the bathroom and all that kind of stuff, and he's still sleeping there on the bed.
And so when you wake up, he's there, but Crystal's not.
She's not.
Okay. And so did you try to call her, or?
Yes, I noticed that she wasn't there, and I didn't know exactly what to think. I don't know what time I called her. Yes, I called her that morning.
Nothing about her going out somewhere Friday after you went to bed?
No.
No plans that you knew of that she had for Friday night? And here's why, I'll be honest with you, I have been all along, will continue to be. If I woke up on a Saturday morning and my wife wasn't with me in the bed, as is normal, which might not be normal for you, I don't know, but for me, it would be normal, particularly if my wife's a late sleeper, which mine is as well on Saturdays, for her to be there in the bed when I get up. So if she were not, probably the first thing I would do would be to call her to find out where she was.
But what you're not aware, what you're missing is a lot of times that her and Brooke, her sister, or Sabrina, a lot of these girls that they do all these, they go out and do stuff. Sometimes they do these, this is going to be embarrassing for me to talk to you about, but I'm wanting to get everything cleared up as quickly as I can. They do these fantasy parties. All these girls get together. They talk about and do whatever. And it's not uncommon for them, when they go out and party, they stay out the better part of the night, if not the whole night. So, and of course, I always have the children, doing that. They don't take the kids to that. Matter of fact, I take care of some of their other children while they're the ones going. It's not uncommon because they know I don't get into all that stuff, and they know that I'm a man, don't get me wrong.
Stop it there for a second. What in the world is he talking about? All the detective pitched to him was, if I wake up, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, my wife's not there, she's usually a late sleeper, he goes, I'm going to be concerned. And Brooks, the defendant, is like, what you're not taking into consideration is that my wife, this is a little embarrassing, goes to fantasy parties. She didn't go to no fantasy party and they got home at 12:20 at night. What is he talking about? This is somebody who cannot provide a rational explanation is what it was. He just keeps talking. It has nothing to do with anything. Phone call with Steve Lawson. On July 5th, Detective Snow asked the defendant, did you all get any phone calls on the way home that night? His answer, no. who is the call on your phone? Brooks goes, I don't know. Now, he doesn't remember who. When you watch the defendant dial the number, it's obvious that contact comes up in his phone as Steve Lawson, because he goes, oh, that's Steve Lawson, that's a worker of mine. Now, he gets a call from Steve Lawson. He talks to Steve Lawson for 13 seconds, supposedly about an apartment, which if you look at the sequencing of the phone calls, Joey calls Steve, Steve calls Brooks. Because Joey's on the Bluegrass Parkway with a flat tire and the plan has went awry. And Steve answers, and I want you to listen. Listen to how Steve Lawson starts this phone call. Brooks Houck has not even asked him a question yet or told him why he's calling. And listen to what he says.
She didn't seem distraught about anything. Did she take any phone calls on the way home? Anything that you can remember?
No, usually when it gets that late, usually our phones, usually out early. I mean, it's late at night.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you something. There, on the phone records, there appears to be a phone call around midnight.
All right.
On Friday night, Saturday morning.
All right.
On your way home, basically.
All right.
Do you know who that person was that called you around midnight? Do you remember talking about the phone call?
Can you just call the number back? I don't.
I could.
Yeah, look at my phone, but I don't remember.
You don't remember getting a phone call on the way home?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be?
1390. Just call him. Oh, Steve Lawson.
Okay. Who is Steve Lawson?
He's somebody works for me. Hey, Steve. Hey, I can't hear you real good. I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little bit, okay?
Okay, sir.
Hey, I was wanting to know, hey, I've got some things going on next week. I'm gonna need your help with it. Are you already booked up or can you help me?
I haven't moved up yet. I'm still looking for a place. That's why I needed them numbers from you.
Alright, well, I can write them all down and get them there for you, but I was actually talking about doing some more work with your little skid steer and so forth. Mine's still broke down.
Well, I said, get with me tomorrow. I'm coming. I know you have a hard time hearing me because where I'm located at.
Alright.
So, just get in touch with me tomorrow and we'll see what we can do. But my question, I just want to tell you, I'm sorry about everything that's going on in your life, brother, and I got you in my prayers.
I said it is a very difficult and trying time, but I appreciate you saying that. But hey, I need your help while I got you on the phone here. Do you remember the other night you called me really late, and I forgot what you asked me. Can you? I guess it wasn't on the phone. I might have been tired. I know it was pretty late at night. Can you remember what you asked me or what you were after? I can't remember.
Yes, sir, I can. I called and asked you for them numbers for our house.
Oh, for a rental house.
Yes, sir.
And what did I forgot? What did I tell you?
You told me that you would call, what's her name, Katie or whatever, she handles all that. Crystal, okay, I apologize.
Yeah.
And you said she handles all that, and that you would get back with me on it.
All right, thank you so much, Neil.
Hey, if there's anything I can do, you give me a call.
Thank you. You have a good night now.
Yes, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
And that is the
But
last
you said
phone
you
call.
told him that you need to call her.
That's the last phone call between Brooks Houck and Steve Lawson, July 8th at 6:50 p.m. at the sheriff's office. The written statement. Detective Snow asked Brooks Houck to write a detailed statement and tells him he needs to know all his whereabouts and be really specific. I don't need to know the number of nails you drove that day, but I at least need to know where you've been so I can verify it. He produces a multi-page written statement with one line, maybe 1.5 lines, talking about the farm.
But from Friday morning to Sunday, I'd like to get as much detail about what you did as possible. What job you were working on Friday, if you went to more than one job on Friday, if you can remember which ones you were at. You don't have to be specific about how many nails you drove, but if you were doing carpentry work, or if you were doing siding work, or whatever it is, kind of stuff you do building a house. You know, if you had a house that was doing brickwork, if you went to oversee that, whatever it was that you were doing, working that day, right up till you got home and got on the tractor and went and got fuel like you told me, brought it back, and so on and so forth, all the way down through there. Is this Friday? You ordered on the new construction on Friday?
Yeah, I didn't put that word, but I put all that right there. The further you go, the more clarified I can get. I broke it down into segments.
Oh, these are the people whose house you were working on?
Yeah, all these right here are people that I'm overseeing, that I'm speaking or talking to. We'll just look at my phone to get my exact time. I got my phone in there, and that way you can build a timeline of all this stuff. I do this every day, so me looking back, I had to know what time it is.
Right.
There's no way for me to remember that. I mean, and then these right here, I skipped a line to break that and put locations, and I did it in subdivisions, so y'all know where my vehicle, y'all know where I'm at, my phone and everything.
And y'all will know where my vehicle is at and my phone's at and everything. On those 5 pages that he written down where he was. And there's only 1.5 lines out of that entire written statement that's true. It was at the farm. We've called witness after witness that he listed on there that goes, nope, didn't have any contact with him. Nope, didn't have any contact with him. He did not want them to know he was at the farm all day long, just like Nick Houck did not want anybody to know where he was. And here's Nick.
Sure.
You know?
No. All right, thank you. He thinks y'all will fuck is what he thinks.
I don't know who he is.
Nick, my brother.
And pardon my language, but what the defendant repeated there was he thinks y'all are going to fuck us. What's us mean? Nick doesn't have it. She left in the middle of the night, according to the defendant. What does Nick have anything to do with this? And they keep talking about how these people are paranoid, they're paranoid, they're paranoid. Detective Snow had not done anything but nice to him or the family. He actually told you he went and checked on them to make sure they were being treated right. And when he went there to check on them to see if he'd been treated right, the defendant's question to him was, what's it going to take to clear my name? What's it going to take to clear my name? That's his number one priority. The detective tells him, you can give me some more detail about your whereabouts on Friday and Saturday. Because they don't have the Google data back. And they can't verify it. They talk to these people they haven't seen him. And he never gives it. He's buying time. The recorders. If you listen to the defense counsel, they did it because they were paranoid. The only contact the defendant had on July 6th was the night before when Detective Snow brought him in and interviewed him and told him he was in his corner, that he was just checking out facts. They have to talk to him. He's the last person to see her. He's the last person to talk to her. That's where you start these investigations, is you try to build a timeline back. And they can't do it because they're never, ever able to verify that she come home because she didn't. These people aren't paranoid. They're trying to keep their story straight. Listen to the recorders. We want to hear that. Nick will want to hear that. Watch Brooks Or listen, this is one of the phone calls that was recorded. And I know the defense attorney can say whatever they want to. There's no reason, if it's not nefarious or if it's not sinister, there's no reason in the world to whisper.
So they took his collar from him?
The headphones may help. Hey, can you start the loop?
Is there anything on it?
All right, whenever you get your headphones on. Okay, Teresa.
So they took his collar from him? Is there anything on it? Don't matter.
Okay. So Brooke says that, so they took the car from her. Rosemary goes, you know that blanket in the trunk? He was worried about that at first. Does it have anything on it? Okay, what about that thing from yesterday? Don't matter. There's no reason to be whispering. There's no reason to be worried about a blanket. These are people who are supposedly paranoid because they're being falsely accused. There's the blanket. There was nothing on the blanket. But why worry about the blanket? What were they putting in the back of Nick's cruiser? There they are, talking about the dark windows on Brooks's truck.
That's a deal right there. Yeah. What's that?
That was the defendant chuckling that his windows were blacked out. There's also, is the attorney call on this or not? Okay. There's also a recorded call that was introduced with an attorney. The defense counsel made reference to this. What's important about this is what the defendant is talking to the attorney about. He's actually making light of Nick Houck's appearance in the grand jury when Nick appeared and recorded his own grand jury. And he's like, Nick had like 5 responses. I don't know. I don't remember. My memory's bad. And he's laughing about how the grand jurors got mad and Nick wouldn't tell him anything. Why would you not be cooperating and answering questions instead of having 5 stock questions that you're going to answer? Why lie to the grand jury? They're just trying to find their mom. Those kids sitting out there, their mom. There's no reason. Okay, Teresa.
We haven't found anybody really to verify what I told you about her being on the railroad on Sunday. We're still trying to work with it. We don't have any.
But y'all have at least got the person who said that it wasn't.
Sure. Yeah,
All right.
we know who it is.
Good.
We know who it is. And they seem to be credible, but again, that's,
That's promising right there.
Right.
This is the defendant's response when Detective Snow tells him on July 8th that the tip they had got that they informed him of when he said, we have to be careful with these tips because some people aren't credible and people make stuff up. Detective Snow is telling him on July 8th right there that the tip is credible. The defendant, well, that's promising there. That's something we need to work on. And then listen to what he's telling Rosemary in the truck the very next day.
Bad tips shot them or what,
How do you know it's a bad tip? How do you know it's a bad tip? He just told you it was credible. You act excited. How do you know it's a bad tip? I know how you know it's a bad tip, because you know what happened. You know she's no longer here. She's not going to be found. That's how you know it's a bad tip. You can consider someone's behavior as evidence. You can. Now the tip, Detective Snow wasn't able to figure out the tip was bad until I think it was July 11th. That's when he was able to confirm the tip was bad. The defendant, he knew it 2 days before. And he informed him of it, and he testified on direct, when he informed him of it, he didn't get really any response out of the defendant. No disappointment, just no response. The recording of the grand jury, the Houck family. They bought 4 total recorders. 3 of them were located at Rosemary Houck's residence. 1 at Nick's. Nick recorded his grand jury. Larry Mock, the man living with Rosemary Houck at the time, recorded his grand jury. And the odd thing about his grand jury is when he's walking out of the grand jury, he makes a strange statement. And you can listen to it, it's in evidence. His statement into the recorder, I don't know who he's talking to, because supposedly they're just doing this to prove what they said. But he makes a strange statement on that recorder. I didn't screw up, boss. Who's boss? What do you mean you didn't screw up? The only thing you got to do is tell the truth. I mean, think about it. Rhonda McElvoy, she's outside with the recorder, talking about, Brooks is talking about how Nick will want to listen to it, and they'll all want to listen to it. She's actually somewhat afraid to take it in there because she's worried it's going to beep. And he tells her that she needs to do it. They want to listen to it. Rosemary Houck records her grand jury. Why? It's not so you can protect yourself. It's not. He's recording Jon Snow. These are recorded interviews. Grand jury, they're sitting there recording it right in front of you. Why? So you can take it back and let everybody listen to what you said and what the questions were. That way everybody can stay on the same page. That is the only reason why you would do that. And Nick's a police officer, and he knows that that's not legal. You can't do that. It's secret. Grand jury proceedings are secret, and they did it anyway. The white Buick. Ryan Cecil and William Donahue. Ryan Cecil doesn't know Casey. William Donahue does. The only thing they did, they saw a white Buick out there. They don't know who this white Buick belongs to. There's no conspiracy here. They just simply saw it out there hunting. If you think about it, if you remember their testimony, they talked about it was raining so hard they could hardly hear the dogs. And I don't know if you've ever been around a coon dog, a black and tan, or one of those dogs. They bay and they make all kinds of racket. That's how hard it's raining out there. They see this Buick. They even remember it was pointing outward. They remembered what color interior it had, and they remembered there was a jacket and maybe a water bottle in it, and it had Nelson County tags. Donahue told Casey that just simply because he thought it was odd, and he knew that was the night Crystal went disappeared, not knowing anything would happen. That tip lay dormant. It ain't like the police run out the door and run over to Anna Whiteside's house. They didn't do that. It lay dormant for 8 months. Finally, Jamie Brooks gets a hold of it and figures out that Anna Whiteside has a Buick. No, he didn't. I'm sorry. He didn't even figure that out. He gave it to Tommy Ballard, who posted it on Facebook. The post is on there. He posted it April 28th. Does anybody know anybody has a white Buick? It could be connected to my daughter's dad. What happens? They figure out Anna Whiteside has one. They go over there May 4th. May 4th. Buick had been sold 2 days before. They say it's because they didn't want it seized. I say it's because they didn't want it used as evidence. Now, it had been seized, it had been cleaned, and they still found a hair. A hair that was similar in characteristics of Crystal's hair. Now, they bring up this picture of Ginger. I didn't know that while they were introducing that picture. I'm sitting over at Teresa. I said, why are they introducing some picture of Ginger? Ginger's Francie's daughter, okay? Francie, she testified, school bus driver, retired school bus driver. Why in the world wouldn't you ask Francie at that point, hey, is this your daughter? Does she have access to the car, to Anna Whiteside's car? I don't even know if Ginger lives here. Do you know why? Because they're afraid of the answer. That hair, unfortunately, was consumed. And I know, I admit it, the dog, it could have been done under better circumstances, okay? But it is a trained dog. It's a dual-purpose dog. And other dogs, or other search and rescue units around the country, they use dual-trained dogs. Especially people with limited funds. And that dog indicated on that rear passenger side of that vehicle. So you give it whatever weight you want to. There's a hair that looks like hers, that doesn't look like Anna Whiteside's. They take the car as soon as Tommy posts it on Facebook and go sell it. And then a dog that's trained on human remains alerts on it. Oh, one other thing. Keith Stiver's come and testify from Sternberg Auto. Nick and Anna go up there to sell the car. Nick's Anna's kind of favorite, all right? But they wouldn't let anybody get in the car or open the trunk. And the Stiver's guy goes, I can't make you an estimate on the car if you won't let me get in it or look in the trunk. So they ended up leaving. But what's also interesting is Nick had access to that car. Anna said, not Anna, Francie said, that Anna would let Nick use the car. That Nick had a key to her house. Nick had that car that night. Think about it. Why would Francie need to go to Nick's house at close to midnight on the 4th looking for him? Her mom's key didn't work in her door. Remember her testifying to that? Her mom's key wouldn't work. So they had to go get a key. They knew Nick had a spare key. I submit to you what was going on is Anna was using a spare key because Nick had her car keys and the spare key didn't work. That's why Francie was over there. She'd never been to Nick's house before. She'd called him and talked to him for like an hour. Joey Lawson. Rebecca Greer, his ex-stepmom, come in here and testified about the conversation she overheard.
Joey was talking to Elizabeth.
Okay, and what exactly did he say?
That if there was $50,000 collected for moving the car, but it didn't need to be discussed any further.
Okay, you don't have to go any further than that.
I just asked him about, I said, did you tell Elizabeth that y'all got $50,000 for moving a car? And he said, yeah, but if you want to know any details, you need to ask Steve.
Now, if there's any question on where Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson were that night, that right there sums it up. They moved that car. Somebody's not going to come up with a specific number to move a car, and that man has the funds to pay it. To move a car. And not only that, in the heat of an argument, you remember her testifying about Steve and Joey got in a fight, and they were tumbling down the stairs. And Joey screaming at him, going, I'm going to let them know about the car and your involvement in the car. There wasn't somebody making something up. They were in a fight. There was a threat. He knew that would hurt Steve. These people moved that car. That's why Tim O'Daniel told you, when I looked at everything and I looked at the file, which Louth didn't have access to, they're on the bluegrass. Because they put those V's up and they try to say the defense tries to represent they're perfect. They both testified that they're not. They're messy. It's like a flashlight. You can hit a tower on the. And he even Louth even testified. I had to impeach him. Louth even testified to it in another trial in this county that you don't always ping off the sector facing you. A lot of it has to do with what's going on, the topography, the weather. And O'Daniel told you, he goes, it's very possible they were going down the bluegrass and hitting the north sides of those towers. It is. At one point in the grass, if you look, one of them's pointed straight down when they're heading towards the bluegrass. And it is possible. And when you couple that with the defendant's statement that they've got paid $50,000 and they moved the car, you can come to a conclusion that they went down the Bluegrass Parkway. Nellos data, he come in here, Louth told you, I checked it all. I checked every bit of it. I asked him that. Was it a setup? Yeah, it's a setup. But they're supposed to check it all. I said, you verified everything in this, all these? Yes, it's all verified. It was 1 minute and 7 seconds off. And he admitted just 1 second being off, it invalidates all the NELOS data for that. All of it. And then I showed you just 2 more examples where somebody traveled 13 kilometers in 6 seconds. It's smoke and mirrors. They want you to see what they want you to see. But they don't want you to look at the other part. What I brought you was somebody who was honest. Tim O'Daniel. He does this every day. This is his whole job. He doesn't do drones. Louth spends 2 to 10 hours a week on this. He spends every day, all day doing this. And when he tells you it's very possible that they could have been on the bluegrass, and when you couple that with their admission, they were on the Bluegrass Parkway. Ms. Coulter. Defendant Lawson's grandma.
Did he come to your house and tell you something about Steve Lawson as related to Crystal Rogers?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what year that was? And if you don't, it's okay.
Well, Stephen was living with me in 2022, so it had to be in the summer of 2022.
Somewhere in 2022?
Somewhere in that area.
Okay.
Joey came to my house. He was riding a motorcycle, but he was high, too high to be riding a motorcycle.
Did he get there?
He got here, yeah.
Okay.
He got to my driveway. He came in, sat down in the recliner, just as you come in my door, and he said, Grandma, there's something I need to tell you.
What was that?
He told me that I needed to know that Stevie had killed Crystal.
And who did you believe he was talking about?
Crystal Rogers. I didn't know a whole lot about the case back then, but I knew that's what he was talking about.
Did he stay there?
This is his grandmother, and she reported it. She obviously thought it was significant, didn't think he was BSing. She reported it to us. I'm not going to talk about Neuschatz. At some point, when Neuschatz was testifying, and I think he is a very educated man who's done a lot of research in a classroom setting, but he testified he's not done any real world, meaning no homicide investigations, no police work, all right? It's different. There's hours of interviews, hours, okay? And they picked clips to play it. And it's ugly. Some of it's ugly, okay? These people have been lying for years. They've been read-techniqued for years. Tony Harden and Brian Luckett are 2 of the best detectives that KSP has. They're 2 of the best. They've solved many, many homicides. They didn't do anything illegal, as you heard him say. They pushed it. They didn't buy the first story. Heather Snelling, they let her go the first day. She told them that's all she knew, and they're like, okay. Thank you very much. And she left. They said, if you think of something else, call us. So she called them. She goes, I didn't tell you some stuff. One was Joey Lawson. They can say, ask him what he was doing for that day. I say, ask him for an alibi for July 3rd. And then they gave her a chance to leave. If that's all you know, we're done. And she wouldn't leave. So then they started to push her. They thought they were involved. She was involved. So they push her. It turns into an interrogation. Those aren't pretty. These people have been talked to and lied for years, and they've gotten away with it. Same thing with Charlie. They thought Charlie was involved. When they picked Charlie up, they thought Charlie was involved. Charlie's name had been dropped in. And they pushed him. Now you can look at Charlie. Charlie ain't somebody that's going to get intimidated, okay? Charlie's been through this once or twice before. And you judge their testimony on what you believe it is. I asked them. I don't care what it is. Doesn't matter to me. You just tell these ladies and gentlemen of the jury the truth. That's all I want. That's what we're here for. And they told you. If you think they were forced to say that, disregard it. But these people come in here and put their hand up. And they told you in this court, this sanctuary, the truth. The truth being that Heather overheard Joey and Steve talking about moving a body on the Houck farm. She didn't come in and say, well, they moved Crystal Rogers on the Houck farm. No. She did say that Steve said he killed Crystal, when it's awful odd that Joey's telling his grandma he killed Crystal. But you can discount that even. Charlie's remained consistent that he has seen the first interview with Charlie on June 23rd. Nobody knew that he had been up 5 days using methamphetamine, okay? Talking to somebody that had been up for 5 days on methamphetamine is almost useless, okay? But he did have the wherewithal to correct them. He had said that Brooks Houck asked him to move the car, and about halfway through the interview, they played to the clip. He goes, no, it wasn't Brooks. It was Joey and Steve. He had a moment of clarity. But he come in here and he swore. And I told him, I don't care. I don't care what the truth is. These people just need to know the truth. They got to make a decision. And he's like, I told you the truth. Think about it. Joey calls him, wants him to get a truck and trailer, right? To move the car. Charlie's like, I don't have a truck or trailer and I'm drunk. I'm not doing that. What did Shannon Norton see the next day when she drove by on the parkway? A truck and a trailer parked in front of Crystal's car. It's not coincidence. The trailer got in a flat though. There was another problem. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody asked a question. I don't know who it was. There were two questions that I kicked myself when I'm answering. One was, did you find Crystal's clothes at the residence? And the answer was no, which is very telling that she didn't come home that evening. Two, if you think about it, the only way she could have possibly got Eli in bed is if she would have gotten in bed with him and went to sleep. It didn't happen. I don't even think Eli come home that night. I don't know who he was with. I don't know if he was with Rosemary. I don't know who he was with. Brooks doesn't even mention him getting up the next morning until Snow mentions him. The other question was to Denver Butler about DNA. And I suspect whoever asked that question knew the answer when they asked it. And what you got from Denver Butler is a bunch of crap. It was somebody that was paid. Somebody that was paid not to answer the question that hurt him. You listen to him. I could have told him it was sunny outside, and he could look through the blinds and saw the sun. He'd say it was dark. He's paid. These people are paid. We did have one person paid. Josh Hickman come in here, and he testified, and their own expert agrees that her phone was off. If you look at your jury instructions, if you will with me just real quick, look at Brooks Houck first. And I'm wrapping up, okay? Turn to page 4. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, and it has to be a reasonable doubt. I have to prove it. It has to be a reasonable doubt. And then I have to prove it beyond that. okay, not any doubt, is guilty of either murder under instruction 4A or 4B. And that's where I cannot tell you whether the defendant was the person who actually killed her or he was complicit, meaning he didn't kill her but was just helping. I don't know. If you're unable to determine from the evidence whether the defendant committed the crime as a principal under instruction 4A or an accomplice under 4B, then you will find him guilty of murder, principal or accomplice, under this instruction, and so state your verdict. And your verdict page is on page 5. Actually, I told you to go to page 4. It's on page 3. Sorry. And on page 5, right here is where you sign if you believe he's guilty on page 3 under instruction 4C. Under 4, go to page 3. I'm sorry, I told you the wrong page. Okay. It's 4C. And then there's where you return your verdict if you believe I proved it beyond a reasonable doubt under 4C. It's the very last one. And then tampering with physical evidence also for having the car moved. And then under Lawson's instructions, he himself admitted they were paid $50,000 to move her car. There was an agreement. There was also an act, the moving of the car. Or if you believe Heather Snellen, the moving of a body. He admitted to moving the car. He admitted to being paid $50,000. There was an agreement with the defendant. If that's so forth, then you return your verdict on page 5. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder under instruction 4A. And then I would also ask them to find him guilty under, or hold him responsible, hold both of them responsible for what they did on those verdict forms. Ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you with this. It's not even being questioned. Not questioned. If Crystal Rogers did not go home that night on Glenview, this man's guilty of murder. She didn't go home. There's no proof she went home. None. Her phone was powered down. He says over and over and over again, she was playing on her phone when I went to bed. Nobody's heard from her since Kylie watched her walk out that door that day. That 14-year-old girl, who's 24 years old now, watched her mama walk out that door. She's the last person other than that man to see her alive, and he needs to be held responsible. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take a break for the day. We're going to be back tomorrow at 8:30. So back at 8:30 tomorrow, we'll be back in the jury room. We'll come in, and what we'll do at that point is we'll find out who the 3 alternates are. When the alternates are selected, you're not going to be finally excused. We've got I think Barry got everybody's phone number, the bailiff did, and we're going to have your phone numbers in case some type of emergency should arise with the juror. I hope that doesn't happen, but you'll still be under the same, we'll talk about that in the morning, how we'll do all this. But just a reminder before we call it a day that the same admonitions are still in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to make up your mind about the case while the evidence has been received, the instructions provided, and you've gone to the jury room to consider what your fellow jurors have to say about the case. I know I sound like a broken record, I'm tired of hearing it. There can be no research, no outside. Everything has to be based upon the testimony that's presented here in this courtroom. Be back tomorrow at 8:30. Does anybody have any questions before I let you go today? I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Be back tomorrow at 8:30 for the jury to take the case with them. Back and see counsel at the bench before we call it a day. learned one valuable lesson in all this.
Sorry, I took my coat off.
I learned one valuable lesson. Never give attorneys a holiday weekend to come up with their closings. They could go on for a long time. So that's what I learned today. All right. I know we have talked about, to get back in here, our one juror on the front row. I think his name is Sergio Aguilar.
It is. That's him.
As I read the rule, the only way that I can dismiss someone is if everybody is in agreement to do that, is the way I read the rule. Is everybody in agreement? I'm certainly in agreement.
Yes.
I don't know.
What do you think?
I'm gonna go. The dude's been asleep. I don't want him.
He did listen to both of us today.
I know,
though.
but he ain't listened to no evidence.
Well, he liked the condensed version. You know?
Yeah, it's like the readers. Readers.
I don't know how much he's been asleep. I have noticed him with his eyes
It's
closed.
been quite a bit.
Yes.
I mean, I know he listened today, but I would rather him listen to the evidence and not me and Brian spin on the evidence.
Let us think about it if you don't mind.
The other one I wanted to mention, where did Barry go? I think he told me the woman's name. Let me see if I can
The
think.
older lady in the back row.
I think her name's Mary McCrite. She's number 67. At some point during the trial, she said she wasn't able to, or wasn't hearing things. So they gave her the hearing piece. And then I noticed after that, every time I would tell them something, she would put it on. So I'm concerned what she heard the first 3 days of the trial, or whatever day it was, the record would show. I don't know what day it was. She said she couldn't hear a witness, but I am concerned about her, and I didn't know whether there'd be an agreement on her.
Can we table that one until tomorrow morning?
Certainly. But has anybody else noticed any other problems with any other jurors? I haven't.
We'll agree to both of those. We don't care either way.
Okay,
So
you're fine either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way.
Okay, we'll see what Mr. Butler and Mr. Shoring want to do in the morning.
Y'all want to keep somebody on the jury who's been asleep?
I don't know. That's what I want to think about. I mean, as a defense attorney, that's usually a good idea.
He'll have a motion for it. Don't worry.
He's just going to do what everybody else wants to do.
That's true. That's probably true. I don't disagree with you. That's a good. You're
Do you
right.
want to reconvene tomorrow at 8:15 so we can talk
Sure.
about this? Because if we agree to those two,
I mean, we can do it as far as I'm concerned. 8:20. I mean, it's our call. We'll just tell you first thing.
Here's what I'd prefer to do if we're going to excuse two: is this do a random draw for the third one before we bring them in, so
Yes,
it
sir.
doesn't. I'm not good enough to pretend like I'm drawing out two. I can pull off one, but two's asking a lot for me. So I'd prefer to say we've drawn them out, and obviously, if we excuse those two, whoever the one's drawn out would be the number one alternate if there's a problem. That's the way I would envision that, if that's acceptable to everybody. If there's any objection, we'll draw out three. That's what we need to do. So.
Sounds good.
All right, 8:20. Everybody good? 8:20.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all. Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
Judge.
Fran, you can call it a day.